Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do, offering no outward comment. Before Spider-Man could catch his breath, another arm shot towards him, catching him off guard. Kakazu had revealed his second arm, doubling the threat he posed. Spider-Man instinctively planned to evade in midair using his web, but Kakazu, seemingly aware of his tactics, intercepted his web with his tendrils of his other arm. With his web anchored to the tendrils, Spider-Man's swinging trajectory was under the control of Kakazu, swiftly closing the distance between him and the incoming arm. Despite his instincts blaring danger, there was no time to evade. Die. Puff. The sound resonated through the air as Kakazu's arm drilled through Spider-Man's body, piercing his heart. Time seemed to stand still as purplish blood splattered, suspended in midair. Spider-Man, his body frozen in agony, could only stare in disbelief at the arm protruding from his chest. How'd that get in there? Chapter 80, Unleashing the Beast. Gasping for breath, Spider-Man struggled to summon his strength, his body shuddering as he delivered his last words. Tentacles? Is that all you got? It hurts less than tentacles. His body then became limp, hanging on the tendrils piercing through him. I already said he won't last 1 minute, Kakazu uttered, his arm retracting with his haul. Kakazu, his expression devoid of mercy, sneered at the corpse. You have good instincts, I'll give you that. But resilience won't save you from the grasp of death. With a swift and brutal motion, he withdrew his arm from Spider-Man's chest, causing a rush of blood to gush forth. It's unfortunate, but I have no need for a new heart. As Spider-Man's body slumped to the ground, Kakazu prepared to clean up his spoils. Itachi, silently observing the battle, seemed to have discovered something, but didn't speak out to warn his companion. In the midst of his collection, a sudden shift in the atmosphere electrified the air. Kakazu's eyes narrowed, his instincts warning him of an imminent threat. With lightning reflexes, he swiftly dodged backward, narrowly evading a glossy jet-black spike that exploded out from Spider-Man's body. Although he managed to avoid a direct hit, a scratch marred his face. Raising his hand, Kakazu wiped away the trail of blood, his voice growling with a mixture of irritation and intrigue. Interesting, he muttered under his breath, his eyes fixed on the enigmatic figure before him. In front of the bewildered trio, the glossy black spike wriggled and writhed, swiftly retracting into Spider-Man's body. The transformation began, engulfing Spider-Man in a swirling mass of black tendrils. Slowly but surely, the squirming mass took on a humanoid shape, its form a fusion of rubber-like flexibility and pulsating living tissue. It grew in size, towering above the three combatants, becoming the dominant presence in the battlefield. Adorning the creature's chest was a large, white spider emblem, a stark contrast against the abyssal darkness that cloaked its body. The creature's face was dominated by its distinctive, large white eyes reminiscent of Spider-Man's own. However, there was a predatory gleam in them, an unsettling intensity that set it apart. As its mouth opened, an array of sharp, elongated teeth came into view, jagged and asymmetrical. Some teeth appeared serrated or pointed, adding to the creature's ferocious visage. A long, sinewy tongue, slimy and writhing, resided within, providing an eerie backdrop as the creature spoke in a voice that resonated with raw power. Finally, it's my turn, it hissed, the words dripping with venomous anticipation. Well, it seems you've lived more than a minute. You're more than just a mere insect now, aren't you? Kakazu's eyes narrowed further, a mix of surprise and curiosity flickering across his face. He had expected a worthless opponent in the idiotic brat, but this transformation took the battle to an entirely new level. This creature, a life form he has never seen, exuded an aura of primal dominance, a force to be reckoned with. Venom's towering figure loomed over Kakazu, radiating an otherworldly intensity. Its voice reverberated with a mix of menace and confidence. Prepare yourself, food. You will soon learn the true meaning of fear because we are Venom. Smirking beneath his mask, Kakazu taunted, let's see if this new dress-up matches your arrogance. Prepare to die. The battle resumed, the clash of powers echoing through the forest. In the face of the creature with a size even greater than his own, Kakazu's agility saved him once again as he swiftly evaded Venom's predatory lunge. Venom's muscular arms came crashing down, leaving deep, crater-like cracks on the dirt road, a testament to its incredible strength. Twisting its grotesque face, Venom locked its menacing gaze on Kakazu. Its jaws opened wide, and in a swift motion, its elongated tongue shot forth, drilling through the air with lethal precision. The tip of the tongue pierced through Kakazu's body, eliciting a gasp of pain. But then, in a baffling turn of events, Kakazu's body melted and transformed into water, flowing and washing away onto the ground. From a nearby puddle, his form materialized once more, an arm aimed at Venom with unwavering determination. Swoosh! Kakazu's hand punctured the air, drilling towards the rushing Venom like a cannon. Without hesitation, Venom lunged forward, its own claw-like arm colliding head-on with Kakazu's. The clash of power created a seismic wave that rippled through the surroundings, the force threatening to push back everything in its path. Neither combatant yielded, their contest of strength reaching an impasse. Suddenly, the ground behind Venom quaked as a thick bundle of grey tendrils erupted from the earth where Kakazu previously stood, reaching out like vengeful specters towards his adversary. The tendrils, concealed with cunning precision, sought to penetrate Venom from behind. It was a trap that Kakazu had meticulously prepared during the course of their battle, a hidden ace that now came into play. With a resounding impact, the tendrils collided with Venom's body, seemingly striking against a hard carapace before eventually piercing its hide. Yet, Kakazu's satisfaction was short-lived. He felt an unexpected resistance, as if Venom's inner body was encased in an impenetrable carapace, resisting his attack. As Kakazu attempted to retract his tendrils, his eyes widened in disbelief. They were ensnared within Venom's body, tightly coiled and embraced by Venom's writhing form. Venom's body squirmed and wriggled, constricting around the tendrils as if it were consuming and assimilating them, its alien nature defying all logic. A low, menacing chuckle resonated from Venom's throat. "You think your tentacles can beat me? I am the amalgamation of power and darkness. And tentacles, I can play that too." A momentary respite hung in the air as Kakazu's mind raced to assess the situation. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Venom's sinister grin, accentuated by the wicked flick of its elongated tongue. The trio's eyes widened in anticipation, a mixture of surprise and interest etched on their calm faces. They watched as black, glossy tendrils erupted from Venom's body, cascading toward Kakazu like an unyielding wave of darkness. A surge of recognition washed over them as they realized the eerie similarity to Kakazu's own technique. Kakazu, ever adaptable, swiftly reacted, his resolve unyielding. In a display of his formidable skills, a wave of great tendrils erupted from his hands, intercepting the oncoming deluge of black tendrils. The clash of power created a spectacle, a chaotic symphony of writhing darkness. Amidst the clash, Kakazu's voice growled with a mixture of surprise and intrigue, his eyes narrowing in focused determination. "My tendrils were absorbed and used against me? Interesting," he muttered, his mind working to analyze the situation. But the fake can never trump over the real. Resistance is futile. Be obedient, be my food. Venom daunted, its words laced with a mix of sadistic delight and confidence. The battlefield crackled with an electric intensity as the struggle between Kakazu and Venom intensified. Each combatant's tendrils entwined, the clash of power demonstrating a remarkable mimicry of technique. Venom's black tendrils lashed out with unmatched agility, each strike a ferocious combination of precision and raw strength. Kakazu, undeterred by the Venom's new ability, utilized his vast experience and his great tendrils to counter Venom's onslaught. As the battle escalated, Itachi and Kisame watched from a distance, their expressions revealing a mixture of surprise and apprehension. Itachi's eyes, ever calm and calculating, assessed the situation, his thoughts turning. What a strange life. It doesn't seem to be ninjutsu, is it body modification? A result of human experimentation? No. It seems like there are two life forms merged into one body, a ninja and an unknown biological mass. It also has a biological imitation ability. No wonder he became a target of invitation. Kisame, his eyes glinting with excitement, interjected with a toothy grin. This battle just got a whole lot more interesting. I can't wait to see how Kakazu handles this. If he can't, Seimada is always happy to come out for a breather. The clash between Kakazu and Venom reverberated through the battlefield, their immense power colliding in a titanic struggle. Suddenly, one end of the wave gave way, allowing the opposing wave to break through unhindered. With a kick, Venom propelled himself into the air, leaping above the wave of cascading tendrils. One of Venom's arms morphed into a writhing black mass, extending itself and hurtling downward with explosive force, only to narrowly miss Kakazu and embed itself into the unforgiving earth near him. Anchored to the ground, Venom retracted his elastic arm, propelling his body downwards, descending upon Kakazu with furious force and lightning speed, a sudden surprise assault that left Kakazu no time to dodge. Kakazu, his eyes locked onto his opponent, met Venom's attack with a display of unwavering strength, but the force sent him sliding backward across the ground despite successfully blocking the onslaught unscathed. Stabilizing the slight trembling of his hands, a menacing smirk crossed Kakazu's face as he spoke, his voice laced with a veiled threat. I didn't want to resort to this, but it seems I have no choice. Prepare to witness my true power. As Kakazu's back began to squirm and bulge, his hand reached out, ready to remove his Akatsuki cloak, a telltale sign of the formidable abilities that lay hidden within. He was about to unleash the beasts within him. However, before he could carry out his intended action, a sudden female voice reverberated through the air, halting him in his tracks. That is enough. Kakazu paused, his hand slowly lowering as he turned his attention to the source of the voice. Standing next to him, a mass of white origami paper flowed down from above, coalescing into a humanoid form, like an angel descending from the skies. Soon, a woman clad in the Akatsuki cloak materialized, her expression neutral and unwavering. The woman possessed striking features. Her short, straight blue hair was elegantly styled in a bun, while her amber eyes held a hint of lavender eyeshadow. A black lawbreak piercing adorned her lower lip, and a large light blue paper flower was clipped onto her bun. Her nails were painted a vibrant orange, and an Akatsuki ring adorned her right middle finger, the kanji on it symbolizing white. However, those privy to the truth knew her to be Konan. Kisame, unable to resist a taunt, grinned mischievously. It's no fun to end it so early, White. Itachi's gaze remained fixed on Konan, his perceptive eyes analyzing her presence and the potential impact she would have on the battle. He silently deciphered the intricate nature of her technique, observing the unfolding scenario with intrigue. Unfazed by her comrades' comments, Konan ignored their banter, her focus solely on venom. Her voice carried an unwavering conviction as she declared, if you desire to continue, you will face all four of us. Despite her cold demeanor, the other three Akatsuki members fell into position, encircling Venom in a calculated formation. A sense of solidarity prevailed among them as they prepared for the ensuing confrontation. Venom's eyes scanned the assembled group, a twisted grin spreading across its visage. Its menacing laughter echoed through the air, and its long, sinewy tongue flicked across its face in anticipation. More food, you say? How interesting. Chapter 81, Invitation. In the depths of their hidden base, Shino and Karina observed the intense standoff between Venom and the four formidable Akatsuki members displayed on the holographic screen. Karina couldn't suppress her curiosity and turned to Shino. Should we continue the fight? Shino's response was filled with intrigue and excitement, a mirror of normal human emotions. Yes, why not? As she meticulously presented a captivating array of statistics, bringing them to life through the mesmerizing dance of holographic displays, Karina's voice resonated with conviction, beginning her dissuasion. My dear, I really think we should reconsider continuing this fight. Our computational power has its limits, and we've already invested so much. The depletion of biomass in the clone's body had reached a critical point after the temporary strength buff. Not only that, we temporarily allocated 2 additional clone units just to combat against Kakazu's control over his tendrils and to calculate his movement trajectory. Karina continued her attempt to dissuade Shino. Despite our efforts, we couldn't gain the upper hand in that intricate battle of control, and according to the database, this Kakazu hasn't shown the real extent of his abilities. And now, with 3 more powerful Akatsuki members added to the mix, even if we dedicate all our computation resources, it won't be enough. In order to maintain basic functionalities of the system and our main bodies, we technically only have 5 clone units available, 2 of which were already allocated. Shino's excitement was not doused as he spoke his thoughts. I understand your concerns, Karina, but this is a golden opportunity to assess the true abilities of these S-rank ninjas. We can't let it slip away. Our cause demands that we push ourselves to the limit. Plus, if this was a story, our audience would certainly demand for encore. Shino, your joke is getting old. Wake up to reality, our life isn't a story. Karina continued to weave her compelling argument, captivating Shino with her graceful hand movements. Naturally, I will support my dear unconditionally if you are really determined, but Karina just wants Shino to think twice about the risks involved. Itachi Uchiha is amongst them. Dealing with Itachi's Genjutsu is an entirely different matter. Our clone's weakness is illusions, and there is still a risk that Itachi's Tsukuyomi can affect us. Even without Genjutsu, we've seen what he's capable of, and it's not something to be taken lightly. The high stakes make this fight perilous, and it might not be worth the investment for our cause, especially since we are busy deciphering the Thunder God technique right now. Karina's persuasion skillfully rolled off the tip of her tongue, leaving her target enthralled by her skills. A sudden jolt coursed through Shino's veins as the mention of Itachi's formidable Tsukuyomi pierced his consciousness, jolting him awake from his complacency. Seriously, he realized he almost overstepped his stability creed. Shino swiftly exerted control over the depths of his awakening Chiyuni personality, cloaking it beneath a veil of restraint, as he recognized the need to navigate the impending challenges with a composed and strategic mindset. Returning to a stable mindset, Shino shook his head in disappointment, acknowledging his current combat force's limitations. Even with my current abilities, I am still too weak. It seems I need to assimilate more humans into my hive to enhance my strength. Karina rolled her eyes at Shino's remark, a playful grin forming on her lips. Ah, Shino-sama, always thinking about expanding your harem. It's not necessary to only assimilate women, there are some useful tool men. Shino lightly rapped her on the head, a mischievous glint in his eyes, as he wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her closer to him. Let's focus on the serious business. As his gaze focused on the holographic display, his hands roamed freely, exploring the intricacies of the technique formula displayed by Karina as he playfully commanded, then, Karina, handle the negotiations. But let's make sure to keep a close eye on Itachi. We can't afford any slip-ups. As you command, my dear. Karina's responded in a submissive tone, her head lowering in a respectful gesture as her hand gracefully swept aside a stray lock of vibrant red hair, ready to unveil her unparalleled prowess in the art of negotiation. On the other side of the dirt road, nestled between the two dense forests, Conan maintained her neutral expression as she stared at Venom, the formidable entity before her. Her voice held a touch of indifference as she offered Venom an enticing proposition. If you join us, the Akatsuki, you can have all the food you desire. Venom's tongue slithered across its lips, a hungry glint in its eyes. Delicious, unique food. I'm interested. Conan assured Venom, rest assured that within the Akatsuki, we possess a plentiful supply of unique corpses in our storage. But, if you want to partake in our valuable stockpile, you must contribute your fair share of work. Prove your worth, and we can provide what you want, dead or alive. Good, as long as there is food. Venom emitted a malevolent chuckle, its body seemingly shrinking inward as if being absorbed. As the last of the black tendrils vanished into its form, a figure was revealed. Toby, with his eyes closed and a fully intact body, now stood in Venom's place. With a flick of his hair and an arrogant demeanor, he opened his eyes, a smug expression on his face. Hey there, how about you join me and we can go for a swing? Conan remained unaffected by Toby's advances, maintaining her neutral expression as she disregarded his remark. Kisame, unable to contain his dissatisfaction with the turn of events, voiced his complaint. Well, this is a letdown. If this was going to be the ending, you should have made your presence known earlier instead of hiding. Conan's gaze fixated on Kisame, her expression unchanging. She calmly responded, her voice tinged with an air of superiority. I had no desire to expose myself earlier and be on the receiving end of vulgar antics. Toby, overhearing the exchange, pointed a finger gun at Kisame, a mischievous glint in his eye. Emotional damage. Kisame's sharp teeth clenched, a growl escaping his throat as he retorted, she's talking about you, brat. Toby simply blinked before flicking his hair once again, a smug smile on his face. I don't see the part where that's my problem. Arrogant brat, it seems I'll need to teach you a lesson. The tension in the air escalated as Kisame's hand tightened around his seimata, ready to draw the mighty weapon. However, Itachi intervened, shaking his head in silent disapproval. His unwavering gaze remained fixed on Toby, who had begun to dance once more, seemingly unfazed by the brewing conflict. Inside the confines of their base, Shino's eyes darted between two screens. On one, a first-person view of Toby's flamboyant dance routine captivated his attention, while on the other, Toby's unmoving figure stood frozen in place in between the Akatsuki members who were observing him with interest. This third-person view was captured by his bugs hidden within the forest. A sense of disappointment clouded Shino's blissful expression, his head shaking slowly as he commanded, Karina, activate the bug network. It's time to free him from the clutches of the Genjutsu. Karina nodded repeatedly, understanding the urgency of the situation. The clone's chakra disturbance network has activated, Shino. The bugs will break Toby out of the Genjutsu. As the bug network within him rioted, Toby found himself momentarily disoriented by the abrupt transition between his energetic dance and stationary stance, an uncomfortable feeling welling up in his throat as he gagged. Moments later, a crow drilled out from his mouth. The dead crow fell to the ground, gradually fading away as Toby stood upright without any embarrassment over his gaffe. Running a hand through his hair, he turned his attention to Itachi, his tone brimming with playful defiance. If you keep staring at me with those eyes, I might just have to put some dirt in your eyes. Itachi maintained his calm composure, silently regarding Toby for a moment before closing his eyes, a gesture indicating his unwillingness to engage in a verbal exchange with the impulsive youngster. Kisame, ever the instigator, couldn't resist chiming in with a mischievous grin. Brat, provoking Itachi-san is unwise. You may come to regret it in the end, not even knowing how you died. Meanwhile, Conan silently observed the rowdy banter with her neutral expression. She calmly intervened, issuing a command, take him to one of our outposts where he would receive his uniform and have his nails painted. Kakazu, brief him on your mission. I'll go report to Zero. With a flurry of dancing paper, she vanished from sight, her voice echoing in the air as a reminder, do hurry up so you won't miss the upcoming meeting. As Conan departed, Toby couldn't help but yell out, his voice tinged with playful exasperation. But what about my staff pay? Kakazu turned his gaze towards Toby, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. You still need pay outside of corpses? Toby smirked, clarifying that the previous remark, that's the pay for the other guy. Personally, I desire cold, hard cash and nothing else. Kakazu let out a low chuckle, his voice dripping with a mix of amusement and superiority. He scoffed at Toby's words, I won't say anything about the other guy, but you can't even last a minute against me, do you think you deserve any form of payment? In response, Toby declared his intentions to prove himself as a formidable opponent, you're as annoying as my damn door, I'll show you I'm worth the pay. Toby swiftly fired a barrage of spiderweb bolts towards Kakazu, his determination shining through. Kakazu, using his tendrils, effortlessly swatted away the webs with a combination of strength and precision. His anger began to boil, ready to teach the young upstart a lesson. However, Conan's voice reverberated through the forest once more, quelling the rising tension. Enough. You will receive your salary, but don't expect much unless you work hard. Toby's grin widened as he flicked his hair in a show of satisfaction. The angelic rich woman has been added to my new list of favorites. Brat, time to go for your initiation. Let's see if you can outlast my previous partners. Kakazu's bone-chilling voice sliced through the air as he casually strolled past Toby, his words dripping with a sinister undertone. Chapter 82, Prison Break. Kiba laid on a comfortable futon in the corner of the room, his body still aching from the last mission. The wounds were healing well, thanks to the medical ninjas, and the seals had been broken, but according to Kurenai-sensei, he still needed rest to fully recover. Shino stood nearby, his stoic expression revealing his concern for his teammate and friend. Kiba-kun, you should take it easy, Hinata advised, her voice laced with worry. You pushed yourself too hard back there. Rest is crucial for a complete recovery. Kiba groaned softly and shifted his position. Yeah, I know, Hinata. But I can't just lie here while you and Shino train without me. Again. Shino's eyebrow arched slightly as he glanced towards Kiba, a sly smile on his face. I understand your eagerness, Kiba, but remember, training while injured will only Kiba's habit kicked in. Yeah, I know. But don't worry, I'm already betog. Kiba's scream reverberated in the room as he clutched his head, clearly in pain. Kiba-kun. Hinata's cried, her voice laced with worry, but she didn't know what to do. As his scream quickly faded away, Akamaru whimpered beside him, nudging Kiba's legs to comfort him. It seems you haven't recovered yet, Kiba. Shino's gaze flickered towards Hinata once again. I spoke to Kurenai-sensei earlier. She agreed to bring Hinata and me for joint training sessions, but she demanded that you rest and recover. Damn it. Why is this happening? Kiba growled, his eyes staring at Shino as he clutched his forehead. I'll rest up then, Shino. If Naruto shows up, just make sure Hinata doesn't faint from nervousness, alright? Kiba-kun, it's not like that. Hinata denied, a blush on her face as her eyes peeked towards Shino. Shino offered a faint smile, appreciating Kiba's cooperation. I'll take care of her, Kiba. Don't worry. As Kiba closed his eyes, succumbing to much-needed rest, Shino gestured for Hinata to join him in the training area. She hesitated for a moment, glancing back at Kiba's resting form before following Shino with a determined look in her eyes. They found themselves in a spacious clearing, surrounded by tall trees that whispered in the gentle breeze, alone. Hinata's head remained bowed, her fingers fidgeting restlessly, betraying an underlying tension. Shino-kun, where is Kurenai-sensei? Today, I'll be training you. Kurenai-sensei is watching from afar. You can find her with your Byakugan if you don't believe me. Shino stood ready, wearing his signature sunglasses and a calm demeanor. I believe you, Shino-kun. Hinata couldn't help but feel a mix of nervousness and excitement. Shino approached Hinata and spoke in his usual composed tone. Hinata, this training will be essential for our growth as a team. You have exceptional potential, and I believe in your abilities. Let's use this time to hone your skills and strengthen our bond. A subtle heat crept across Hinata's cheeks as she nodded in agreement, her voice barely rising above a whisper. I'll do my best, Shino-kun. The clone, a perfect replica of Shino, stepped forward and began demonstrating various taijutsu techniques optimized by Karina. He moved fluidly, his strikes precise and controlled. Hinata watched intently, absorbing every detail. It's your turn, Hinata. Focus on your breathing and your surroundings, Hinata. With a commanding tone, Shino positioned himself behind Hinata, his strong arms enveloping her small form, guiding their synchronized movements with a purposeful intent. Be aware of the insects around us. Maintain situational awareness. They are your targets. Hinata followed Shino's instructions, her eyes darting around as she connected with her chakra. She could sense the presence of the insects, their gentle hum harmonizing with her own energy, and a gentle hum coming from behind her. No, focus, Hinata. The training session continued, Shino and a clone guiding Hinata through various exercises. They worked on her agility, precision, and combat instincts. With each passing minute, Hinata's movements became more fluid, her strikes gaining strength and accuracy. Meanwhile, Kurenai stood on the rooftop of a nearby tree, observing the duo, her eyes betraying a hint of helplessness. She was pushing her student into the fire pit herself, yet there was nothing she could do about it. Suddenly, her eyes fixated on the twilight sky. A messenger bird soared through the air, circling above her position. She knew it was a summons from Tsunade, the Hokage herself. With a flicker, she appeared beside the training duo, her voice carrying a mix of urgency and concern. Shino, I've been summoned by Lady Tsunade. Something important has come up. I need to leave immediately. Please continue the training with Hinata. Shino's expression remained composed. Understood. As Kurenai hurried away, Shino's clone continued to train with Hinata. Meanwhile, his main body's attention was already focused elsewhere, preoccupied with the preparations for his harvest. Shino and Karina stood in a dimly lit room, surrounded by holographic displays flickering with information. The tension in the air was palpable as they discussed their preparations for the impending prison break event orchestrated by Mizuki. Karina, her voice laced with confidence, reported, I've already deployed our army of Zergs throughout Hidden Leaf Village. They're positioned strategically to intercept and harvest any prisoners we come across. Shino nodded approvingly. Good. All that biomass should not go to waste. It was difficult to harvest them while they remained safely under the protection of the Hidden Leaf Village guards, but once they're out, it's a different story. He paused for a moment, his eyes gleaming with a calculating glint. Remember, let Mizuki pass. We need him to lead us to the secret research base of the Nara clan. With Mizuki as our scapegoat, we can rummage through and plunder their clan's research without revealing ourselves. Karina's expression hardened as she absorbed Shino's words. Understood. The layout around the research base has been prepared. We will lie in wait for Mizuki to knock out the guards and researchers before infiltrating. Shino leaned closer, his voice low and calculated. And don't forget about the incomplete strengthening formula and data on the idiot who volunteered for the experiment. Also, retrieve the blood samples of Raijin and Fujin. Their genetic makeup could prove invaluable for enhancing Spider-Man's strength. Karina's brow furrowed in curiosity. Why not take them completely? Shino's eyes narrowed, a shadow of caution crossing his face. We must consider the risks. Outside of Naruto, they will encounter Shikamaru, who possesses a high IQ, and their past entanglement with Tsunade remain unclear. Plus, their strength surpasses that of the average criminal, and it will be challenging to capture them without causing a commotion unless we recall our Toby clone, which is clearly not an option. Karina nodded, her expression resolute. I understand. We must proceed with caution and avoid unnecessary complications. Good. Now deploy some units to escort Kurenai into the maximum security prison. Is Shino-sama perhaps worried about his little lover? Karina's lips curved into a pout, her dissatisfaction evident as she heard Shino's command. Shino nodded as he wrapped his arm around Karina's waist. Honestly, this teacher of mine only brings me worries, rushing head-on with her lover into a prison, full of criminals who lack a women to vent. Did she ever think about what would happen when she is defeated? Although nothing happened in the original anime, this is reality. She belongs to me now, and I can't risk others defiling her. Don't be jealous, Karina, I would do the same for you. Karina's neck tingled as she felt the warm breath against her skin, a sultry sigh escaping her lips, a mix of pleasure and frustration over Shino's persistent concerns. I understand, my dear. Don't worry, I will ensure Kurenai is safe. Very good. Then, let's get this filler over with so I can fill her up. Shino emitted a low grunt, his actions fluid and calculated, as he skillfully maneuvered through the holographic displays, playing and watching the filler. The night air whipped against Kurenai and Asuma as they raced across a long bridge, their footsteps echoing through the darkness. The bridge stretched out before them, leading them to the foreboding maximum security prison. Their mission weighed heavily on their minds, but there was an unspoken tension between them that begged to be addressed. Asuma, his voice laced with concern, broke the silence. Kurenai, is everything alright? You've been avoiding me lately. Kurenai glanced at Asuma, her expression guarded. I'm fine, Asuma. Just busy with training my students after the recent mission failure. I want them to be independent by our next mission. Many other Genin teams have already achieved that level of self-sufficiency. I envy you for having a student like Shikamaru." Asuma let out a low chuckle, his breath mingling with the swirling smoke from his cigarette. "Isn't Shino the same? He has become quite the capable shinobi under your guidance." Kurenai's silence spoke volumes. Asuma sensed her inner turmoil and probed further. "What's wrong, Kurenai?" With a wry smile, Kurenai replied, her voice tinged with a mixture of resignation and unease. "It's nothing, really. It's just unsettling to always have my student be the target of that person." Asuma's brows furrowed in concern as he considered Kurenai's words. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke into the night sky before speaking. "Kurenai, you know the Ibarame clan will protect Shino. They are skilled and dedicated. Everything will work out eventually. But for now, we need to focus on our mission." Kurenai nodded, her eyes reflecting a mix of sorrow and apprehension. She couldn't tell him the truth. As they reached the midpoint of the bridge, the moon's glow casting an ethereal light upon their faces, both of the couple's face was a calm facade, but the true emotions brewing beneath was unknown. However, the mission didn't allow them to be distracted by their emotions. They both knew that. With renewed determination, they quickened their pace, their steps becoming resolute. The maximum security prison loomed ahead, a fortress of shadows and secrets. Approaching the foreboding prison, Kurenai's senses tingled with a growing unease. There was an eerie silence hanging in the air, unsettling her instincts. She warned Asuma, but, against her better judgment, she and Asuma pressed forward, their determination overriding the nagging doubts in their minds. As they stepped through the prison gates, the silence remained unbroken. Kurenai's gaze swept across the desolate surroundings, her instincts screaming that something was amiss. Yet, they continued, cautiously but unwavering in their resolve. It took mere minutes for their ill-fated decision to reveal its dire consequences. Like a merciless wave, the criminals descended upon them, overwhelming the duo with sheer numbers and ferocity. Kurenai and Asuma fought valiantly, but the odds were stacked against them. Soon, they found themselves defeated and sprawled upon the cold, unforgiving ground. Most of the criminals, their target Mangekyō in tow, departed triumphantly. However, a few of the remaining criminals, their eyes filled with lustful intent, leered at the exhausted Kurenai, who valiantly defended the unconscious Asuma despite the fact she could escape. Shino, watching the events unfold from his holographic broadcast, remained calm and calculated. His eyes flickered to another screen, where Naruto was sprinting towards the prison, still some distance away. He shook his head, knowing the danger that awaited his teacher, and turned to Karina, his voice firm. "Eliminate the scums," he instructed, the weight of the situation reflected in his tone. With a swift nod, Karina commanded the bugs hidden in the shadows, her skills honed and deadly. Meanwhile, Kurenai's eyes quivered with a mix of desperation and anticipation. She knew that her fate hung in the balance, a fate worse than death for female ninjas. But in an instant, a swarm of invisible insects erupted from Kurenai's body, their hunger insatiable. They enveloped the remaining criminals, devouring their flesh mercilessly. The sound of their agonized screams filled the air, mingling with Kurenai's gasps. As the bugs returned to her body, Kurenai's tense body relaxed as she breathed softly, her voice a fragile echo amidst the chaos. "Thank you." With the immediate threat neutralized, Kurenai gathered her remaining strength, collecting the corpses into scrolls before gently lifting the unconscious Asuma from the ground. The weight of her wounded lover pressed upon her, but determination fueled her every step as she made her way out of the blood-stained prison. Meanwhile, Naruto, unaware of the carnage that had unfolded, finally reached the prison entrance. His eyes widened in confusion as he beheld a scene of bloodstains and emptiness. Questions raced through his mind. Where is everyone? Is this the wrong prison? Did I get lost? The following day, Tsunoda's anger and shock reverberated through the room as she slammed her hand on the table. Her face, contorted with frustration, demanded answers as she received the report of the ransacked Nara clan research facility. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon her, and she wasted no time in seeking information. Are there any leads on who could be responsible for this? Tsunoda's voice crackled with urgency, her eyes fixed on Shizune. Shizune, her voice tinged with a hint of disappointment, responded, "No, Lady Tsunoda. The only lead we have is Mangekyō, but he claims innocence. You're well aware of the results of our interrogation." Tsunoda clenched her teeth, her lips pressed into a thin line. "Why does anything related to Orochimaru have to be so damn troublesome?" she muttered under her breath, her frustration evident. Shizune continued her report, delivering more unsettling news. "Most of the escaped criminals remain missing. We cannot determine if they managed to escape or are hiding within the shadows." Tsunoda's hand moved to rub her temples, her expression marked with deep distress. It's inconceivable that this could happen without an insider's involvement. But we have no leads, and the methods used are all too familiar, just like that old man's. Old man? Danzo. The weight of their helplessness settled upon them, a stifling silence enveloping the room. Shizu's gaze met Tsunoda's, both understanding the futility of their pursuit against the cunning old man concealed within the very walls of Hidden Leaf Village. Shizu's voice cut through the heavy air, bringing a new concern to the forefront. What should we do about the complaints regarding your alleged dereliction of duty, Lady Tsunoda? Tsunoda waved her hand dismissively, her focus fixed on the greater issues at hand. Ignore them for now. We have more pressing matters to attend to. She then shifted her attention to the condition of Kurenai and Asuma, their injuries weighing heavily on her mind. Shizune relayed the news, informing Tsunoda that Asuma was confined to his bed, while Kurenai was in a better state, expected to make a full recovery soon. The fact that Kurenai had even expressed a willingness to check on available tasks filled Tsunoda with a sense of relief. Breathing a sigh tinged with gratitude, Tsunoda uttered, "Fortunately, we didn't lose too much combat power this time." As Tsunoda stamped a document in frustration, she couldn't help but voice her concerns, almost as if to the universe itself. "I just hope nothing else goes wrong. We can't afford any more setbacks." Her ominous words seemed to foreshadow the treacherous road ahead. Chapter 83, Picking Mission? In the sea of holographic displays that shimmered before Shino's eyes, a vast array of missions unfurled, meticulously organized and sent back after Kurenai had undertaken the task of checking for new assignments. Wait. Perhaps a flicker of uncertainty and bewilderment may arise within those observing, confused over the sudden leap in events. Perhaps some may be toying with the notion that this sequence of events might be a mere illusion or an anomaly, an error that should not happen. After all, there's no way Shino could be picking the mission, right? Hey! Wake up to reality. In the past, Shino had always found himself relegated to the background, his voice unheard and his choices disregarded. The mission selection process had been dominated by Kurenai's decisions to train the team or the joint votes of Kiba and Hinata. His role had been reduced to that of a mere bystander, his opinions never truly considered, or perhaps they had simply forgotten to inquire. But now, a palpable shift had occurred, his stable rise and domination has finally borne fruit. Shino now possessed the opportunity to choose through Kurenai, and the significance of this newfound agency was not lost on him. No longer confined to the role of an observer, he held the power to handpick missions that enticed his curiosity, targeting places that whispered of untold intrigue. But the irony. Had this chance been presented earlier, it would have held immeasurable value, a priceless tool at his disposal. Yet, with his expansion already underway and the advent of his new clones, the magnitude of this advantage had diminished, its luster somewhat dulled. Nonetheless, Shino recognized the potential within this newfound freedom, a chance to navigate the path of his own destiny. Still, better than nothing. With a contemplative gaze fixed on the mission list, Shino's fingers delicately brushing against a soft silky expanse of velvety purples and fiery reds, partially obscured on the other side of the ethereal holographic displays. Immersed in the shadows of anticipation, Shino's piercing gaze reversed the task list of Hidden Leaf Village, each mission beckoning like whispers from the abyss of desires, promising untold challenges and hidden revelations. The current timeline is at the point when Naruto goes on the Bikaka hunt with Team 8. This should have been originally where the female lead could have some bonding time with the protagonist. Karina's discerning gaze locked onto him, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips, her tongue moving as she spoke. "But my dear, you've already cut off this road just by not bringing the notion up for the team and trapping the team under the supervision of Kurenai. Not only that, by capturing Sazumbachi, one of the links of the mission is gone. You even stationed Zergs near the nest of those Baikashu, ready to harvest them. This mission has been completely sabotaged. My dear, really bad." Ignoring Karina's undertone, Shino's deep gaze shifted from one screen to another, his mind calculating the potential benefits and risks of each mission. "You seem deep in thought, Shino. Any mission in mind?" Inquisitively, Karina posed her question, her voice threaded with a captivating curiosity, yet her unwavering support was unmistakable, evident in the subtle movements of her head. Feeling her subtle yet deliberate attempts to capture his attention, Shino raised an eyebrow, his tone measured. "Indeed, Karina. The expansion of our Zerg is a crucial aspect to consider. We must choose a mission that allows us to harness our strengths and continue our growth. I am hoping we can establish a global map, where we have outposts all over the ninja world." Karina nodded, her fingers absently tracing the handle of his precious weapon. "Agreed. But we also need to consider Kurenai's story, my dear. Her value will eventually be drained, and it is your duty as her student to find a fitting place to bring closure to her journey. After all, I'm sure my dear wants to enjoy special tutoring sessions with his teacher soon. Be serious." With a playful tap on Karina's head, Shino's eyes gleamed mischievously as he turned his attention back to the task list, his gaze sweeping through the holographic displays with an air of calmness. As the duo continued to peruse the mission scrolls, Karina's eyes halted on a particular display nestled amidst the others, quickly bringing it to the foreground. "Shino, look at this!" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with interest as calculations ran through her minds. "There's a mission near the Jafuku Mountains. It seems intriguing." Shino's gaze sharpened as he focused on the task Karina displayed. "Jafuku Mountains, you say? A fitting place indeed." Although in the original anime, the old granny didn't have much of a presence, but the discovery of the tainted bugs hinted that the world line may be blended with some strange fiction, and in that fiction, Furufuki controls the Aburame clan when she invades Hidden Leaf Village. "It's about time we brought an end to that old granny's story, lest she jumps around later and ruins our control over the Aburame clan," he mused, his tone laced with determination. "But before we proceed, we must consider the details of this mission." Karina nodded in agreement, expanding the display to reveal the intricately inked words that detail their next undertaking. As they read through the mission's contents, they soon realized that it had nothing to do with an old granny or the Jafuku Mountains. Instead, it was a request from a nearby village, desperate for assistance. The village of Kurosawa, located near the border of the Land of Fire, an unnamed village in the original anime, Shino murmured, her voice devoid of empathy. "Nothing special, they are simply plagued by a series of mysterious disappearances. The villagers are frightened, and they seek our aid to uncover the truth behind these unsettling events." Very cliché. Shino's analytical mind immediately kicked into overdrive, his companion sensing his growing resolve and decisively offering her in-depth analysis. "Shino, these disappearances could be an excellent opportunity for our Zerg expansion. If we solve this mystery, we can solidify our reputation and gain the trust of Kurosawa's inhabitants. Perhaps we can use them in our search for the target, Furufuki. After their value is depleted, we can also transform the unknown village into an experimental facility or biomass." Shino nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Then, let us accept this mission, Karina. Contact Kurenai, let her arrange the rest." "Affirmative, Shino." Instructions had been sent out. In a quaint shop nestled within the village, Kurenai sat in solitude, relishing the taste of strong sake and savoring the spicy delight of takasa. Suddenly, her tranquil moment shattered as a holographic interface materialized before her, captivating her attention with its ethereal glow. Her movements stilled, a faint sigh escaping her lips as she gently set down her sake. With a swift exchange of currency to the shop owner, she embarked on a purposeful journey, her steps guiding her towards the towering edifice of the Hokage building. Entering the Hokage's office, Kurenai found herself face to face with Tsunade, whose piercing gaze held a depth of wisdom and power that commanded respect. The air crackled with a silent understanding as Kurenai sought approval for the mission she was about to claim. Tsunade leaned back in her ornate chair, a subtle smile playing upon her lips as she observed Kurenai's determined visage. "You're looking well, Kurenai," she began, her voice carrying a tone that blended authority and curiosity. "It seems you've recovered from your injuries. What brings you here today?" Kurenai's eyes met Tsunade's, a mixture of resolve and purpose gleaming within their depths. "Tsunade-sama, I've come to take on a task for Team 8, she responded, her voice steady and unwavering. "The village of Kurosawa is besieged by a series of mysterious disappearances. They seek aid, and I believe I can serve as a good tempering for my students and avoid the troubled times, also let their troubled hearts regain confidence." Tsunade nodded, her expression contemplative. "I have heard rumors of the unsettling events revolving around your students," she acknowledged. "It seems a dark cloud has descended upon one of their clans. Are you prepared to undertake this mission, Kurenai? The Kurosawa village is located near the border, and it may be a bit far for support. The path ahead may be treacherous, it's good to avoid the wind, but that man may not sit still." A flicker of determination flashed across Kurenai's features as she met Tsunade's gaze. "I am ready, Tsunade-sama," she affirmed, her voice carrying a resolute tone. "With the strength of my team and our unwavering resolve, we shall unravel the mystery that plagues Kurosawa village, and break through any obstacles in our way. I swear, by my life, the future of our village will return intact." Tsunade's eyes softened, an air of trust enveloping the room. "Very well," she conceded, her voice filled with a quiet confidence. "I look forward to your return, Kurenai. I believe you're a strong woman and it's good you are willing to pay heed to the Gainins, and I hope after this mission, you can believe in your children and entrust it to them. Their future is waiting, I can bet on it, Tsunade-sama." Shizune's timely interruption disrupted the conversation, her presence marked by the hushed whisper of paper meeting wood as she deposited yet another stack of documents upon Tsunade's desk, eliciting an unexpected flinch from the Hokage herself. All right, I get it, Shizune. Really, if you don't want me to say it, Then you should find me a good place and let me release some steam. This time, I'm sure I will win them all back." Ignoring the comedic antics between the teacher and student, with a bow of gratitude, Kurenai turned to depart, her steps infused with purpose and determination, yet a hint of envy couldn't help but arise in her heart. If only her student was as easy to get along with. Oh, it was but a wistful thought, for even her thoughts were no longer under her control. She could feel it, the palpable sense of devotion tingling through her veins, the brewing willingness to relinquish herself and give everything to him. Yet, she was left acutely aware that her allegiance had become an inescapable entanglement, where even the threads of her own existence were no longer subject to her command. Even now, within the depths of her being, there was a disconcerting absence of resistance. There was no escape, she could only belong to him sooner or later. With a determined shake of her head, Kurenai banished the melancholic tendrils of thought, refusing to succumb to the weight of sorrow that threatened to ensnare her, as she embraced a resolute focus on the task at hand. The mission to Kurosawa waited, and she would lead her team through the labyrinthine mysteries that awaited them, driven by a shared conviction to fulfill his purpose. The stage was set, the players poised, and the destiny of Kurosawa Village hung in the balance as the tale of Team 8 began to unfold. Will it be one of growth or tragedy? Chapter 84. Worries. The morning sun cast a warm glow over the village of Hidden Leaf Village, its golden rays filtering through the leaves of the surrounding trees. At the gates, a familiar figure emerged, clad in his signature attire. Shino had finally arrived, right on time. Waiting for him were his teammates, Hinata and Kiba. "Shino-kun," Hinata greeted, her head bowed as she peeked towards Shino, her face blushing as she recalled their intimate training recently. Kiba was dissatisfied, wondering what he had missed, but still greeted Shino, "Yo." He greeted them with a nod, a silent acknowledgement of their shared purpose. As they stood there, a rustle in the nearby foliage signaled the arrival of their sensei, Kurenai. Her graceful form emerged from the shadows, her eyes scanning her team with a mix of concern and anticipation. Her gaze lingered on Shino for a moment longer than the others, a flicker of something akin to melancholy passing through her eyes. "Good morning, everyone," Kurenai greeted, her voice calm as usual. "I'm sure you three read the briefing. Like the previous one, this mission will test your independence and decision-making skills, as you three will complete the mission without my assistance. I will be supervising you from the shadows, and I won't intervene until I deem your mission a failure or—" Kurenai paused, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. "If there are unfortunate circumstances." Hinata shifted uneasily, her eyes darting between her teammates. Kurenai continued, her voice steady but tinged with a sense of disappointment. "I trust that you will rise to the occasion, unlike the previous mission. Each task, no matter how simple it may seem, carries its own dangers. Treat this mission as a valuable learning experience, and don't forget what I have taught you. Never underestimate the unforeseen because danger can lurk in the most unsuspecting places." Kurenai's eyes flickered over to Shino, who betrayed no emotion in his stoic facade. "After considering the results of the previous mission, this time, I will be assigning Shino as the captain." Kurenai's degree suddenly rung out. "You're making Shino the captain?" Kiba protested, his voice laced with annoyance. "We all know I'm the better choice." Kurenai's gaze hardened, her voice firm yet tinged with a touch of sadness. "Kiba, leadership isn't just about skill. It's about trust, composure, and the ability to make difficult decisions. Shino has proven himself in these areas, and I believe in his capabilities, just like I believed in yours. It's time to give others a chance, Kiba." Shino remained silent, his expression unreadable behind his high-collared jacket. Although Kiba was the nominal leader, deep down, he had always carried the burden of leadership, even if silently. Now, he finally had a chance to come forth in the light. All right, I get it." Kiba, ever brash and impulsive, wore a scowl on his face, clearly displeased with the news. Kurenai's words had struck a chord within him, igniting his competitive spirit. After a brief pause, Kurenai's gaze softened, her voice filled with a mix of nostalgia and hope. "Do not be disappointed. All of you will eventually become leaders someday. But for now, I want you all to grow from this experience. Reflect on your actions and consider the consequences before you act." And Kurenai's gaze shifted between Hinata and Kiba, a mixture of affection and expectation evident in her eyes. She reached out and affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Hinata, you are strong, believe in yourself. You've already proven this to me, and many others will realize your efforts in time to come. Your kindness is never a demerit, your kindness is your strength. It will be your fuel for growth, allowing you to protect those you recognize." Hinata's face flushed with a mixture of gratitude and determination. "Yes, Kurenai-sensei. I will do my best to prove myself and protect." Hinata cutely bowed her head, her words trailing off as a red hue arose on her face. Kurenai's gaze flickered to Kiba, a mix of fond exasperation and concern. Kiba, remember to temper your eagerness with caution. I appreciate your confidence. Just don't underestimate the dangers that may lie ahead. There won't always be someone to carry the burden for your recklessness. Kiba couldn't resist interjecting, his impulsive nature surfacing once again. Man, Kurenai-sensei, you're awfully long-winded today. Don't worry, I've learned from my mistakes last time, and I'll make sure nothing goes wrong this time. Kurenai's gaze finally landed on Shino. I hope you three will support each other and grow into capable ninjas, even when I am no longer here to lead you. Her voice carried a hint of regret, as if speaking from a place of personal experience. Her past failures, the scars she bore, were etched into her words. She was not only cautioning them about the mission at hand but imparting a lesson born from her own mistakes. Hinata stepped forward, her voice filled with a newfound resolve. Kurenai-sensei, we will do our best. We won't disappoint you. And sensei will always be our sensei no matter what. A soft smile graced Kurenai's lips as she looked at her students. Remember, no matter where you go, I will always be watching over you. Team 8, set off. Yes, Kurenai-sensei. X3, with a shared determination, the trio responded to her command and dashed off into the forest, their footsteps fading into the distance as they embarked on their journey to Kurosawa village. Behind them, Kurenai watched their fading silhouettes, before turning her gaze towards Hidden Leaf village, her eyes lingering on her prosperous village. A sense of longing and sadness washed over her, particularly as her gaze turned towards the direction of the hospital. She sighed, her heart heavy with unspoken worries. In the end, she resolutely turned around, chasing after her students, the weight of her foreboding future etched in every step. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the brewing light of the rising sun filtered through the windows, casting a golden glow along the walls. The room was filled with an air of tension as Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, sat behind her desk, her hands clasped tightly together. Her eyes were fixed upon the document in front of her, a report summarizing the results of the recent council meeting. The lines on her forehead deepened as she absorbed the troubling contents. Standing nearby, Shizune held Tun-Tun, their small pig companion, and watched Tsunade with concern etched across her face. Unable to bear the silence any longer, she finally spoke up. Tsunade-sama, is something troubling you? You seem quite worried. Tsunade let out a frustrated tsk, her gaze still locked onto the report. It's hard not to be worried, Shizune. The advisors and some members of the council clearly targeted Shibi from the Aburame clan in the meeting this time. It speaks of the troublesome internal troubles we face here in Hidden Leaf village. Even in times like these, they can't stop their petty fighting. Shizune's brow furrowed as she recalled that Tsunade had already resolved the Aburame clan's complaint. Confusion etched across her face, she asked, but didn't you already take care of the Aburame clan's issue? Why are there still problems? Tsunade's sigh was heavy with weariness as she rubbed her temples, trying to ease the throbbing headache that had formed. Yes, I did resolve the diplomatic issue against external complaints. However, these old farts are not content with just that. They want to continue playing their political games, seeking personal gain whenever they can. And I have a hunch that this event must have that man's secret push behind it. Trouble is brewing, Shizune. Clearly, the dirty old man wants to spite the Aburame clan after failing to get what he wanted. Shizune fell silent, her mind spinning with the implications of Tsunade's words. After a brief pause, she finally mustered the courage to ask the question that had been lingering in her mind. Tsunade-sama, what about teammates' mission? Will there be any problems with their departure? Tsunade's weary gaze met Shizune's concerned eyes. She let out another heavy sigh, her voice filled with a mix of worry and frustration. That, Shizune, is what truly worries me. Lately, I've had this nagging feeling that I've missed a crucial link, and I believe it has something to do with teammates' movements. And now, I can't help but suspect that man's secret interference behind it all. Shizune's brows knitted together, her voice laced with concern. Why did you let Kurenai intake on a mission if you suspected something was amiss, Tsunade-sama? The atmosphere in the Hokage's office grew even more tense, the shadows deepening around Tsunade as she continued to grapple with her worries. She cast a weary gaze at Shizune, her face etched with a mix of determination and fear. I wanted Team 8 to lay low within the village, Tsunade began, her voice tinged with frustration, but we both know that option is never truly available to ninjas, especially not with that man lurking in the shadows. He always finds a way to forcefully assign missions. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, exhaustion evident in her every movement. She took a moment to gather her thoughts before responding. I thought about it carefully, Shizune. Kurenai is a capable and experienced ninja. I believe that if there truly was trouble, she would be able to handle it. Besides, we cannot let fear paralyze us, and they can't guard against that man's schemes forever. It's best to lead the snake out from the dark, and perhaps the hunter may become the prey. So, allowing Kurenai to take on a mission was the choice I made. As Tsunade sat up once more, her eyes flickering with a mixture of apprehension and determination. This time, teammate ventured far from the village. It's a prime opportunity for that man to make a move. But his methods are dubious, and I can never guess what is truly on his twisted mind. After his repeated setbacks, I fear that this time he might cross a line we can't ignore. It's best if nothing happens, but we can't afford to gamble on this, eh? Tsunade-sama actually said she couldn't afford to gamble? Shizun's shocked voice echoed in room, accompanied by Tantan's surprise, but... Be serious, Shizun. Tsunade reprimanded, her hand patting the report on her desk, drawing Shizun's attention back to the topic at hand. Ahem. Realizing the weight of their predicament, Shizun's mind calmed down and raced for a solution. Tsunade-sama, perhaps we should consider sending some Anbu to watch over Team 8. They can provide support if needed, and we can trust their loyalty to the village. Tsunade shook her head, a deep furrow forming on her forehead. I wish it were that simple, Shizun. The clean ones in Anbu are all dispatched with their respective tasks, and we can never be certain if that man has subordinates among the rest of the Anbu ranks. Their support could become meaningless, or even worse, be used against us. A heavy silence descended upon the room, broken only by the peculiar but and doink sounds of Tantan, the small piglet, as it looked back and forth between Tsunade and Shizun, seemingly trying to contribute to the discussion in its own unique way. Both their eyes darted to Tantan for a moment, their head nodding, as if understanding the mystical pig language. Tsunade-sama. Shizun began tentatively, perhaps we can listen to Tantan and explore another option. We can send a separate group to support Team 8, one that we can trust implicitly and who would never compromise the safety of Team 8. I believe I have the perfect team in mind. Tsunade's interest was piqued, her gaze locked onto Shizun. Oh? Is it the same one I'm thinking of, Shizun? Chapter 85, Raise the Flag. The moon hung high in the velvety night sky, casting an ethereal glow over the tranquil Kurosawa village. Shino, Kiba, and Hinata found themselves nestled inside a small thatched hut, their eyes fixed on the door. They had arrived earlier that day, assigned by their sensei, Kurenai, to unravel the mystery of the village's mysterious disappearances. The chief had told them that every morning, when the villagers woke up, they would find that some of their fellow inhabitants had vanished without a trace. The conclusion: the disappearances occur overnight. The choice of day and victim was seemingly random. And there are no signs of struggle or forced entry. It's as if they were plucked from their homes. There wasn't much to work with, even with their ninja detection skills. So, the trio waited by the stump for the rabbit. As they waited, tension hung heavy in the air. Kiba, restless as ever, struck up a conversation with Hinata, their voices hushed in the quietude of the night. Don't worry, Hinata. With me leading the way, we'll crack this case wide open. I promise we'll gain independence from Kurenai-sensei after this mission, he proclaimed with his characteristic bravado. Arf. Arf. Akamaru offered his support. Shino, adjusting his glasses with a thoughtful expression, interjected. Actually, Kurenai-sensei appointed me as the leader for this mission. To everyone's surprise, Kiba didn't interrupt or challenge Shino's claim. For once. He merely waved his hand dismissively and responded, all right, if you say so. Lead the way, Captain Bug Eyes. It seemed the previous mission left a shadow over Kiba's confidence in his role as a captain. The night became deeper, the moon seemingly obscured, cloaking the villager in a shroud of darkness. The trio huddled closer, their senses heightened. However, a strange drowsiness began to creep over Kiba and Hinata, their eyelids growing heavy. Shino's eyes squinted, his insects also affected by the lethargy. Yet, his main consciousness remained unaffected, allowing him to utilize his other hidden bugs in the outside the village as vigilant sentries. As Shino surveyed the silent village through the eyes of his tiny bugs he scattered in the area, he noticed something peculiar. Some villagers emerged from their homes, walking with an eerie, hypnotic rhythm, as if entranced by an invisible force. Sleepwalking? Karina, can you detect anything? Shino, there are no signs of intruders, but there is a trace of unknown compounds scattered through the air. Also, the sound bugs have detected an anomalous frequency spreading throughout the village. This sound doesn't seem to be detectable by normal ears, and it may be the cause behind the sleepwalking behavior. It seems there may be a mastermind behind this seemingly normal incident. Interesting. Shino, it won't be anything you can't solve. I believe in you. Now, focus on our mission, my dear. It's time to go deeper, determined to unveil the truth. Shino trailed behind the sleepwalkers, treading cautiously into the depths of the Jafuku Mountains, into an uncharted forest. The moonlight filtered through the dense canopy above, casting intermittent patches of illumination upon the forest floor. Shino's insects served as his eyes and ears, transmitting crucial information back to him. Their buzzing whispers carried to his mind, relaying the sight that sent a chill down his spine. In the heart of the forest, Shino's bugs bore witness to an unsettling spectacle. The sleepwalking villagers stood in a circle, their gazes vacant, as if lost in a trance. They were surrounded by a cluster of exotic flowers, their vibrant colors a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding them. These were no ordinary flowers, they pulsated with an otherworldly energy, their scent both intoxicating and sinister. As Shino watched, a wave of shock washed over him. He didn't recognize these flowers, okay, nothing to be surprised about. All those protagonists shocked over every sight, and he's about to become one of them. Now, it was time to escape the cliché by. Karina, got any record of them in the database? Shino, after searching the database, there is no match with images archived so far, but the closest match would be your image of Jafaka flowers in your memories. Could this be the place we are looking for, Jafaka Forest? No way. You're telling me our bugs searched far and wide, but failed to find even a single trace, yet a random mission led us right to the core? Shino, it's because we didn't delegate enough resources for the search. Ever since our expansion, we've reduced the investment for small side projects like this one. After all, it was dubious whether Furafuki actually existed as a threat, it was purely speculations. The perfect way for an author who enjoys including a bunch of boring words to hype up the event, only for the reader to discover later that it was nonsense used to pad word count. Shino, but our life isn't a story. Otherwise, how would Karina roll her tongue like this, and how about this, ahem. Let's focus on the mission, Karina. It's time to pick the flower. His curiosity propelled him forward, urging his bugs to venture closer, desperate to uncover the truth. But just as one of his insects inched closer to observe the mysterious flowers, a cackling voice sliced through the stillness, locking his bug in place. Shino's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. His bug had been discovered. In the depths of the moonlit forest, a figure emerged from the shadows, an old witch with an amazing appearance that sent a shiver down his spine, causing his little brother to wither. Her elderly frame was clad in a kimono, its colors muted and faded, mirroring the weariness etched upon her face. Dull light brown hair framed her bespectacled countenance, and a sharp nose jutted out, accentuating her piercing gaze. Time had left its indelible mark, etching wrinkles upon her withered skin, a testament to the weight of her years. Now, I can't have you little thing return to report to your owner, can I? Her voice hissed with an ancient wisdom. With a swift motion, she crushed the insect beneath her gnarled foot. It seems she will be more troublesome than he thought. No doubt about it, Furafuki. The name resonated within Shino's mind, a flicker of recognition dancing at the periphery of his consciousness. In the annals of the original anime, she was a Hidden Leaf Village medical nin, a seemingly unremarkable presence. But in an alternate reality, from a particular fan fiction, her path had diverged, leading her down a treacherous path of betrayal and invasion. Jealousy, especially towards Tsunade, the catalyst that warped her heart and drove her to defect from Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, as Shino's gaze fell upon her final visage displayed on a holographic interface, a tinge of uncertainty clouded his thoughts. Was this the same Furafuki from the anime? But the tainted insects within his clan had provided him with a different conclusion. However, regardless of her allegiance, one thing remained certain. Furafuki had sealed her own fate by crossing paths with Shino. In his eyes, it matters not if his victim was good or evil, the result is the same, his nourishment. Unbeknownst to the unsuspecting Furafuki, her belief that she had thwarted the leakage of crucial details by crushing Shino's bug was naively misguided, for she could never have fathomed the formidable power of his Zerg network, capable of real-time transmission of information across vast distances. Damn the old witch. How dare she negatively affect little Shino? Shino, how would you like to handle her? Karina suggests sending out the Cleaner Legion, clean this old witch and leave no corpse behind. Calm down, Karina. It was just a sudden shock. We just need to work a bit harder, and everything will be back to normal. But I do agree, let's just clean her up. But wait until later. After all, we have special guests to entertain. Understood, target Jafaka Forest and Furafuki scheduled for removal by the Legion. And a wonderful play has been prepared to entertain the special guests. Lord Shino, please sit back and relax. Karina will show you a wonderful performance. How wonderful can it be? It's just a swarm of Zergs overwhelming a poor old ninja with numbers. There's nothing interesting. Oh, I see. Unbeknownst to Team 8, a sinister scheme was unfolding in the shadows, hidden from sight. Silhouettes clad in darkness lurked within the dense forest, their watchful eyes fixated upon the humble thatched hut where the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi resided. Tension hung heavy in the air as the hidden figures prepared to set their plan into motion. One of the ninjas, his voice authoritative yet devoid of emotion, broke the silence. "Are all of them there?" he inquired, his tone cutting through the stillness. A voice, tinged with secrecy, replied from the darkness, "Yes, they are all present. Even the Jonin is hidden amongst the villagers." The leader, his presence commanding, pressed for confirmation. "Are you certain that it is his real body?" Another voice, shrouded in mystery, responded with certainty. "Positive. The target has displayed signs of utilizing non-Aburame ninjutsus multiple times throughout their journey here." Curiosity lingered in the air as the other voice raised an important question. "But what if it's a shadow clone?" The response, delivered with a hint of certainty, echoed through the darkness. "There's a low chance of that. He carries his bugs on his body, an amount his shadow clone's chakra may not be able to sustain, a telltale sign of his true presence." Silence enveloped the hidden group as the leader contemplated their next move. After a moment, his cold and calculating voice pierced the air. "We have received word that there may be interference soon. You know how his orders work, there is no room for failure. Our numbers are enough, and formations are in place to counter each of them. Nothing can go wrong. Proceed with the plan." With a shared understanding, the silent ninjas dispersed, their movements as quiet as the night itself. Like phantoms, they infiltrated the village, each step inching them closer to their intended goal. Their presence concealed within the darkness, their intentions shrouded in secrecy, the hidden figures moved with precision and purpose, ready to execute their carefully crafted plan. But how many flags were raised tonight? How many of those flags were for victory? And how many of them were death flags? Chapter 86, The Entangling Rukongai village lay shrouded in the silence and darkness of the early morning. The thatched hut, nestled amidst the serene surroundings, seemed to hold a mysterious tension. Inside, Shino's clone sat cross-legged, his eyes snapping open with a sudden intensity. His bugs had already sensed their approach, and he muttered to himself, "It has begun." A couple of bugs emerged from the slumbering forms of Hinata, Kiba, and his pet, Akamaru. The insects scurried out from their mouths and noses, signaling the completion of their mission and the awakening of their hosts. Hinata, leaning against Shino's shoulder, blinked her eyes a few times before her consciousness fully returned. Slowly, her gaze traveled around the hut before locking onto Shino, whose unwavering eyes were fixed upon her. Shino.kun as Shino-kun. A blush crept up her face as she realized their ambiguous position, causing her cheeks to turn a deep shade of red like a ripe apple before she passed out again, overcome with shyness and embarrassment. Shino's eye twitched in response, and he gently laid Hinata down on the ground, murmuring to himself, "Perhaps I shouldn't have gone so far." Meanwhile, Kiba, who had been sprawled on the ground with his rear in the air, opened his eyes and found his face planted against the ground, staring blankly at the dirt beneath him. With a sudden burst of energy, he bounced up, spitting out a couple mouthful of dirt, growling angrily, "Which jerk put me to sleep in such an undignified posture?" Standing up, Shino adjusted his glasses, his voice calm yet authoritative. "We have more pressing matters to attend to than your sleeping Arf." Arf. Just before finished speaking, Akamaru's warning barks pierced the air, interrupting him. A deep frown formed on Kiba's face as he strained to hear the sounds, his hand instinctively clutching his head as if plagued by a sudden pain. He muttered under his breath, "Why is the pain back at a time like this?" But in mere moments, Kiba's attention shifted to Shino, who had picked up Hinata in his arms. Alarm washed over him, and he yelled out in a mix of concern and frustration, "What are you doing, Shino? Put her down." Shino cast a quick glance in Kiba's direction, his expression unreadable. Without uttering a word, he kicked a hole in the wall of the thatched hut and leaped out, taking off into the distance with Hinata cradled safely in his arms. Behind him, the fragile hut collapsed inward, followed by a series of explosions that sent tremors through the air. The piercing screams of Kiba mixed with the annoying yaps of Akamaru, echoing from within the wreckage. Shino-oh. Moments later, the chaos subsided as Kiba and Akamaru burst through the remnants of the collapsed hut. Rubbles danced through the air and clattered to the ground as they crashed into the village's dirt ground, Kiba's outfit faintly charred from the recent explosions. Growling fiercely, he fixed his gaze upon the masked ninjas clad in standard black cloaks who had suddenly appeared, surrounding him and Akamaru. "Damn you." While Kiba dealt with the new arrivals, Shino pressed on, his feet carrying him swiftly through the narrow streets of the village. His sharp eyes scanned the rooftops, tracing the movements of the agile ninjas who pursued him relentlessly, their silhouettes zipping through the air. With one hand securely holding Hinata's waist, the other swiftly formed a series of seals. Water style, water gun. Shino's command accompanied the swift formation of hand signs. A glob of water materialized within his mouth, and he spat it out towards Hinata's unconscious face. Her shy antics were cute in a peaceful environment, but on the battlefield, it's a burdensome joke. The cold splash of water doused the sleeping princess's face, jolting Hinata awake, her head cutely shaking off the droplets as her consciousness returned. Blinking rapidly, Hinata's gaze settled on Shino, who was close by, his unwavering eyes fixed upon her. A faint blush tinted her cheeks as she registered their close proximity once again. However, before she could succumb to her embarrassment, Shino's cold voice cut through the air, "Don't pass out, Hinata, there are enemies to face." As if a switch had been flipped, Hinata's blushing countenance faded, replaced by a determined expression. Her Byakugan, the iconic bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, activated in an instant. Veins pulsated around her eyes as she surveyed their surroundings, her gaze sweeping over the masked figures closing in. "We are already surrounded, Shino-kun," Hinata reported calmly, her voice tinged with a sense of urgency. Shino skidded to a halt, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. His gaze pierced through the veil of the imminent danger, fixating upon the multitude of masked ninjas squatting on nearby buildings. Behind them, the pursuers closed in, perching on rooftops and narrow roads, effectively sealing off any possible escape routes. The trap had been set, and Shino and Hinata found themselves at the center. Gently placing Hinata back on her feet, Shino turned to her, his voice calm yet brimming with anticipation. "Can you do it, Hinata?" he asked, his unwavering gaze locked on the enemies. A determined glint shone in Hinata's eyes as she raised her hand, assuming a poised stance. Her gentle fist clenched, ready to unleash the formidable techniques honed through her rigorous training. "No problem, Shino-kun," she responded, her voice filled with quiet confidence. She was prepared to fight alongside her teammate, to protect her team. And each other, no matter the odds they faced. The stage was set for an intense confrontation as Shino and Hinata stood poised on the precipice of battle, surrounded by a ring of adversaries. The air crackled with anticipation as the masked ninjas closed in. Meanwhile, Kurenai, the crimson-eyed beauty, stood firm amidst the chaos. Two masked ninjas encircled her, one positioned in front and the other at her back. Her scarlet gaze calmly scanned their figures, her mind already racing with questions. "Who sent you?" she inquired, her voice laced with an unwavering determination. The silence that followed Kurenai's question spoke volumes. She had already deduced the answer, and a bitter taste settled on her lips as she muttered under her breath, "It's him, isn't it? Why can't he let go of my student?" The masked ninjas offered no response, their intentions clear as they closed in on Kurenai with swift, calculated movements. Kunai glinted in their hands, poised for an imminent strike. But Kurenai stood her ground, her gaze unwavering as she brought her own kunai up, intercepting their assault with both hands. A metallic clang reverberated through the air as the clash of weapons echoed in the turmoil. With deft precision, Kurenai utilized the rebound force from the collision, sliding back across the ground. Her face, once serene, now became a mask of determination. She glanced upward, her eyes locking onto her assailants. Seals formed in her hand as her body began to sink into the earth, melding with the very ground beneath her. The two masked ninjas found themselves momentarily trapped, their movements hindered by Kurenai's skillful genjutsu. Kurenai emerged from the earth behind them. Her own kunai aimed for their throats, she declared with unwavering resolve, "This is the end." In a stunning turn of events, both masked ninjas abruptly twisted around, their kunai plunging into Kurenai's body. Shock washed over her crimson eyes as she realized her genjutsu had failed. It was a trap, meticulously set to counter her every move. Once again. But her previous failure had finally engraved an unforgettable lesson in her mind. As a puff of smoke erupted, leaving the masked ninjas momentarily bewildered, Kurenai's form had vanished. It was a shadow clone. The eyes concealed behind their masks widened in surprise as they swiftly disengaged, their backs pressed against each other as they warily surveyed their surroundings. Huddled in the shadows behind the protective walls of a nearby thatched hut, Kurenai Yui bit her lip, a mixture of frustration and self-mockery coursing through her thoughts. "Why does everyone seem to be immune to my genjutsu these days?" she muttered, her voice laced with a hint of bitter disappointment. "My genjutsu master title can just go in the trash." She couldn't help but question the worth of her title as a master of genjutsu, feeling as though it held no value in the face of her recent encounters. As her eyes scanned her surroundings, a peculiar sight caught her attention. A transparent bug crawled along the wall of the nearby hut. If not for the mysterious connection she shared with these creatures, she would have easily overlooked it. As her hands began to seal, Kurenai's narrowed gaze reflected her inner turmoil, the puzzle pieces of the situation slowly falling into place. Suddenly, a kunai whizzed through the air, propelled by a swift and deadly force. An explosive tag dangled from its handle, trailing a fiery path. It passed right in front of Kurenai's face, the heat of the impending explosion brushing against her skin. The resulting blast ripped through the thatched hut, reducing it to a crumbling mass of debris. The sleeping inhabitants within, unaware of the impending danger, were tragically silenced as the weight of the collapsing structure claimed their lives. The ground beneath them became stained with crimson, a trail of red seeping out from beneath the rubble, a stark reminder of the brutality of the battle. Unyielding and resolute, Kurenai emerged from the ground, kneeling on one knee with the grace born of years of experience. She brushed charred bandages off her body, the remnants of an earlier encounter. Her gaze locked onto the two assailants before her, her teeth gritted in determination. "I should have known," she declared, her voice tinged with a mix of calmness and realization. "Immunity to my Genjutsu. A Burame clan. But there is no reason for them to target him. So, you two must be under the influence of that man." With their identities laid bare, the two masked ninjas abandoned all pretense. Bugs began to flow out from their bodies, forming a swirling swarm that danced menacingly around them. Kurenai's expression softened into a meek smile, a touch of irony tugging at her lips. "Not even bothering to hide it," she remarked, her voice laced with both resignation and determination. "It seems you have no intention of letting me leave here alive today." Chapter 87, countered on the village's dirt road, nestled between rows of quaint thatched houses, a tense standoff unfolded. Shino and Hinata stood back to back, their senses sharpened to the encircling masked ninjas. The air was heavy with an eerie silence, broken only by the faint rustle of leaves and the distant chirping of crickets. The menacing presence exuded by their adversary sent shivers down Hinata's spine, beads of sweat trickling down her face, as she gazed out at the hostile figures. A sudden surge of movement shattered the stillness. Swish! Shurikens whizzed through the air, hurtling toward Shino and Hinata with deadly accuracy. In a display of their honed reflexes, the duo swiftly drew their kunai, expertly deflecting the projectiles. Metal clashed against metal, the clash of blades serving as a stark testament to their unwavering resolve. However, the initial assault was only the prelude to a more formidable attack. The masked ninjas, undeterred by their thwarted shurikens, closed in, their kunai glinting ominously in the fading light. As the metallic blade sliced through the air, seeking to pierce the duo from every angle, Shino's mind quickly found a solution. "Stay close, Hinata," Shino whispered, his voice a calm undercurrent amidst the chaos. With a low hum, insects erupted from Shino's body, forming a protective dome barrier around them, its surface gleaming with a layer of chakra. The insects swirled and buzzed, their presence an intimidating spectacle that struck fear into the hearts of their assailants. Shino's eyes narrowed in anticipation, expecting the masked ninjas to fall into his trap. Yet, to his surprise, they hesitated, their hands poised to breach the insect-infested barrier, before swiftly retreating, their hands hidden behind their backs. A flicker of unease crossed Shino's face, the realization loomed before him. His adversaries were aware of the threat his insects posed and had taken precautions to counter them. With a swift motion, Shino's body twisted around, his strength propelling Hinata to the ground. Hinata's eyes widened in shock as she stumbled, her gaze meeting Shino's intense stare. Before she could voice her confusion, another wave of bugs surged, enveloping them in a protective cocoon. Boom! 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 Explosions reverberated through the air, the force tearing through the outer layer of Shino's insect dome. The bugs scattered, leaving behind multiple gaps in the once impenetrable mass. Even the secondary barrier's outer layer had been charred, revealing the strains of battle. Shino's eyes glinted with a calculated resolve as he muttered to himself, "Thank goodness for fire-resistant bugs." Naturally, he had anticipated his bug's weakness and had made provisions accordingly. The scars of battle adorned his protective defenses, a testament to his unwavering dedication to protecting his comrade. And perhaps future waifu? As the dust settled, Shino's gaze settled upon Hinata, laying below him, her face flushed with the heat of the intense skirmish. However, there were no fluctuations in Shino's emotions, his voice was calm yet resolute. "Hinata, we must split up," he urged, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Hinata opened her mouth to protest, but Shino's finger gently pressed against her lips, silencing her before she could voice her concerns. "They are after me," Shino continued, his eyes gleaming with a keen awareness. "It would be too dangerous for us to stay together. By separating, we can divide their attention and increase our chances of survival." Hinata's eyes searched his face, her expression a mix of worry and determination. She understood the gravity of the situation and knew Shino was right, but the thought of parting ways filled her with apprehension. She reached out, her hand trembling slightly, as if wanting to anchor herself to him. However, her hand faltered, unable to halt his departure. Her eyes averted, and in a soft voice, barely audible, she vowed, "I will grow stronger and won't be a burden next time, Shino-kun." Shino shook his head, his voice steady and unwavering. "Hinata, you are strong. You just don't realize it yet," he affirmed, his words carrying a profound belief in her untapped potential. With those parting words lingering in the air, Shino vanished into the night, his wave of bugs providing a veil of concealment. As Hinata rose to her feet, her gaze fixed upon the fading silhouette of Shino as most of the encroaching group of ninjas redirected their attention towards him. In a hushed voice, she whispered, "Stay safe." Her eyes swept across the charred ground, the remnants of battle strewn around her. Dead bugs lay scattered, a testament to the ferocity of the skirmish. With a determined grip on her fist, Hinata locked her gaze upon the remaining enemies. Her palms raised, she declared in a voice filled with fierce resolve, "Come." The ninjas encircled her silently, their movements calculated and precise. They formed seals with their hands, channeling their chakra with deadly intent. Puff! 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 A thick shroud of smoke billowed around Hinata, engulfing the area in an impenetrable haze. Her eyes widened in astonishment, her body instinctively tensing as more chakra signatures materialized before her in all directions. As the smoke began to dissipate, her heart pounded in her chest as an intimidating scene revealed itself, a legion of enemies encircling her, their gazes fixated on her. The sheer number of adversaries was staggering, a disorienting sight that tested the limits of her resolve. Her breath quickening, Hinata's Byakugan strained to deduce the real from the illusion, but no difference could be seen amidst the sea of replicas. A realization struck her with a jolt, causing her hands to tremble slightly. "Shadow clones?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with a mix of astonishment and concern. Meanwhile, back at teammates' resting place, the remnants of a once thriving thatched house lay in ruins, reduced to a pile of rubble. Amidst the chaos, Kiba in Yuzuka stood tall, rubbing his nose with a grin on his face. The masked ninjas surrounded him, their eyes hidden behind their veiled expressions. Kiba's body instinctively lowered to all fours, his canine partner Akamaru growling fiercely at his side. "Ha! Looks like I've stumbled upon quite the welcoming committee," Kiba declared in a confident tone, his voice laced with a hint of excitement. "You guys really shouldn't have gone to all this trouble just for me." Akamaru bared his teeth, mirroring Kiba's determination. In a puff of smoke, the loyal K-Knight transformed into a perfect replica of his human companion. The two Inuzuka partners shared a brief, knowing glance before springing into action. "Grrr." Akamaru's growl seemed to send a signal, prompting both him and Kiba to swiftly dodge out of harm's way. Just as they evaded, two pairs of hands burst out from the ground, narrowly missing their intended target. With an unwavering grin on his face, Kiba proclaimed, "Ha! I won't fall for such a simple trick again." He beckoned to Akamaru, ready to unleash their signature move. "Fang over fang." Kiba's voice reverberated through the chaotic scene as the duo spun rapidly, their bodies transforming into a formidable tornado. The enemy ninjas swiftly evaded the attack, but the relentless duo's tornado continued its relentless pursuit, changing its trajectory and drilling towards their target. Realizing the imminent danger, the masked ninjas exchanged a knowing glance before nodding in unison. In perfect synchrony, they raised their hands and tugged on a hidden wire. The sound of wires slicing through the air echoed as spiky wire traps emerged from the ground, forming a deadly net that attached to the surrounding thatched huts for support. Kiba and Akamaru had no time to alter their trajectory. They crashed headlong into the treacherous wire net, their bodies entangled within its unforgiving embrace. The net became taut, but it held steadfast, refusing to yield. The masked ninjas, their hands now bleeding from the strain despite wearing gloves, began reeling in the net, dashing towards each other in a crisscross formation, swiftly closing the gap of the net and trapping their prey. The drilling duo came to an abrupt stop, their bodies covered in scratches and cuts, blood seeping from their wounds caused by their own ability. Kiba's anger grew as he stared at the taunting wire net, cursing under his breath, "Damn." He attempted to slice through the wires with his razor-sharp nails, but his efforts proved futile. Growling with frustration, Kiba locked eyes with the masked ninjas surrounding him. His voice carried the mixture of fury and curiosity as he demanded answers. "Who sent you? And why do you seem so familiar with dealing with our Inuzuka clan?" As Kiba demanded answers, the masked ninja's silent response came in the form of their raised hands, each holding a kunai attached with a menacing explosive tag. In another battlefield, exhaustion clung to Kurenai as she slid back across the ground, her body trembling and sweat streaming down her face, but her relentless adversary showed no mercy, their swarm of relentless bugs crashing upon her position like a relentless wave. With a burst of agility, Kurenai evaded their assault once more, swiftly tossing out a kunai adorned with an explosive tag. The resulting explosion temporarily disrupted a part of the insect wave, but it quickly reformed, surging forward with unwavering determination. With a short delay, Kurenai completed her seals, intending to burrow into the safety of the earth and escape the overwhelming swarm. Moments later, her widened eyes revealed a shocking revelation. In an instant, she retreated from the ground, resurfacing to the perilous reality that the bugs were already seeking entry into her body. Kneeling on one knee, her features contorted with pain, Kurenai locked her crimson gaze onto the relentless insects crawling out from the ground, coiling around her legs and trapping her in place. A soft mutter escaped her lips, tinged with both frustration and admiration. You even hid them underground. The two masked ninjas remained silent, their control over the swarm unwavering as they commanded it to descend upon Kurenai. Facing the specter of death, her red eyes burned with a defiance unyielding to fear. Perhaps this grim fate was preferable to a life of eternal servitude. In a sudden twist of fate, a familiar voice reverberated behind Kurenai, commanding attention. Fire style, ash pile burning. The words echoed through the chaos, accompanied by a burst of gunpowder that billowed forth, shrouding the onslaught of bugs. Strong arms encircled Kurenai's waist, breaking her free from the insects and pulling her back with a reassuring strength. A metallic clink resonated as a spark ignited, setting the gunpowder ablaze. Boom! The ensuing explosion rang out, its thunderous sound mirroring the rhythm of her pounding heart. Sorry I'm late, Kurenai, the familiar voice murmured, laden with a mix of relief and determination. Through the swirling flames, a flicker of hope danced before Kurenai's eyes, and a faint smile graced her lips as she leaned against the warmth of his chest. Without even needing to glance, she already knew the identity of her savior. No. It's fine as long as you're here. Asuma. Chapter 88, Support. A grunt suddenly escaped Asuma's lips, his brows furrowing with an underlying discomfort that didn't escape Kurenai's watchful gaze. Concern laced her voice as she began, Asuma, you're. But she was abruptly cut off by Asuma, his voice firm and resolute as he dismissed her worry. I'm fine, Kurenai, still fully capable of dealing with others. Determined not to be a hindrance, Kurenai summoned her strength despite the gnawing pain in her body, her legs aching with each movement as she steadied herself, clutching a kunai tightly in her hand. She declared with a fierce determination, I won't hold you back. Chakra blades twirled and danced in Asuma's grip as he brandished them, a hint of amusement tugging at the corners of his lips. He chuckled, his voice filled with a steadfast assurance, I've never seen you as a burden, Kurenai. Not in the past, not now, and not in our future. A soft smile graced Kurenai's lips, her crimson eyes fixated on the smoky battlefield that stretched out before them. As the murky haze dissipated, the scarred road, bearing the brunt of the earlier explosion, revealed itself. Not far away, the Aburame masked ninjas stood seemingly unscathed, their charred attire revealing the toll of their encounter. However, the charred remains of their fallen insect companions littered the ground, a testament to the effectiveness of Asuma's abilities. Although the masked ninjas harbored a reservoir of bugs within themselves, they refrained from releasing them, knowing the imminent threat of Kurenai's Ganjutsu. Their hands tightly gripped their typeless Tanto, double-edged katanas that beckoned for battle. Under the gentle glow of the rising sun, the four combatants locked eyes in an eerie silence, a fleeting moment of understanding passing between them. Without a single word exchanged, a silent agreement hung in the air. In the background, the rickety thatched hut trembled as the wind brushed against it. With a sudden crackle, the battered house finally crumbled, a rumble accompanied its return to the earth, reincarnating into the signal for the beginning of an arduous battle. And with a flicker of movement, all four warriors engaged in a flurry of close combat, blades clashing amidst the chaos. On another battlefield, trapped within the confines of a menacing spiky wire net, Kiba and Akamaru gazed wide-eyed at the masked ninjas brandishing explosive tags in their hands, a sense of impending doom hanging in the air. Desperate to break free, Kiba struggled against the unyielding net, only to watch in helpless anticipation as the explosive tags ignited, ready to be hurled towards him. In a moment of panicked realization, Kiba's expression suddenly transformed from fear to a mischievous grin. Yo, you're late, he called out, his voice laced with a mix of relief and playful annoyance. Caught off guard by Kiba's sudden change in demeanor, the masked ninjas raised their vigilance, preparing for a hasty retreat. However, their movements came to an abrupt halt as they discovered an unexpected restriction. Their eyes traced downward, widening in shock as they beheld long strands of darker shadows entangling with their own, a stark contrast to the sunlit battlefield. Following the shadowy tendrils, their gaze led them to a young man kneeling on one knee, his spiky ponytail raising up like the flag of counterattack. His hands formed the distinctive rat sign, with his right index and middle fingers extended, entwining with their counterparts while the left index finger remained atop them. A knowing smile adorned Shikamaru's face as he declared, Hey! Shadow imitation jutsu, success. Tick. Tock boom. The resounding boom of explosions and the cacophony of screams filled the air, signaling the demise of the masked ninjas and heralding the dawn of their counterattack. Freed from the confining net, Kiba landed on all fours, waving his fists in mock anger at Shikamaru. Shikamaru! You could have come a bit sooner. Kiba exclaimed, his voice laced with both annoyance and gratitude. I could smell you from a mile away. Why did you take so long to take action? I had to endure unnecessary pain. Arf. Arf. Akamaru jointly filed his complaint. Shikamaru rose to his feet, his expression dull as he stared at the breathtaking sky, a vivid tapestry of colors emerging with the approaching dawn. He scratched his head, his voice carrying a hint of resignation. It was less troublesome this way, he muttered, his words a testament to his unique philosophy. Kiba rolled his eyes, a mixture of exasperation and curiosity in his voice. Fine, fine. But why are you here, Shikamaru? Shikamaru's gaze met Kiba's, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Lord Godame sent us. We're here as secret support for your team, just in case something goes wrong. The Hokage? Kiba let out an exasperated sigh, frustration lacing his words. Why send us on a mission if she already knows we're going to be attacked? Shikamaru's eyes dulled as he met Kiba's gaze, his response laden with the weight of unspoken considerations. Lord Godame has her reasons. Kiba stared at Shikamaru, awaiting his explanation, but the ensuing silence let Kiba realize his friend's lazy habit kicked in once more. Kiba's bored voice filled the air. Fine, what now? Calmly, Shikamaru surveyed the chaotic battleground in the distance, where the sounds of battle still echoed. We should go support the others, he said matter-of-factly. Kiba's eyes widened in realization. That's right. Hinata still needs help. But Shikamaru shook his head, dispelling Kiba's worry. No need to fret about Hinata. Choji and Ino are already there. Kiba breathed a sigh of relief at the news. Shikamaru continued, his gaze shifting to a new concern. We should perhaps go support your teacher instead. Asuma went to aid her, but I'm worried. Curiosity piqued, Kiba probed further. Why? What's the matter? Shikamaru's voice held a tinge of apprehension. Asuma hasn't fully recovered from his injuries during the prison break. He was supposed to be recovering in the hospital, but when he found out I was coming to support Team 8, he insisted on joining us, despite our persuasion. Kiba nodded in understanding, his expression a mix of empathy and resignation. Well, you know their relationship. It's no surprise. Ah, just troublesome, Shikamaru grumbled under his breath, his irritation evident, before continuing. On the way here, Asuma rushed us, claiming he had a foreboding feeling. But that haste caused his wounds to reopen. Now, I'm truly worried about their situation. With a burst of excitement, Kiba declared, his voice brimming with determination. What are we waiting for, Shikamaru? Let's go support them. Akamaru. He turned to Akamaru, instructing his faithful companion to sniff the air for direction. This way. Shikamaru muttered with a frown, a touch of annoyance in his voice. What a drag. Reluctantly, he chased after Kiba, his mind preoccupied with concerns. I hope nothing goes wrong. On a crowded battlefield, Hinata's palms moved with a rapid grace, slicing through the air with thin, sharp chakra blades. The incoming enemies fell one by one, dissipating into puffs of smoke. It was her protecting 8 trigram 64 bombs, created through her own comprehension of the Hyuga clan's renowned taijutsu technique. But as the wave of shadow clones vanished, a torrent of ninjutsu surged forward, forcing Hinata to interrupt her technique and swiftly dodge out of harm's way. The assault was relentless, an unyielding deluge that sought to crush her spirit. Her evasion was successful, but her respite was short-lived, as a fresh onslaught of shadow clones came from all directions. They pressed on relentlessly, denying her any moment of reprieve, closing in with the intent to deliver a final blow if she betrays even a single opening. Hinata's brow furrowed in concentration as she strained to fend off their relentless attacks. Despite the Hyuga clan's legendary prowess in taijutsu, Hinata found herself struggling to repel their advances entirely. Each strike she parried left her vulnerable to the next onslaught, leaving her trapped within the suffocating confines of the encirclement. Desperation gnawed at her resolve as she sought a way to overcome the relentless assault. Her eyes flickered with a mix of determination and weariness, as she weighed her options. The protective trigram technique loomed in her mind, a formidable defense capable of warding off even the most relentless of attacks. But it came with a heavy price, draining her stamina and pushing her body to its limits, especially when used repeatedly or for an extended duration. So, Hinata could only use it sparingly. Even so, as the battle wore on, Hinata's breath came in ragged gasps, her body drenched in sweat, a testament to her relentless exertion. Every movement became a test of her endurance, each strike an arduous struggle against overwhelming odds. Time seemed to slip away as her defenses grew increasingly frayed, her energy reserves dwindling with each passing moment. The identity of her true adversary remained shrouded in mystery, their real bodies hidden amidst the sea of clones. Hinata's senses strained against the chaos, her Byakugan unable to discern the truth amidst the relentless assault. She was left with no choice but to confront each assailant head-on, their numbers replenishing with each passing second. The situation seemed dire, Hinata's body marked by bloody gashes and singed clothing, a testament to the toll exacted by the battle. Yet, amidst the pain and exhaustion, her resolve remained unbroken. She knew that Shino faced an even greater challenge, and she refused to waver in her determination to protect her comrades. With every breath, Hinata drew upon the remnants of her strength, each strike a testament to her unwavering spirit. The dance of shadows continued, her movements becoming a desperate symphony of evasion and counterattacks. Despite the mounting odds, she refused to surrender to despair. As Hinata evaded a relentless barrage of ninjutsu, readying herself to face another onslaught of shadow clones, a thunderous voice shattered the chaos. Hidden Leaf Village-style taijutsu, human bullet tank. The booming declaration echoed across the battlefield, cutting through the tension like a blade. From above, a colossal spinning ball hurtled down, crashing onto the war-torn earth with an earth-shattering impact. Its immense weight and relentless rotation pulverized the hapless shadow clones in its path, reducing them to nothingness upon contact. The masked ninjas who failed to evade its path let out cries of pain, their bodies not spared from the merciless chaos. Witnessing this unexpected support, Hinata's exhausted body tensed, muscles relaxed, threatening to crumble under the weight of exhaustion, but a familiar presence flickered beside her. It was Ino, concern etched upon her face as she reached out to support Hinata. "Whoa, Hinata. Are you alright?" Ino's voice rang out, filled with worry and relief. Hinata's head nodded weakly in response, gratitude gleaming in her eyes as she muttered a soft thank you. "Rest now. We'll take care of the rest." Ino's persuasive words urged her to rest. Hinata longed to surrender to the fatigue coursing through her, but her lips formed a determined line as she refused Ino's suggestion, her voice laced with a resolute determination. "I can't rest, Ino. I need to stay strong. If I falter now, I won't be able to keep up with their footsteps." Despite her exhaustion, her eyes shone with unwavering resolve. In a concerned tone, Hinata then turned her attention to her classmate. "And what about Kiba-kun and Shino-kun? What about Kurenai-sensei?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry, desperate for reassurance amidst the chaos. Ino's voice carried a hint of confidence as she reassured Hinata. "Don't worry, Hinata. Shikamaru has everything handled. He is coordinating the support and ensuring everyone is accounted for." However, a sudden pause interrupted Ino's words, and she hesitated before asking Hinata, "Can you repeat the list of names again?" Confusion etched across Hinata's face, her voice tinged with perplexity, but she complied, "Kiba-kun, Shino-a." But as she mentioned Shino's name, Ino's shocked exclamation pierced the air, sending a chill down Hinata's spine. "What's wrong, Ino?" Hinata's voice trembled with worry, her eyes searching Ino's face for answers. Ino's gaze flickered nervously, a single bead of sweat rolling down her forehead as she spoke. We might have forgotten to send support to someone," Ino admitted, her voice laced with unease. The weight of her words hung heavy in the air, casting a shadow over their already precarious situation. Chapter 89, Where Be My Support? Screams echoed in the distance, piercing the tranquility of the village as its inhabitants began to awaken from their slumber. The effects of the unknown drug were wearing off, leaving the villagers disoriented and terrified. In the midst of the chaos, a figure swiftly dashed through the labyrinthine streets, utilizing the body flicker technique and his insect's versatile transformations to maneuver through the thatched huts to evade the onslaught of enemy attacks. Shino was in the heart of the pandemonium. His eyes gleamed with determination as he deftly blocked incoming shurikens with his kunai, twirling and spinning in a graceful dance. The traps set up by the enemy were no match for his agility and strategic prowess. With every leap and bound, he outmaneuvered the obstacles, his movements akin to a well-practiced symphony. Simultaneously, his bugs flowed around him, sacrificing themselves to buy him time. As Shino pushed forward, the chaos intensified, and the village erupted in flames. Thatched huts were set ablaze by the enemy's fiery onslaught. The crackling of the flames merged with the terrified screams of the villagers, creating an infernal cacophony that reverberated through the night. Suddenly, Shino came to a sliding halt, his eyes narrowing as three masked ninjas fell in front of him, blocking his path. Their mouths puffed up, indicating their ninjutsu was primed and ready. Without hesitation, the three masked figures simultaneously unleashed a powerful fireball jutsu, sending roaring flames hurtling towards Shino. The scorching heat engulfed the road, its intensity searing the nearby structures. But as the flames died down, Shino had vanished, leaving behind only a charred log in his wake. The three masked ninjas exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting no emotions. It seemed they had expected their opponent's skill. But determined to apprehend him, they locked onto Shino's direction and prepared to give chase. Just as they were about to take off, a sudden stiffness overcame their bodies, causing them to tremble in agony. Their eyes widened with shock as blood-stained insects emerged from their masks, swarming around their faces. The three ninjas desperately clawed at their masks, trying to rid themselves of the grotesque invaders, but it was too late. Moments later, their lifeless bodies toppled to the ground, warm blood flowing freely from their wounds. Shino's insects had infiltrated their brains, swiftly killing them with deadly precision. Turning the enemy's body into a hollow husk wasn't necessary to kill them. It was a grim reminder of the Aburame clan's unique ability to efficiently manipulate and control insects to bring lethal effects. Once they left the corpses, the swarm of blood-stained insects writhed in the air, their collective movement resembling a grotesque ball of malevolence. As they squirmed, the bloodstains on their bodies gradually disappeared, as if devoured by the insatiable hunger of the bugs. Satisfied with their meal, the insects dispersed, their transparent forms blending seamlessly into the shadows once more, chasing after its owner, ready to prey on their next victims. The owner of the blood-stained bugs continued his desperate escape, leading the relentless masked ninjas out of the village. However, his path was fraught with constant obstacles as the enemy appeared with calculated precision. They seemed determined to not only capture him but also to understand his abilities and weaknesses through a series of strategic attacks. Fire jutsu blazed forth, aiming to engulf his bugs in searing flames. The crackling inferno threatened to reduce his bugs to ashes, but he swiftly maneuvered, using the surrounding environment to shield himself and his precious insects. Wind gusts howled, attempting to disperse his swarm, but he commanded them with unwavering control, keeping them united against the tempest. Earth manipulation entangled his movements, seeking to trap and crush him within its stony embrace, but he slipped through crevices and cracks, evading capture. Even as the sealing techniques were unleashed to trap and capture his clone, their success was short-lived, for in a perplexing display, his consciousness seamlessly shifted to a new nearby clone, hidden beforehand within the depths of the earth, which emerged and swiftly resumed its relentless sprint, leaving his bewildered enemies in a state of utter confusion as they continued the relentless pursuit. But as their relentless pursuit intensified, their once disparate methods began to merge into a deadly symphony of tactics, honing in on their most potent and effective strategies against him, their convergence creating an ominous aura of imminent danger. Shino's eyes narrowed in determination as he deftly navigated through the treacherous landscape, his focus unwavering despite the mounting pressure. He was well aware that the enemy's intentions reached beyond mere apprehension. They sought to exploit his vulnerabilities, to understand his true power, and their goal was being achieved. Suddenly, Shino's senses heightened, a slight frown appearing on his face. His keen perception alerted him to the presence of the despicable methods laying ahead. Two masked ninjas stood before him, their expressions unreadable behind their masks. This time, they did not display their ninjutsu but held innocent villagers hostage, a kunai pressed menacingly against their trembling necks, their gaze behind their masks coldly locking on to Shino, awaiting his decision. Shino's gaze hardened, flickering with a mix of resolve and schadenfreude. He knew the weight of his decision could mean life or death for the innocent captives. Without hesitation, he reached into his arsenal and drew two kunai, swift and decisive in his actions. With a single fluid motion, he launched the projectiles, aiming unerringly at the hostages. Puff, puff. The two villagers gasped in horror as the kunai pierced their bodies, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The masked ninjas, on the other hand, remained unfazed, their stoic demeanor unwavering. In an instant, they retaliated, hurling their own kunai towards Shino. With calculated precision, Shino deflected the oncoming projectiles, his reflexes honed through his training and the system's combat assistant. The kunai ricocheted off his defensive blades, harmlessly clattering to the ground. Undeterred, he surged forward, his determination fueling his every step. The two ninjas, now left defenseless without their human shields, braced themselves to intercept Shino's advance. Yet, to their astonishment, their bodies froze in place, their trembling limbs betraying their fear. Helpless, they watched in disbelief as Shino bypassed them, leaving them behind like mere statues frozen in time. Seconds later, their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground, blood-stained bugs seeping out from their pores, their fate sealed by their own malevolence. They lay motionless beside the fallen villagers, a fitting tribute of retribution. However, the ordeal was far from over for Shino. A chilling silence suddenly enveloped the scene as Shino's path laid unimpeded. It was as if the enemies had exhausted their desire to test Shino's mettle, their playful tactics replaced by a newfound resolve. The air crackled with an ominous energy, and Shino sensed the impending storm that lay ahead. Gazing ahead, his eyes narrowed with determination. He knew that the true challenge was only just beginning. Shino's agile form slid to a halt, his eyes scanning the circle of ninjas that had completely encircled him. Their bodies exuded an eerie calmness, observing him with calculated detachment. It was clear that seeking revenge for their fallen companions was not their priority, their deaths held no significance beyond testing the limits of his abilities. Their sacrifice had accrued results. Now, they regarded him as if he were nothing more than a fish on a chopping board, a mere pawn in their grand scheme. An emotionless voice emanated from beneath the mask of one of the ninjas, breaking the silence. Shino Ibrahim. This is your last chance. Will you join us? Shino's gaze swept over the dense wall of enemies that surrounded him. His mind calculated the odds, recognizing the gravity of the situation. There seemed to be no escape from their clutches. Yet, his voice remained calm and steady as his words reverberated through the air. No. A momentary hush followed his resolute answer, the weight of his defiance hanging in the air. Then, a cold voice, devoid of mercy, commanded, "Leave no evidence behind." In perfect synchronization, the ninjas began to form seals, their mouths puffing up with churning flames and wind, ready to incinerate their target. Die. The waves of fire surged towards Shino, threatening to engulf him in a sea of flames. However, Shino held out a scroll with one hand, his composure unyielding. With the other, he calmly adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed upon his adversaries. In that moment, it felt as though his consciousness permeated the village, connecting with every fiber of his existence. His network of bugs granted him a clairvoyance of the events occurring in the village. A wry smile played on his lips as he muttered, his voice laced with bitter irony. Everyone else received support, but none came for me. How ironic. A voice, gentle yet unwavering, echoed in his mind. But you'll always have my support, Shino. Shino's expression softened for a fleeting instant. Well, that's true. An explosive blast erupted, engulfing the area in a raging inferno. The road turned into an oven, the once peaceful thatched huts reduced to flying ashes. The hapless inhabitants huddled in fear, their lives hanging by a thread, only hoping to survive, yet their end was an emotionless incineration. As the flames subsided, the ninjas leapt back, seeking a stable foothold from which to observe their target's fate. Their unwavering gaze remained fixed on the spot where Shino had stood. A hazy smoke wafted into the air as the heat distortion gradually faded away amongst the dancing flames. The silence was daunting, but the hunters were patient. As the flickering flames died down, the clearing black smoke slowly unveiled a searing hot earthen pyramid, its walls melting into molten lava as white smoke billowed from its openings akin to an erupting volcano. Tension rippled through the bodies of the surrounding ninjas, their gazes betraying a mix of shock and apprehension. As the earthen shell crumbled, from within the dissipating smoke, 5 silhouettes emerged, calmly standing in a quincunx formation. Their eyes, hidden behind their glasses, surveyed their enemies with an unwavering focus. The air crackled with an electric tension as their words cut through the silence. Playtime is over. Chapter 90, One-Man Army with a single thought, a surge of bugs erupted from each Shino, coalescing into a legion of insect clones that multiplied their numbers, ready to wage war against the encircling ninjas. Cold determination etched into his voice, Shino commanded, "Go." Like a tidal wave, the insect replicas surged forward, intermingled with the Shino ninjutsu-capable clones, their hands deftly performing seals to summon even more clones into existence. The encircling ninjas responded swiftly, forming seals of their own, preparing to unleash another torrent of fire to incinerate their enemies. However, a voice seemed to resonate through the battlefield, its origin unknown. "Arise." In an instant, the ground beneath them trembled, and an army of zerglings burst forth, snaring the unsuspecting ninjas who failed to react in time and pouncing on those who managed to evade their clutches. The ninjas retaliated swiftly, cutting down the assaulting zerglings with ease, a single swipe of their kunai easily claiming multiple lives. Yet, these seemingly weak creatures were not to be underestimated. Their strength lay in their sheer numbers, an unending swarm that poured forth from the depths of the earth, fiercely engaging their targets without fear of death. Not only that, in a display of astonishing strategy, the very earth beneath their feet seemed to turn against the encircling ninjas, as deep holes tore open randomly in the ground, aiming to swallow the ninjas above whole with shocking precision. Caught off guard, some lost their footing and plummeted into the gaping abyss below, their cries of desperation echoing through the air before being consumed by the ravenous multitude of zerglings eagerly awaiting their descent. Despite it being their first confrontation, facing the menacing swarm, the ninjas knew if they failed to keep the swarm at bay, they would be overwhelmed and devoured without mercy. Forced to split their attention, they fought back against the relentless zerglings, utilizing ninjutsu to wipe out swaths of the swarm, even at the cost of sacrificing their companions caught within their own attacks. In the midst of the chaos, when the masked ninjas were momentarily distracted, 4 Shino clones leapt into the air within the encirclement, facing outwards towards each of the cardinal directions, their mouths swelling with churning power. Fire style, great fire destruction. A cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the air as the flames of destruction were unleashed upon the enemies, engulfing both the distracted ninjas and the zerglings in a merciless inferno. It was a cold and calculated trade-off, a one-to-many sacrifice, but the zerglings never concerned themselves with such notions of numbers and self-preservation. The indifference displayed by their owner towards their demise spoke volumes, for these zerglings were mere disposable pawns in the grand scheme, easily bred in abundance at a low cost. Despite lacking the ability to collect resources, these zerglings were the best cannon fodder in battle. Unyielding, The relentless swarm of zerglings continued to pour out from the flame-covered ground, relentlessly chasing after the surviving ninjas while drones discreetly retrieved the dead and incapacitated victims. Unfortunately, these elite ninjas' reactions were cold and concise. Some stepped forth to summon earth and water walls to defend against the fire despite being mobbed by the zerglings. These sacrifices allowed many ninjas to survive through the destructive flames. However, it was still undeniable that the once formidable encirclement had been shattered. Now, the former hunters desperately fought back against the overwhelming numbers that seemed to emerge from the shadows themselves, undiscovered until the time the hunters had transformed into prey. But this discovery meant it was already too late. With the zerglings as cover, the Shino clones swiftly approached the disrupted defensive line unimpeded as the clash of the ninjas and zergs had reached a fever pitch, a deadly ballet unfolding amidst the chaos. With swift precision, the kunai-wielding clones swiftly dispatched the ninjas immobilized by zerglings, severing their lives with a clean swipe across their vulnerable necks. And for those who could still resist in close combat, a sinister fate awaited them as the insect clone converged, collapsing into a swarm of relentless bugs that infiltrated their bodies, unleashing destruction from within. Amidst the relentless onslaught, the clones summoned through ninjutsu served as expendable pawns, distractions for both the insect clones and the zerglings, accelerating the pace at which the enemies fell. Simultaneously, they mercilessly harvested the lives of immobilized ninjas while the insect clones were preoccupied in their own combat, reaping a grim toll. Despite the initial wave of surprise, the ninjas quickly regained their composure, forming defensive formations and retaliating with their seasoned expertise, inflicting heavy casualties upon the zerglings and clones. Yet, in the face of the seemingly inexhaustible numbers advancing from every direction, their fate appeared increasingly bleak. Undeterred by the dire circumstances, the masked ninjas fought with an emotionless resolve, executing efficient tactics in a desperate bid to make their sacrifices count. Meanwhile, their cold commander's calculating gaze swept across the field, attempting to deduce the location of the real Shino amidst the myriad of clones, but to no avail. A flicker of realization crossed his face as he comprehended the depth of his misjudgment. The target he sought had concealed himself far more skillfully than anticipated. The target's mastery of deception and methods far exceed their expectations once again. This needs to be reported. Despite this revelation, the commander remained unnervingly composed, unruffled by the escalating death toll surrounding him. Suddenly, tension rippled through his body as his eyes fixated on the three Shino clones that materialized before him, encircling him from three angles. With no emotional fluctuation, the masked ninja's icy voice reverberated through the air. Surrender. Your struggle is futile. You will not escape my lord's grasp. Shino's steady voice cut through the tension, challenging the masked ninja's assertion. That is yet to be determined. In an instant, the three Shino clones surged forward, their movements fluid and precise. The masked ninja swiftly deflected two incoming kunai, but his triumph was short-lived as a third kunai found its mark, piercing his back. Yet, in a puff of smoke, he vanished into thin air. He was a mere clone, a deceptive facade. In the depths of the nearby forest, the enemy commander, his eyes filled with icy resolve, turned away from the battlefield, intending to make his escape and find a location to send a report. But before he could take a single step, a voice coming from his left side startled him. Where do you think you are going? He spun around, his Danzō poised to strike, only to find emptiness greeting him. Bewilderment clouded his features for mere moments, but there was no time to react further as a powerful but invisible force struck him from his other side, propelling him through the air with great force, hurtling him back into the heart of the village battlefield. Despite the pain, midair, the commander's hands moved with practiced precision, already weaving intricate seals in preparation for his landing. Just as he made contact with the ground, the other Shino clones closed in, utilizing their body flicker techniques to converge upon him in a coordinated assault. Their strikes landed with precision. Blood splattered through the air as the enemy's body toppled to the ground, laying dead. Then, a puff of smoke emerged. As the smoke cleared, the enemy vanished, leaving behind nothing but a wooden log. To Shino's astonishment, an explosive tag was affixed to the log his enemies left behind, and before he could react, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, engulfing the surrounding area in a fiery blast of destruction. His clones, instinctively retreating with lightning speed, managed to evade the full impact of the explosion, but they weren't entirely unscathed. The force of the blast tore through their insect-infused bodies, leaving behind gaps and missing parts, while a cascade of bugs spilled forth from their wounded forms, scattering in the aftermath. Despite the evident damage, the clones' countenances remained stoic, their unwavering gaze locked onto their elusive prey while they awaited the arrival of the supply depot. Ignoring the escaping shadow clone in plain sight, Shino's senses permeated his insect army, honed in on the escaping enemy's main body, marked by him during his earlier ambush. After a swift replacement of their batteries and bug supplies, His clones silently pursued the fleeing foe relentlessly, an embodiment of their coordination, managed by Karina's overpowered computation power. Meanwhile, Karina also deftly manipulated the ambushing Zerglings, orchestrating their movements in an orderly formation. They advanced, converging upon the escaping enemy, obstructing his path with their overwhelming numbers. Their relentless swarm herded him towards a singular direction, hindering his progress, if only for fleeting moments, but enough for the Shino clones to keep pace, quickly closing the gap. Naturally, the enemy ninja recognized his situation and wouldn't wait for his doom. The enemy's hands moved swiftly, employing his own body flicker technique in a bid to evade capture. With a flicker, his form seemingly disappeared, flashing forward at immense speeds, penetrating through weak point in the massive surrounding insects he had discovered with his discerning eyes, leaving a trail of Zergling corpses in his wake. However, his escape was abruptly halted. His eyes obscured under his mask widened, a grim realization dawning upon him as his gaze locked onto the intricate chakra lines hidden in plain sight on the path before him. They weaved into a complex web, a barrier interlacing throughout the forest, blocking his passage and leaving him teetering on the precipice of his demise. Had he not come to an abrupt stop, his body would have been sliced into pieces by the force of his own movement. Staring solemnly at the dense expanse of chakra threads, he knew he didn't have time to disassemble them. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed a swarm of the unknown insect-like creatures forming an impenetrable wall of encirclement on both sides. Their writhing forms stacked on top of each other, creating a formidable wall, obstructing any observers from peering into the unfolding battle and ensnaring their prey within its clutches. Although he possessed the means to break through the wall of insects, he hesitated, unsure of its true thickness and unwilling to take unnecessary risks, especially with other adversaries lurking in the shadows. Closing in from behind, the four chasing Shino clones advanced with a swift grace. Their kunai danced nimbly in their hands, a subtle display of triumph, boasting of their successful herding of their prey. Facing the former prey, the masked ninja's gaze hardened, sensing the gravity of the moment as the true battle loomed before him, an imminent clash that may be his last. Chapter 91, Cleaning Up. The masked ninja's calm demeanor belied the gravity of the situation, knowing that this battle could be his final stand. However, when he embarked on this mission, he never expected to return alive. But, his survival was never the objective of this mission. The only unfortunate demerit is the absence of a chance to file a final report for his lord. Nevertheless, he knew his lord would always be prepared for situations similar to this. The ones embarking on the mission would not be exclusive to his team. However, this was no longer the thoughts on his mind because he had a battle to focus on. As the masked ninja immersed himself in the preheat of the battle, thoughts of his lord and mission faded into insignificance, replaced by the unwavering determination to give his all until the very end, regardless of whether his valiant efforts would go unnoticed by those living in the light, basking in the glow of their efforts in the darkness. As the Shino clones closed in on their target, shurikens were hurled in their direction, multiplying rapidly as they sliced through the air. However, the enemy effortlessly countered with the same technique. But as the clones tugged on a seemingly insignificant thread, a portion of the shurikens veered back, launching a surprise assault from behind. Unperturbed, the enemy pressed forward, sidestepping the most lethal projectiles while disregarding the rest, allowing the shurikens to carve deep gashes into his body. In a swift motion, his mouth inflated, spewing forth a volley of small fireballs into the sky. These fiery projectiles descended upon the Shino clones, who skillfully evaded, only to be astonished as the fireballs relentlessly pursued them. It was the fire style, Rage of Sages, Flame of Phoenixes, a C-rank maneuver that enabled the wielder to manipulate their chakra and guide the trajectory of their fireballs. With evasion futile, two clones abruptly halted, their hands rapidly forming seals. Water style, Gunshot technique. They exclaimed in unison. Their mouths opened, unleashing orb-shaped water projectiles that accurately intercepted the anticipated paths of the guided fireballs, extinguishing their flames and simultaneously dislodging the concealed shuriken within. In a whirlwind of intense combat, the other two clones blurred into motion, their kunai cutting through the air with precision and speed, creating a deadly dance around the enemy. Despite the enemy's valiant efforts to fend off their relentless assault, his back pressed against the ominous backdrop of menacing chakra threads that threatened to slice him apart. The enemy's years of experience as a high-end ninja proved to be useful, but Shino's mastery of taijutsu was no mere facade. With each calculated strike, honed through his training and the combat assistant's optimized moves through its real-time analysis of the enemy, he exploited every ounce of the enemy's weakness. Cracks in the enemy's mask betrayed the toll of his struggle, a testament to the relentless onslaught he faced. Had the clones possessed greater agility and chakra reserves, the outcome of the battle might have already been decided. Alas, his clones were inert to the full extent of his abilities, but even so, the enemy's impending defeat seemed inevitable. The odds were stacked against him, outnumbered and outclassed. However, Shino's strategic mindset was never inclined towards engaging in battles of sheer stamina. It wasn't a matter of his clone's chakra being limited, though it played a role. Even if chakra was boundless, Shino held a reluctance to prolong conflicts unnecessarily. He understood the inherent risks that came with prolonged battles. The increased probability of unwanted outside interference loomed over the battlefield. Furthermore, Shino had another pressing event awaiting his presence, a reminder that time was a luxury he couldn't afford to squander in this confrontation. Therefore, in a surprising turn, the two clones engaged in combat swiftly passed a kunai to the other two approaching clones who had just successfully deflected the volley of fireballs. Snatching the kunai with one hand, the newly arrived clones flickered backward, channeling chakra into the thin thread attached to the blade. Shock washed over the enemy as he realized the imminent danger closing in on him, his gaze sweeping over the thin threads dancing through the air. The chakra threads converged with alarming speed, ensnaring him from all directions. Despite his instinct to evade, the two clones before him blocked his escape route, their poised kunai threatening a fatal strike. Located within the chakra thread's entrapment, astonishingly, they seemed unfazed by the encroaching threads, as if their lives held no consequence. A momentary confusion flickered through the enemy's mind as he witnessed the threads pass effortlessly through the bodies of the two Shino clones, yet no blood was drawn. These were not mere shadow clones, it was another type of clone with an abnormal ability to let foreign objects pass through them. No wonder they had no intentions to dodge. Although their strange resilience bewildered him, the enemy commander knew he didn't have time to be distracted by these intricate mysteries. Squinting behind his mask, he understood that his only option was to face the imminent attack from the clones head-on, ignoring the fatal threat they may pose in exchange for a slim chance to escape. Determinedly, his reaction was quick as his hands swiftly formed seals, intending to employ ninjutsu as his means of escape. However, his eyes widened in genuine shock as an unsettling realization dawned upon him. The chakra coursing through his body was abruptly disrupted, manipulated by unseen entities that had infiltrated his flesh. Unbeknownst to him, a legion of insidious bugs had infested his body, remaining dormant until this critical moment when they revealed their true intentions. In the root repository, there were naturally methods to deal with these bugs within his body, but this required some time, and the delay brought by this interruption was fatal. Flip. In mere moments, the chakra line connecting the clone's kunai became taut, ensnaring the enemy and binding him tightly. The threads even wrapped around the enemy's face, causing his mask to crack and reveal his emotionless eyes, devoid of emotions as he questioned the clones. "What are you?" But Shino had no intention of engaging in lengthy conversation. Before the enemy's words even faded, the four clones swiftly completed their seals with one hand, disappearing in a flicker of movement, exerting a strong force on the chakra line. In that instant, the enemy's eyes bulged as the threads, strangling his body from all directions, sliced into his body and tore him apart. Rip. The sound of ripping flesh filled the air, mingling with the splattering of blood that danced through the air and adorned the entangled chakra threads, bearing witness to the dismemberment of their captive. Shino's cold voice resonated from multiple directions, its chilling tone piercing through the aftermath. Body flicker style, execution jutsu. The Shino clones rose from their kneeling positions, releasing the chakra line and turning to face the grotesque remains, their faces stoic, devoid of any fluctuation over the fact of being the executor of this gruesome death. A faint distortion in space revealed a camouflaged Shino stepping out from within the chakra threads blockading the forest path. The five clones nodded in unison, a silent understanding passing between them. One clone approached the bloody remnants, carefully collecting the scattered remains and sealing them within a scroll, while the others dispersed into swarms of bugs, freely escaping into the nearby forest as Karina redirected their computational power towards the main battlefield, where the remaining squads of ninjas clashed with the zergs and insect clones. As Shino packed up the corpse, he noticed the scattered explosive tags strewn amidst the gruesome aftermath. As expected of an elite death warrior trained by Harut, even on the brink of death, he understood the art of dragging his opponents to death with him using art of negotiation. Fortunately, I refrained from indulging in unnecessary conversation. Yet, even if the explosion had occurred, Shino knew he had taken precautions to maintain a safe distance. His self-created execution technique had been optimized for both efficiency and safety, a testament to his meticulous planning and calculated approach to combat. He knew he would encounter enemies who have lovely death thralls in the future, and he didn't want to sacrifice a clone if he didn't need to. After all, he can never have enough accumulated. It's always best to have more. Amidst the chaos of the main battlefield, the Shino clones relentlessly eliminated the remaining enemy ninjas, leaving none alive. It was an arduous and grueling battle, as these opponents were no ordinary fighters. They were trained elites, disciplined killing machines who fought back with all organized tactics, refusing to go down without a fight, and they didn't hold any thoughts of surrender. Shino couldn't help but marvel at the intensity of the conflict unfolding before him. It felt like a miniature war, each clash filled with calculated moves and strategic maneuvers. It was truly a lamentable waste to be sacrificed in these underhanded schemes, driven by the ambitions of Danzō. If only Danzō had deployed these formidable ninjas to defend Hidden Leaf Village, the village would have faced far fewer troubles and sacrifices. Shino's head shook with a mix of disappointment and a hint of resignation. Not that I care. But it would be nice if he stopped making trouble for me. Biomass is everywhere, but it's not easy to get with so many eyes staring at my zergs. Nevertheless, amidst the sacrifices made, Shino found solace in the fact that the fallen were mere bugs and zergs. Their lifeless bodies would be recycled as biomass, ensuring that their loss served a greater purpose. It was an acceptable price to pay for victory. As Shino observed the live feed from his hidden base, his gaze soon turned to Karina, his hard-working companion, and asked in a serious tone, "Have all the loose ends been taken care of?" Karina, equally focused and composed, nodded and replied, "Yes, most of them have been dealt with efficiently. However, there is one slippery individual who managed to escape our grasp." Shino's curiosity was piqued, and he leaned in closer, his voice laced with intrigue. "Tell me more about this elusive mouse that slipped away." Karina's eyes narrowed slightly as she bowed her head, diligently continuing her report. "I discovered a root ninja wearing a distinct monkey mask and white cloak. He was not part of the assaulting party but was rather observing the chaos from a distance." Observing the blurry image Karina displayed, Shino's eyebrows raised in interest, his analytical mind already piecing together the puzzle. "Why haven't you eliminated him?" he inquired, wanting to understand the reason behind this unexpected development. Karina's response was swift. A tentative attack had been made, leading to the target's retreat. Our army had been deployed to chase him, but he possesses exceptional skills in evasion and detection. It seems he can't attack the bugs I sent to monitor him, and he has been employing various tactics to avoid my radar. Judging from his abilities during the brief confrontations, he is no ordinary foe and is estimated to possess the strength of at least a Jonin. We will need to deploy our ninjutsu insect clones to have a chance of incapacitating the target." Shino nodded, his mind already calculating the next move as he commanded, his voice firm and resolute. "Since he is here, there's no need to return. Karina, keep track of him and ensure that he doesn't slip away. We'll clean him up after we finish here." Knowing the importance of this task, Karina acknowledged his orders with determined nods. "Our network of zergs throughout the Land of Fire have been mobilized. I will continue to monitor him closely and make sure he remains within our grasp." As Karina continued her cleanup duties, Shino's gaze returned to the screen, his mind already strategizing how to confront this hidden ninja wearing the monkey mask, while his body throbbed with anticipation, fully aware that the true show will soon begin. On the other side, as Shino sensed the zergs transporting the fallen bodies into the hidden biosphere below, his attention turned to his remaining 4 clones. Though he remained silent, his thoughts conveyed a message to Karina: "I'll be eagerly anticipating your performance." The other 4 clones nodded in understanding, and with a swirl of smoke, they transformed into masked ninjas clad in the distinct attire of Root. In a display of their prowess, their bodies flickered away, disappearing into the flames that consumed the village. Shino's senses extended throughout the ravaged village, detecting the approaching presence of Hinata, Choji, and Ino, coming to offer their support like third-rate characters who only show up to the scene after everything was settled. He could also sense the climax of the final battle unfolding in the distance. All the key actors had converged, and it was time to bring this show to its long-awaited conclusion. Chapter 92, Curtain Call. In the village surrounded by the remnants of thatched huts, a fiery battleground erupted as Kurenai and Asuma found themselves locked in a fierce struggle against 2 mysterious root ninjas. The air crackled with tension, and the acrid scent of burnt wood mingled with the sweat and blood-soaked earth beneath their feet. Kurenai, her raven hair flowing like dark silk, moved with a fluid grace, her kunai dancing as her crimson eyes focused on her opponents, searching for any opportunities to apply her ganjutsu. Asuma, his bandaged hands clenching his chakra blades, fought beside her, his rugged face etched with determination. Their teamwork was impeccable, each movement harmonizing with the other, a testament to their years of training and deep connection. Despite their synchronized efforts, the battle took its toll on them. Kurenai had already been wounded by the vicious onslaught of bugs, blood trailing down her arm and legs, while Asuma's wounds from a previous hospitalization still gnawed at him. Yet, their resolve burned brightly, refusing to be extinguished by the encroaching darkness, their forms supporting each other with their interwoven defense, entrusting their back to the other. The 2 root ninjas pressed their advantage, launching a flurry of lightning-fast strikes. Kurenai's kunai clashed against a deadly katana, the clash of metal ringing through the air. Asuma's blades danced with deadly precision, deflecting a barrage of shuriken that threatened to pierce their defenses, before blocking the incoming katana, his brows furrowing in pain. Their defense was successful, But it was clear their situation was quickly deteriorating. However, their desperate struggle was rewarded by the arrival of two familiar figures. Shikamaru, his lazy eyes focused and alert, appeared on the scene with Kiba, Akamaru by his side. "Kurenai-sensei. Damn you, let's go, Akamaru." Kiba rushed forward to join the fray. Kurenai and Asuma's eyes widened with relief as their allies arrived. Asuma's happy chuckle sounded out as he blocked a Tanto with his chuck raw blade. "Yo, Shikamaru, I knew I could count on you." The young Nara prodigy assessed the situation, his eyes sweeping the scene, his mind working like a finely tuned machine. "Troublesome as always," Shikamaru muttered under his breath, shaking his head in mild exasperation, his movements steady as he prepared his ambush. Shikamaru's strategic genius and Kiba's feral instincts breathed new life into their struggling fight. The battlefield became a symphony of coordinated attacks, each member playing their part in the dance of combat. Together, they weaved a tapestry of strength and resilience, overwhelming their adversaries with their combined skills and numbers. Shikamaru's shadow ensnared one of the root ninjas, rendering him momentarily helpless, while Kiba and Akamaru's drill sent the other reeling backward. With the opportunities won by their students, Kurenai and Asuma exploited the gap in the enemy's defense, striking them with deadly blows. At this point, the assailants knew victory remained elusive, their demise was a foregone conclusion. In a final act of defiance and to avoid leaving evidence, the two root ninjas activated hidden detonation charms, their bodies soon enveloped by the signs of a fiery maelstrom of self-destruction. Retreat. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the air grew heavy with impending doom. However, the reckless Kiba and Akamaru was too close, and was in the range of explosion. Kurenai couldn't watch her student die, her body instinctively reacting and kicking her student out of the way, but this left her vulnerable. With no time to spare, Asuma's instincts took over. He moved swiftly, his injured body moving with a grace born of desperation, shielding Kurenai from the searing heat with his own failing strength and body. Boom. Fortunately, both Jonen's survival instincts reacted, their bodies retreating synchronously as flames roared around them, licking at Asuma's tattered jacket, searing his flesh. He gritted his teeth, a mixture of pain and determination etched on his face. Kurenai's eyes widened in horror and disbelief as she witnessed the sacrifice unfolding before her. "Asuma. Why?" she cried out, her voice filled with anguish. Asuma managed a weak smile, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Because I can't bear to lose you," he whispered, his words barely audible over the roar of the explosion. As the duo tumbled to the ground, Kurenai held Asuma in her embrace, her heart aching as she realized the extent of Asuma's injuries. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she knew that she had to be strong for him. His arms trembled as he clung to her, burying his head in her embrace, his love and protection like a shield against the flames. Yet his cheeky wink towards his student betrayed his true thoughts. Shikamaru watched the scene unfold, his eyes wide as if discovering a new continent, but he knew the message Asuma was trying to convey. It seems he won't grow anytime soon, but this dangerous method, this risky play. It left Shikamaru speechless. "What a drag," Shikamaru muttered, shaking his head. He turned away, allowing his emotions to settle within him. Standing beside Shikamaru, Kiba held Akamaru before his eyes, his mind entangled in a labyrinth of contemplation as he posed the question, "Does this method really work? Maybe I should try it?" Shikamaru's eyebrow twitched but didn't comment, silently gazing into the cloudless sky, his expression dull as always. However, in the symphony of Asuma's worsening coughs, Shikamaru's stoic facade cracked ever so slightly, a flicker of concern dancing in his eyes, and he found himself unable to hold his silence any longer. "TSK. What a drag." Turning on his heel, his determination cutting through the air, he closed the distance to Asuma, gripping him with a firmness that belied his own hidden resolve, supporting the injured patient up as he uttered, "We have no time to waste, Asuma. Your injury isn't going to heal itself." Dragged down from celestial heavens to the harsh reality of his weakened state, Asuma, his back now propped against Shikamaru's steadfast presence, regarded him with an expression of profound disbelief, his glaring eyes clearly imploring what happened to the unspoken agreement between men. But Shikamaru remained impervious to the weight of Asuma's gaze. "Let's go get you treated. Ino should have brought some medical supplies, but we need to get back to Hidden Lee Village for the complete treatment." Ah, what a drag. In an unexpected twist of fate, just as their departure seemed imminent, the earth beneath their feet trembled and quaked as four masked ninjas erupted from the ground, their kunai poised for a fatal blow, an onslaught converging upon Shikamaru and Asuma with an air of sinister intent from multiple conceivable angles. In the stillness of that perilous moment, Asuma's eyes widened in shock while Shikamaru's gaze narrowed, both with contracting pupils in the face of danger, their fates hanging precariously in the balance as the four mysterious masked ninjas launched their deadly assault, kunai slicing through the air with a lethal intent. Time stood suspended, leaving Shikamaru paralyzed by the weight of an impossible choice. To evade the impending doom meant abandoning his injured mentor, while to remain steadfast meant facing the consequences of their mutual downfall. However, someone else took hold of their destinies, forging a path for them. In the blink of an eye, a powerful surge slammed into Shikamaru, propelling him and Azuma away from the ambush, their bodies entangled in a desperate dance of survival, only to witness in sheer disbelief as the merciless onslaught found its mark with chilling precision, plunging its lethal strike into a heart and throat. Yet, the resulting victim was no longer themselves. In a spectacle that etched itself into their souls, the kunai's cruel extraction from her body splattered scarlet blood upon their shocked countenances, leaving them transfixed as her black locks swirled like a dark dance in the wind, her fragile figure teetering towards the abyss, yet her crimson gaze, laced with deep affection, remained unyielding, fixed upon Asuma with a haunting, wry smile. Kurenai-sensei. Nauru. Abruptly propelled towards the Earth's embrace by an unexpected power, Shikamaru's world collided with the ground in a thunderous impact, his breath stolen by the sheer force, while Asuma, his once lucid gaze now clouded with crimson fury, surged forward with an unrestrained ferocity, his trench knife swiftly slashing through the air like a vengeful specter, his chakra blade carving a path of defiance against their enemies, a resolute bid to repel them. As the four masked ninjas dodged out of the way, Asuma caught her fragile form in his arms, pulling her into his protective embrace, his touch trembling against her frail body, his gaze fixated upon her pale visage. No. Kurenai. Stay with me. Kurenai's lips parted in a desperate attempt to speak, yet she was silenced by a chilling wound on her neck that severed the connection between thought and sound. All that escaped was a crimson cascade from the gaping hole on her throat, a haunting testament to the brutality of her plight. As the flickering ember of life waned within her crimson orbs, a spectral glimmer of longing danced within her fading gaze, her trembling hand, an ethereal bridge between their worlds, delicately extended towards his face, but her vision began to fade, her hand slowly slipping away. Kurenai. Kurenai. Asuma's anguished cry reverberated through the desolate village. Clang. Asuma. In the depths of despair, Shikamaru's piercing cry shattered the encroaching shadows and pierced the veil of Asuma's faltering sanity, a resonant call that wove its way through the threads of his fractured mind, igniting a flicker of clarity amidst the overwhelming darkness. Amidst the cacophony of clashing echoes resonating in the backdrop, Asuma, his heart heavy with grief, delicately lowered Kurenai's lifeless form onto the unforgiving ground, his trembling hand extending to tenderly close the veil over her once luminous eyes, now dulled by the weight of their shared tragedy. With bloodshot eyes raised towards Shikamaru and Kiba, who valiantly held their relentless adversaries at bay, a solitary trail of crimson tears trickled down Asuma's visage, a haunting testament to the weight of his anguish. Rising with an unwavering resolve, his gaze locked onto the four masked ninjas, a seething tempest of fury churning within his once gentle eyes, his trench knife clenched tightly in hands drenched in the evidence of their shared existence, a testament to the blood-soaked path he was determined to carve. Wait for me, Kurenai. I'll take you home soon. Chapter 93, Gone. The air crackled with electricity as Asuma's battle-worn form unleashed a primal fury, his injuries forgotten, as he charged headlong into the fray, channeling a surge of raw power that pushed him beyond the limits of exhaustion. I'll smoke you. Whoosh. Gritting his bloodied teeth, Asuma's body became a blur of motion, seamlessly darting between enemies, his blade a swift and deadly conductor of retribution. Swish. His blade fluidly diced the enemy's body, yet, frustration gnawed at his core as he realized there was an absence of blood, proving that his usual fatal strikes were ineffective against his adversaries. However, his anger drew a crimson veil over Asuma's judgment, clouding his senses in a storm of anger. If a single cut wouldn't suffice, then he would unleash a relentless onslaught of unyielding fury, slashing and slicing until his foes were vanquished. Kiba, too, unleashed a guttural growl that reverberated through the battlefield, his body transformed into an enormous two-headed ferocious beast, hurtling towards the slippery enemies with Akamaru. Meanwhile, Shikamaru retreated into the shadows, his sharp intellect sought to ensnare the shadows of his foes, evading the enemy assaulting him while distracting the other enemies, disrupting their attacks with his shadow imitation technique. But a shrewd understanding of his abilities led the enemy to adroitly evade his grasp, utilizing the body flicker technique to skillfully dance around his extending shadows. Their movements never faltered, even if it meant foregoing the opportunity to attack. They don't seem to want to fight, but Asuma is biting on to them, but it seems physical attacks are ineffective. Unless it's a blunt strike, covering a large area. No, it seems their weakness is near their abdomen. But this may be a smokescreen. On the other hand, ninjutsu should be effective, but they are wary of my shadow and their body flicker is a problem. Perhaps Asuma's fire style would be effective if they were slowed down for a moment, but he doesn't seem to be in the condition to use it. Kiba should be able to deal the finishing blow, but the premise is still trapping them in place. TCH. So troublesome. However, Shikamaru's analytical mind had already calculated their trajectory, taking into account the movements of his own team, a meticulous strategy unfolding. Some of his shadows extending out, seemingly herding the adversaries towards an inescapable corner, while the rest of his shadows crept through the rubble of the battlefield. With every passing moment, the enemy's avenues of escape dwindled, slowly confining them within a certain area, a preparation for Kiba's unavoidable finishing blow. Yet, the enemies appeared to possess a keen awareness that prolonging the battle would yield them no benefit, and seemed to have the intention of retreat. In the blink of an eye, the furious exchange between Asuma and his adversaries reached a climactic crescendo, and the four enemies abruptly chose to retreat with their body flicker techniques, but Shikamaru seemed to have predicted this. Shadows, laying in ambush, swiftly extended out on their escape route, successfully capturing all four enemies. Shadow imitation technique, success. Target their stomachs. Both Kiba and Asuma's indomitable spirits refused to relent, propelling them forward to deal the finishing blow. Wolf fang over fang. Die. However, Shikamaru's eyes suddenly widened in alarm, being the first to recognize the telltale signs of danger, and he urgently called out to Asuma, Asuma. Kiba. Explosives. The warning laced with concern awakened Asuma from his fury. In a moment of swift comprehension, Asuma's anger was extinguished as he swiftly reversed course, evading the impending peril. Boom. The enemies detonated with a cataclysmic blast, igniting a maelstrom of destruction that sent both Asuma and Kiba hurtling backward, their bodies tossed like ragdolls amidst the chaos. Poof. In a dramatic display, their transformation cancelled, leaving Kiba to catch Akamaru midair and roughly tumble to the ground, their well-honed beast transformation skill and reflexes mitigating some of impact and ensuring they emerged relatively unscathed. On the other hand, Asuma, caught in the tempestuous aftermath, tumbled across the unforgiving ground, his body racked with pain from both old and new injuries. Coming to a stop, moans of anguish escaped his lips as he struggled to rise, his trembling form a testament to his battered state. His bloodshot eyes fixated upon the scorched earth, remnants of the recent explosion, his search yielding no signs of his remaining foes. Frustration welled within him, his clenched fist crashing against the unyielding terrain, an expression of his mounting anger. Damn it! Shikamaru approached Asuma with determined steps, offering a supportive hand to help him rise from the battered terrain. Concern etched upon his features, he offered a steadying assistance, lending his support both physically and emotionally, his voice laced with genuine concern. Asuma, are you okay? Asuma nodded, his cough-ridden response punctuated by the searing pain coursing through his body, his hand clutching the open wound that marred his stomach, blood seeping through his outfit. Leaning heavily upon Shikamaru, he grunted in a weak voice, I'll make them pay. I swear. Help me, Shikamaru. Just as they began to gather their bearings, Kiba's voice pierced through the lingering echoes of battle, raw shock coloring his words, where is Kurenai-sensei? The duo turned their attention towards the source, their eyes widening with a mix of confusion and shock as they beheld the blood-stained patch upon the ground, devoid of any trace of Kurenai's fallen form, leaving a chilling void where Kurenai's presence should have been. Rage, a simmering inferno within Asuma's being fueled by anguish and desperation, reached its boiling point, surging through his veins until he could no longer contain it. Puff! A gush of crimson liquid spewed forth from his mouth, a testament to his inner anguish. The strength drained from his weary body as he succumbed to the overwhelming darkness, his trenching knives slipping away like his consciousness, Shikamaru's worried cries fading into the distant recesses of his consciousness. Asuma. Meanwhile, Azuno, Choji, and Hinata finally approached Shino's battlefield, their eyes widened in sheer disbelief as they took in the vast expanse of destruction, the charred remains of thatched huts forming an ominous circle of destruction. A mixture of shock and concern colored their voices as they called out to Shino, relieved to see him walking towards them with an air of calmness, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Shino-kun, you're all right. Hinata exclaimed, a bright smile spreading across her face, her worry dissipating at the sight of Shino's well-being. Their gazes swept across the desolate scene, the scorched earth bearing witness to a fierce confrontation. Ino's curiosity got the better of her, and she couldn't help but blurt out her question. What happened here? Shino's response was measured, his voice tinged with a quiet confidence. I took care of the enemy. Eh? Ino's shock lingered in her tone as she processed his words. You did all this? Choji, in his typical nonchalant manner, continued to munch on his bag of chips, seemingly unfazed by the destruction. Well, knowing Shino, he always manages to handle things. Shino shook his head slightly, clarifying, no, it was the enemy's doing. Ino let out a relieved sigh, her astonishment giving way to a lingering curiosity. She couldn't help but wonder how Shino had overcome adversaries capable of wreaking havoc on such a grand scale. Her words reflected her lingering surprise, though now tempered by a hint of understanding. I see. But still, to face enemies who could cause this level of devastation. Shino adjusted his glasses with a subtle movement, his silence serving as his default response. The weight of his actions spoke volumes, leaving his comrades to ponder the extent of his prowess. Meanwhile, Choji continued to savor his bag of chips, his calm demeanor suggesting his lack of surprise and shock, a trust in Shikamaru's decision in not sending additional support to Shino. After all, there must have been a reason behind Shikamaru's strategic choices. It was definitely not because they forgot about Shino. Choji's faith in Shikamaru's judgment remained unwavering. The tranquil atmosphere surrounding Shino, Hinata, Choji, and Ino shattered as a chilling scream pierced through the air, reverberating throughout the village. Choji's hand froze mid-reach towards his beloved bag of chips, his brow furrowing as he recognized the anguished cry. That voice. It's Asuma-sensei. Ino's fists clenched, her concern mingling with a surge of determination. The thought of Asuma-sensei in such distress stirred a mix of emotions within her. What could make Asuma-sensei scream like that? She wondered aloud, her voice laced with a sense of urgency. Turning her gaze to her companions, she proposed a plan. We may need to lend our support. Let's head over there. However, her gaze shifted to the visibly exhausted Hinata, her voice softening. Hinata, you should rest if you need to. Hinata's determination flickered in her eyes, her trembling body a testament to her resilience. She shook her head, her voice resolute, despite her struggle to maintain her footing. I'm fine. I can still go, she insisted, her gratitude washing over her as Shino provided a steadying presence, silently supporting her. Thank you, Shino-kun. Shino, ever calm and composed, spoke in a steady voice. Let's go. Ino's eyes darted between Shino and Hinata, a flicker of curiosity and speculation dancing within them. However, the urgency of the situation took precedence over idle gossip. She knew there were more important matters at hand. With a resolute nod, the four comrades acknowledged one another, their unspoken agreement propelling them forward as they hurried towards the battleground where Asuma-sensei's tragic scream still echoed. Soon, noticing their teammates in the distance, their footsteps quickened, and it didn't take long for Hinata, Ino, Choji, and Shino to arrive at the scene. The sight of an unconscious Asuma leaning against Shikamaru sent shockwaves through Ino and Choji, their worry etched on their faces as they rushed up to them, their voices filled with concern. Asuma-sensei. Shikamaru, is he okay? Shikamaru's response was a weary affirmation, his gaze shifting towards Kiba, a silent indication for Ino and Choji to turn their attention. Their voices trailed off as they absorbed the strange and heavy atmosphere that enveloped Kiba, who held Akamaru tightly in his arms, his hands clenched into fists that drew blood from his own flesh. Kiba's body bore the marks of dirt, his hands stained with soil, and coupled with the telltale signs of recent digging in close proximity, it became evident that he had exerted tremendous effort in a futile search. Hinata approached with gentle concern, her voice filled with kindness as she addressed Kiba. Kiba-kun, are you alright? However, her words were met with a pained avoidance, Kiba unable to meet her gaze as if burdened by an unseen weight. Hinata's perceptive nature picked up on the unusual tension lingering in the air. Her white eyes scanned the battlefield, taking in the scars of the recent conflict, before shifting her gaze towards Kiba's troubled countenance and then to Shikamaru, who mirrored the avoidance. In a voice as soft as a whisper, she voiced the question that hung heavy in the air. Where is Kurenai-sensei? Chapter 94, Discrepancies Under the Gloomy Cloudy Skies. In the Hidden Leaf Village Cemetery, Shino, Hinata, and Kiba stood silently in front of the grave of their beloved teacher, Kurenai. The weight of their loss hung heavy in the air, mingling with the mist that clung to the tombstones like a shroud. Hinata gently laid a bouquet of delicate white flowers on the grave, her white eyes locking onto the engraved words. She traced her fingers over the etched letters, as if seeking solace in the memories they held. Her heart ached, and a tremor ran through her being. Kurenai-sensei said, I am strong, Hinata whispered, her voice barely audible above the sound of their collective breaths. I am strong. So I won't cry. I won't let Kurenai-sensei see me cry. Kiba clenched his fists, his nails digging into the bandages wrapping his hands. He struggled to contain the torrent of emotions raging within him. Akamaru, sensing his friend's turmoil, rubbed his head against Kiba's legs, whimpering softly in an attempt to offer comfort. Meanwhile, Shino stood stoically in the center of the trio, his expression unmoving as he gazed at Kurenai's grave. His eyes, hidden behind his shades, betrayed a profound sense of intrigue. In a low voice, barely above a whisper, he broke the silence. Hinata, Shino spoke, his voice carrying a rare tenderness. You can borrow my shoulder if you need. Aye. Hinata's fragile composure crumbled, and her body trembled with the weight of suppressed grief. She leaned over and buried her face in Shino's shoulder, her sobs echoing through the cemetery. Shino's presence offered her a much-needed anchor in this sea of sorrow. Unbeknownst to the grieving Hinata and Kiba, Asuma, their late teacher's lover, watched from a hidden spot in the cemetery. Click. 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 His bandaged hand raised, attempting to light his cigarette, but the repeated clicks of the lighter filled the somber atmosphere instead. Lost in thought, his dull eyes stared blankly into the distance. Shikamaru, Asuma's student and loyal friend, had just arrived nearby. He observed the scene unfolding before him, glancing at Hinata in the distance, tears streaming down her face, and then shifted his gaze to Asuma, whose attempts at lighting his cigarette seemed futile. How troublesome. Shikamaru's mind registered the whole situation as troublesome, but his heart ached for his teacher. With a heavy sigh, Shikamaru approached Asuma, his steps measured and purposeful. He stood beside him, his shadow casting a slight shadow over Asuma's slouched figure, and called out his name softly, almost hesitant. Asuma. The first call went unnoticed, as Asuma remained lost in his thoughts. Shikamaru, unyielding, summoned the strength to call out once more, his voice louder, filled with an urgency born out of concern. Asuma. Finally, Asuma's attention flickered, and he glanced in Shikamaru's direction. His eyes were clouded, detached from the reality unfolding around him. He responded in a gruff voice, his tone tinged with desolation. I'm not in the mood, Shikamaru. Shikamaru, undeterred, sighed deeply, the weight of his words hanging in the air. In a decisive move, he reached out his hand, raising it before Asuma's gaze, and presented Asuma with a cigarette. It was a silent offering, a gesture of understanding and support. The sound of the lighter clicking paused, and Asuma's dull eyes trailed down to Shikamaru's outstretched hand. Slowly, he registered the absence of a cigarette in his own mouth, a realization that struck him with a sudden clarity. No wonder his world was filled with darkness. It was because he didn't have a cigarette. With a sense of resignation, Asuma's head bowed forward and bit down on the cigarette clamped in between Shikamaru's fingers, a gesture that seemed to ground him in the present. Click. His lighter came to life with a spark, finally igniting the end of the cigarette. Putting his lighter away, the click echoing into the silence, Asuma took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke that mingled with the heaviness of the air. His eyes remained closed as he tilted his head back, facing the gray expanse above. The moments ticked by, carrying the weight of unspoken thoughts and shattered dreams. As the smoke curled into the air, the silence of the cemetery persisted, but it now bore the weight of shared grief and a flicker of newfound resolve. Shikamaru stood beside Asuma, a pillar of unwavering support in his world forever changed. Finally, Asuma spoke, his voice tinged with sorrow, as if each word carried a burden too heavy to bear. It all feels so unreal, he confessed, the sadness seeping through his voice. Sometimes, I imagine that in the next moment, I'll wake up on the battlefield. That everything, this world, this pain, is just the enemy's Genjutsu. And maybe, just maybe, that moment would be my end. But at least she would be alive. Shikamaru, the eternal pragmatist, remained silent for a beat, contemplating Asuma's words. Then, he replied, his voice carrying a hint of resignation. Sometimes, I wish I was a cloud. Just floating along, free from the weight of sorrow and the anguish of parting. But the problem is, the world won't let me be a kid forever. So I can't lie around crying about it. Asuma, you're no longer a kid. A rueful chuckle escaped Asuma's lips, punctuated by a cough that disrupted the rhythm of his smoke. With a wry smile, he retorted, Shikamaru, you really don't know how to comfort someone, do you? Shikamaru scratched the back of his head, a gesture of both frustration and admission. It's too troublesome, he muttered, a hint of vulnerability seeping into his voice. And then, after a pregnant pause, he bowed his head and whispered, almost to himself, sorry. I failed again. Asuma's hand, momentarily frozen around the cigarette, released its grip. He sighed heavily, then extended his hand to ruffle Shikamaru's hair gently. No need to say sorry, he murmured, his voice carrying a blend of understanding and reassurance. Missions are unpredictable, Shikamaru. You can't shoulder all the blame. No one will blame you, not the Hokage, not teammate, not me, and most importantly, you shouldn't blame yourself. Shikamaru's body trembled, his unease palpable. He mumbled in an unhappy tone, the weight of his self-doubt evident. I came to comfort you, not to be comforted. Silence reclaimed the space between them, a familiar companion amidst the ebb and flow of emotions. The duo watched as Hinata, Shino, and Kiba slowly departed from the gravesite, their steps heavy with grief and yet tinged with a newfound resolve. Shikamaru lowered himself to a squat, his gaze fixated on the brooding clouds above. He closed his eyes, cupping his fingers together, as if seeking solace and guidance in the shadows of his own mind. Asuma noticed the turmoil in Shikamaru's eyes. He took another drag of his cigarette, the smoke swirling around him like a shield against the truth. Then, with a hint of resignation, he asked the question that hung heavy in the air, laden with both curiosity and trepidation. "So, did you just come to try to comfort me?" Asuma's voice carried a somber weight, as if he was both grateful and skeptical of the solace Shikamaru might offer. After a moment of silence, Shikamaru's mind churned, thoughts swirling like tempestuous clouds. He asked Asuma a question, his voice tinged with a mix of concern and suspicion, revealing the gears turning in his analytical mind. "Asuma, didn't you find something strange about the mission?" Asuma took another drag of his cigarette, his tone bordering on indifference. "Strange?" he repeated, his curiosity piqued. Shikamaru began to unravel his thoughts, words tumbling forth as he recounted his introspection. "I went home after the mission, replaying everything in my mind. I couldn't help but dwell on what I saw as my failure, dissecting the moments that led us to this predicament. But, amidst all the self-reflection, I stumbled upon something strange." Shikamaru's gaze flickered towards the silent figure of Asuma, who, though appearing lost in thought, listened intently, his eyes betraying a hidden depth of confusion, clearly hinting at him to continue. "So," Shikamaru expounded on his thoughts that left an unsettling taste in his mouth. "It's hard to explain, but it's like a series of inconsistencies, like jagged puzzle pieces that just don't fit together. The enemies we encountered earlier were different from the ones we faced towards the end. Outside of their appearances, their tactics, their intentions. It was as if they belonged to separate groups. And it wasn't just that. The battles themselves felt abnormal, as if they were distractions rather than true confrontations, diverting their attention away from another hidden purpose. Finally, everything was too clean, too precise, the ambush, the battle, the ending, and even Asuma's hand, holding the cigarette, froze in midair. His eyes fixated on the trembling ember as he asked in a low tone, laden with a mix of apprehension and anxiety, "What do you mean, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru, finally opening his eyes, stood up slowly, his gaze meeting Asuma's. His face betrayed his hesitation, the struggle to voice his suspicions weighing heavily upon him. In the end, he found the courage to speak the words that lingered on the tip of his tongue. "There's a possibility," Shikamaru began, his voice quiet but resolute, "that the events we experienced might have been staged." With a sudden jolt, Shikamaru found himself shoved forcefully against a nearby tree, the impact reverberating through his body. Thud. His brows furrowed in pain, but he remained silent, steadfastly staring at Asuma, whose face contorted with a mixture of hope and disbelief. A hint of anger crept into Asuma's voice as he growled, his bloodshot eyes betraying the depth of his emotions. "Do you know what you're saying, Shikamaru?" Asuma's words cut through the tense air, his grip on Shikamaru's shoulder both desperate and fierce, as if clinging to the remnants of a fragile hope. Chapter 95, Unveiling Shadows in a dimly lit Hokage office, the heavy air of tension hung palpably. Tsunade sat behind her desk, her head bowed in weariness, hiding her brewing emotions, her hands clasped tightly together. Shizune, her loyal assistant, stood nearby, holding Tonton in her hands, their eyes meeting briefly in a shared sense of helplessness. Tonton let out a gentle buzz sound, attempting to offer a suggestion to Shizune. Shizune nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze filled with concern as she looked up towards Tsunade. With a soft, compassionate tone, she urged her not to blame herself or drown in sorrow. "Don't blame yourself, Tsunade-sama. No one can predict what happens. There's no need to be boom." Suddenly, an explosive sound shattered the suffocating silence. Tsunade's fist crashed down upon her desk, splitting it in half, causing Shizune and Tonton to tremble in shock and fear. Bite! The sight of Tsunade's unleashed rage was jarring, her furious growl punctuating the air. "Sadness has no place here." Tsunade's voice resonated with a seething growl as she swept aside the remnants of the shattered table, her words dripping with raw anger. Caught off guard by Tsunade's outburst, Shizune stood frozen in place, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Summoning her courage, she mustered the strength to ask the question that hung heavily in the air. "Tsunade-sama," she stammered, "are you still angry?" Tsunade's glare pierced through Shizune, her voice laced with determination as she responded with a firm tone. "Is there a need to ask?" she retorted, her frustration palpable. Shizune seemed to understand, her voice trembling as she uttered her thoughts. "But Tsunade-sama," she said weakly, "you already went and smashed his base. Wasn't that enough?" Tsunade growled in response, her anger undeterred. "Enough? That base was nothing more than a surface with no important core," she spat, frustration evident in her every word. "It didn't even scratch his skin, let alone break his bones. That dirty old man didn't even have the audacity to show up, and he was probably secretly watching through some damn crystal ball, treating me like a mere venting monkey while I smashed his establishment. Shizun's voice wavered as she offered a feeble reminder. At least. After the joint suppression from the Hyuga, Inuzaka, Aburame, and Sarutobi clans, the advisors finally compromised and delegated some authority in the meeting, didn't they? That's a happy thing, isn't it? Tsunade slumped back in her chair, exhaustion etched onto her face as her hand rubbed her throbbing temple. I can't bring myself to be happy, Shizun, she confessed wearily. Exchanging the life of another for a mere exchange of political benefits. But the lives that were lost can never be brought back. No amount of benefits can change the fact that a loyal Jonin sacrificed herself due to my lacking grasp over Hidden Leaf Village's situation. Shizun's voice carried empathy as she tried to console her mentor. Tsunade-sama, you have done remarkably well as Hokage already, especially considering you haven't held the position for long. It's impossible to grasp everything, especially with others constantly obstructing your path. Tsunade cursed under her breath, her frustration simmering beneath the surface. Damn those dirty old fogies, she muttered resentfully. Peeking at Tsunade from the corner of her eye, Shizun sensed her anger beginning to subside. Gathering her courage once again, she broached the next pressing matter. What should we do with teammate, Tsunade-sama? Should we assign another Jonin instructor? Tsunade fell into a contemplative silence, her brow furrowing as she weighed her options. After a moment, she shook her head, a somber expression adorning her face. No, let them rest for a while, she replied, her voice filled with concern. It's too dangerous to send them on another mission at the moment. Danzo hasn't given up yet. Even now, he refuses to admit he was wrong, claiming that the Aburame boy is dangerous and that he was acting in Hidden Leaf Village's best interest. Confusion etched across Shizun's face as she questioned, Shino Aburame? Dangerous? How? Tsunade sighed, her weariness seeping into her voice. The dirty old man didn't say, she admitted, her frustration evident. But it's undoubtedly one of his excuses. It's clear that he has seen something in the Aburame boy and wants to control him. Before making a decision, we'll have to screen our men carefully, lest we let that man mix in. Find a trustworthy Jonin to guide Team 8. It can be an idle one or one from Anbu, or even from the clans, it matters not, as long as it doesn't belong to that dirty old man. Shizun, I'll leave it to you. Shizun nodded, her shoulders slumping with a mix of weariness and determination. With a helpless sigh, she accepted the weight of the task before her. After a momentary silence, Tsunade's eyes bore to Shizun, her voice tinged with frustration as she demanded an update on the investigation. Shizun, how are the results? What did the Anbu find? Shizun nodded solemnly before delivering her report. The Anbu returned from the investigation of the village, but they found no evidence beyond what Team Asumo brought back. Tsunade's confusion laced her words as she questioned the lack of evidence. No evidence? There should be at least one living witness, shouldn't there? Shizun's silence hung in the air for a moment before she responded, her voice heavy with a troubling revelation. The entire village was thoroughly searched, but there were no signs of any surviving inhabitants. Furrowing her brow, Tsunade pressed for an explanation. What do you mean? I distinctly remember Shikamaru reporting that there were survivors requiring relocation. Shizun's voice carried a mix of distress and perplexity. By the time the Anbu arrived, there was no one left. The villagers had vanished without a trace, and even the neighboring villages yielded no leads. Tsunade's frown deepened as she pondered the situation. What about the nearby forest? I recall a Hidden Leaf Village medical ninja residing there according to the medical department's records. Shizun shook her head, her voice tinged with a heavy sense of foreboding. The forest was decimated, razed to the ground. No signs of life were detected, and the medical ninja is missing. TSK. A frustrated click of her tongue escaped Tsunade's lips as she stood abruptly, biting her lower lip in agitation. That dirty old man, as clean as ever. He'd better not let me catch his tail, because unlike the sand dame, I won't hesitate to smash him once I do. With purpose in her stride, Tsunade made her way toward the office door, intending to leave. Shizun hurriedly followed, her confusion evident in her voice. Tsunade-sama, where are you going? You still have work to do. Tsunade replied with unwavering determination, her tone firm. The desk is broken, Shizun. I can't work like this. A mix of shock and disbelief colored Shizun's exclamation. Ehhh? Is that the real reason Tsunade-sama smashed the desk? Wait. Tsunade-sama, come back. With Shizun hot on her heels, Tsunade briskly made her escape from the confines of her duties, driven by a relentless pursuit to uncover the truth and confront the manipulative forces at play. Definitely not because she wanted to find a place to stretch her hands and release steam. Meanwhile, another exchange happened in the depths of the dark underground root base. Danzo sat in silence, his eyes closed as he contemplated the shadows that surrounded him. A solitary candle flickered nearby, casting eerie light upon the figures kneeling in the darkness. One shadowy figure emerged, silently approaching Danzō and kneeling before him, clad in a light-colored hooded jacket and an Anbu mask. Danzō's voice cut through the stillness, steady and unwavering. "How are the investigations proceeding?" The subordinate's voice was laced with a sense of grim determination as he reported the findings. "There are no traces of survivors or witnesses. Our own men have vanished without a trace, denying us any chance of gathering intelligence from their remains. Not only that, the creatures and critters in the area were also cleaned. Even the smallest hints of blood and signs of struggle have been meticulously eradicated. Apart from the lifeless body delivered by the Inoshikacho squad, which conveniently framed us as the culprits, there is no other evidence or data regarding the target's abilities or the identity of their mysterious assailants." Danzo's eyes snapped open, his hoarse chuckle permeating the chamber, an undercurrent of anger underscoring his tone. "Good. Very good. After decades, it seems someone finally turned the tables on me, using me as their scapegoat. Well played indeed." His single visible eye narrowed as it locked onto his subordinate, his voice turning cold. "Where is Trune?" The subordinate hesitated briefly before answering, his voice tinged with concern. "We have yet to receive any news of his return. Root members were dispatched to search for him, but even they lost contact. It appears that another force is targeting us, one with superior counterintelligence. As for the missing Root members, I fear." The subordinate's words trailed off, their implications hanging heavily in the air. Danzo's fists clenched in anger, his voice lowering to a growl. "Such exquisite methods. I underestimated the brain boy. Perhaps, he may even have an unknown force behind him. But this old man has decades of experience, and the game has only just begun. As for the useless chess pieces who had gone missing..." With a swift gesture, Danzō extinguished the candle flame, plunging the chamber into darkness. The absence of light drowned the chamber with darkness, mirroring the fate of his expendable pawns, the emotionless shadows that lurked menacingly around him. Chapter 96, Pursuit. In the heart of a sprawling forest, where the sun's rays struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, an eerie silence hung in the air. Tall, ancient trees stretched toward the heavens, their branches entwined like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky. But beneath this serene facade, danger lurked, for this forest was now a realm of mystery and peril. An army of zergs scurried across the forest floor, their claws digging into the rich soil as they tirelessly searched for their elusive prey. Above them, a multitude of bugs patrolled the airspace, their ethereal forms dancing in a chaotic ballet. With heightened senses, they scoured the surroundings, seeking out any trace of the one they hunted, using their various detection methods. Perched high on a thick branch, a lone bug landed, its multifaceted eyes scanning the area in a relentless quest for chakra signatures. Yet, to its controller's disappointment, no signals were detected. With a gentle lift, it took flight once more, continuing its tireless reconnaissance through the leafy expanse. But as the bug departed, the seemingly normal trunk of the tree peeled away like a veil, revealing a figure concealed against the tree. A ninja emerged, adorned in a white cloak and wearing a monkey mask that concealed his features. His short, spike-like black hair added to his enigmatic aura, as he peered through the gaps between the expanse of trees. Observing the strange giant insects that roamed the forest below, the ninja remained hidden, his vigilant eyes darting from bug to bug, calculating their movements. Up above, the buzzing bugs formed a wide net, blocking any attempts to send out a message. He knew he was being monitored and can't hide for long, his every move tracked and intercepted. His intuition heightened, the ninja's gaze shifted skyward as a bug approached him. The bug landed on his shoulder, its buzzes communicating a message to him. As the bug left to scout once more, the ninja's discerning eyes seemed to have identified a potential breakthrough point. With a swift flicker, he vanished from the branch, leaving behind only a fleeting presence. His body flickered from tree to tree, a blur of motion that seemed to defy the laws of nature. Yet, fate would not grant him respite. The sudden shift in the bugs and zergs around him jolted his senses, confirming his suspicions. He had been discovered once again. Determination etched into his features, he propelled himself forward, his obscured eyes calmly assessing the swarm of insects converging upon him. As the swarm closed in, their relentless pursuit drawing nearer, the ninja brought his purple hands together, forming a small, poisonous smokescreen sphere. With practiced precision, his form fluidly danced through the air as he blew the sphere toward the incoming swarm. The small noxious cloud swiftly inflated, spreading out and infiltrated the ranks of the pursuing swarm, poisoning the insects and transforming them into a writhing mass of purple. Dead bugs rained down upon the marching army below, their grotesque demise a testament to the ninja's prowess. Exploiting the chaos he had sown, the masked warrior flickered away, darting in and out of the shadows cast by the towering trees. His movements were a symphony of speed and grace, unmatched by the scurrying creatures that pursued him. His escape seemed unimpeded. Yet, just as he thought he had outwitted his adversaries, a net of bugs descended from above, its invisible threads tightening around him. To his dismay, similar nets closed in from all sides, ensnaring him in an inescapable trap. Swoosh. Captured. But is it really that easy? Suddenly, the captured ninja's body deformed, contorting and transforming into a swarm of bugs. Like a storm unleashed, the insectoid form fought back against the encroaching swarm, engaging in a deadly struggle for survival. Bug clashed with bug, each sacrificing itself to consume the enemy down to the very last specimen. Meanwhile, the owner of the bug clone had slipped away in the chaos at an unknown time, a phantom in the shadows, his presence veiled from sight and perception of his pursuers. And in that fateful instant, within the confines of their concealed sanctuary, their intertwined tongues finally parted, a slender strand of glistening saliva tethering their mouths. Shino, his eyes like abyssal pools, fixated on the delicate path it traced, his face closing in to indulge once more before relinquishing their intimate connection. With her back pressed against his form, Karina perched on his lap, her breaths escaping in gasps as she fixed her alluring gaze upon Shino, whose attention had shifted elsewhere, her every subtle motion a deliberate bid to recapture his unwavering focus. In the midst of the unfolding events, Shino's eyes fixated upon the ethereal expanse of the holographic interface enveloping their surroundings, an intricate three-dimensional concept map sprawling like celestial stars dotting a boundless universe. This was his mind map, his event planner that encapsulated a tapestry of memories and knowledge, a record of past events with branches extending outward to represent the myriad potential future paths contingent upon the outcomes of the unfolding events, allowing for prompt decisions if an unexpected outcome unfurls. With unwavering determination, one hand deftly molding his will into the shape of his desires, the other hand commanded the intricate mind map, seamlessly navigating its labyrinthine branches, seeking out those in need of his meticulous adjustment and rectification. He could feel a palpable tension brewing, a taut dread of anticipation, as he wrestled with the stress of his own future, each decision a crucial brushstroke upon the canvas of his destiny. In a sudden, arresting moment, Shino's gaze honed in on a glaring error, feeling a presence coiling around his rising stress like a suffocating shroud. His hand, clenched with determination, sought to reshape and mold the mistake to his unwavering will, and as the fault yielded beneath his touch, a surge of relief cascaded through him as he finally felt most of tension being released. Ha! He escaped again. As Karina's seductive whisper tantalizingly caressed the contours of Shino's ears, a tautness rekindled within him, for he sensed the brewing storm of tension, knowing all too well that the current unfolding events still held a myriad of hidden errors awaiting his deft touch. But due to Karina's reminder, Shino's attention temporarily shifted to the holographic video hovering in his vision. In the live broadcast, their bugs were methodically weaving a delicate net around a small mouse, one who had successfully eluded their hunt once again. The sight served as a reminder of their ultimate goal, to enhance their combat capabilities and repository of abilities to secure a future where they could combat against any adversary, instead of helplessly requiring the deployment of lots of their resources to capture one small character. Shino's gaze turned to Karina, his voice filled with urgency. "Karina, how much longer until our clones can be transported over?" he inquired, his brows furrowing with concern. Time was of the essence, and they couldn't afford any delays. Karina sighed, her expression tinged with frustration. "Pa. It's still going to take a while, Shino," she replied, her voice laced with an alluring sigh. "The transporters of our clones have been traveling at their quickest speed, but the target seems to be one step ahead, eluding our attempts to encircle him. He has been evading our net, constantly on the move, making it difficult for our clones to catch up." Shino's face was neutral as he pondered their predicament. "Is there a way for us to take him down without relying on our clones?" he asked, a glimmer of hope in his voice. The thought of being able to confront their target directly, without the limitations of their clones, held an allure for him. Karina shook her head, her voice filled with a sense of realism. "It's highly unlikely, Shino," she responded, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "Despite their numbers, our Zergs and bugs are still too weak to pose a significant threat to a ninja of his caliber. Engaging him directly only resulted in losses in exchange for a short delay. Despite being entrapped within the confines of our wide Zerg network, he's adept at avoiding confrontations and has been cleverly maneuvering around us, taking detours when necessary. Unless our clones confront him head-on, we have no chance of capturing him. Even if our clones manage to obstruct him, there is still a probability of failing to incapacitate the target." Shino's brows furrowed further as he tried to comprehend the situation. "Are our clones truly that weak?" he asked, a hint of frustration seeping into his voice. He couldn't fathom how their clones, equipped with the pseudo-chakra network and combat systems, could fail to subdue their target. Karina shook her head, her expression serious. "No, our clones aren't weak," she clarified. "Individually, They possess Chunin-level combat strength. When coordinated effectively, their combined power can allow each clone to have power rivaling that of an upper Chunin. In numbers, they can overwhelm a Jonin, perhaps even mobbing upper Jonins to death. This was proven when they engaged and eliminated the root ninjas sent to support our target. But this fact only holds true if the enemy chooses to engage us head-on. He knew all too well that the Naruto world didn't adhere to a strict combat power ranking system. Raw power alone did not guarantee victory. In the intricate world of shinobi, the boundaries of ninja strength are blurred by a myriad of methods that transcend mere combat power, delving into the realm of cunning and deception. From clandestine conspiracies to treacherous traps, intricate schemes to calculated assassinations, deadly backstabbing to ominous betrayals, the playing field is not limited to direct confrontations alone. It even extends into the realm of unconventional tactics such as the sexy and harem techniques, methods which are super effective for defeating powerful ninjas. So, in this complex web of strategies, the concept of cross-rank killing emerges as a distinct possibility, challenging the conventional boundaries of ninja strengths and raising the difficulty of comparing ninja combat prowess. The system's ranking, however, provided a semblance of order, a convenient grouping for the average ninja. The ranks: Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Kage, Sage, Six Paths, and so on, each rank split from low to upper tier. It was a surprising revelation, believe it or not, but in reality, most normal ninjas' combat prowess did align with their assigned rank. Not every ninja possessed the awe-inspiring abilities showcased by the iconic characters in the anime, where a Jonin could explode with sage-like powers at the cost of their life, or where a Genin, seemingly stuck at the lowest rank, could rise to become the savior of the world. Therefore, the system's rankings were a reflection of the general capabilities and skills possessed by the majority of the mob ninjas, side characters not mentioned in the anime, usually imagined by authors of fan fictions to generate original content. And maybe even some of the original Naruto characters with little screen time. This is a fact and isn't a joke. However, even ants can overwhelm an elephant, and in their case, it was a comparison of an elephant in the face of the collective strength of larger ants, a Jonin against the synchronized strength of a group of Chunins. Hence, the conclusion drawn by Karina was justified, but it seems there were other issues to consider. A dissatisfied and annoyed expression crossed Karina's face as she continued, "The problem lies in the fact that not all ninjas will engage in direct combat, especially Jonins who have a variety of ways to hunt and hide in the shadows. Not only that, when faced with an escape route, they will exploit it, their first priority being to return and report intelligence. When a Jonin focuses on escaping, that's where the real challenge lies. Our clone's deployment speed can't keep up with the target's constant movement. Fortunately, despite the target's ability to blaze a trail through the zergs, the cautious nature of Jonins prevented the target from directly breaking through the dense net of zergs, allowing us to slowly set up a layout to entrap the target. I've employed multiple strategies to paralyze the prey's cognition, including letting our bugs pass by despite sensing him, hoping to herd him towards our clones, but the target's instinct and intelligence keyed him in on this fact, causing him to move in an erratic way that prevented his complete ensnarement, resulting in our current stalemate. And now, it was a race of whether she will arrive first or if he would escape first. Karina was diligently playing this racing game for him, but it seemed that the road was much more bumpy than expected, resulting in her bouncy movements, a dance between frustration and elation. Shino, witnessing her relentless efforts, harbored no blame because he knew she had it rough. Shino let out a sigh of frustration, his shoulders slumping. "This is precisely why I wanted to learn the Thunder God Jutsu," he confessed, a tinge of disappointment evident in his voice. "It would have compensated for my deficiency in high-mobility combat, allowing me to keep pace with elusive opponents like this Jonin." Karina cast a pitiful glance at Shino, her voice filled with sympathy. "Haha. I'm sorry, Shino," she said softly beside his ear. "We were too idealistic. The hive is not omnipotent, and the system can't hand everything to us on a silver platter with its current stage of computation power. Despite the sporadic success, deciphering the Thunder God Jutsu has proven to be an insurmountable challenge for us so far. We've had to put it on hold for long-term research and focus on other more pressing research." With a subtle shake of his head, Shino's lips curved into a small, playful smile as his hands extended, offering solace to Karina in a gesture both comforting and laden with warmth. "It's not your fault, Karina," his words lingered in the air, suffused with a captivating warmth as he deftly sculpted the contours of her thoughts, intertwining his reassurance within the confines of their connection. "We aren't the lucky protagonists destined for easy mastery of S-rank techniques. Such skills require extraordinary dedication and a stroke of luck. Otherwise, we could only grind it slowly over time." Shino paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on Karina as she basked in the warmth of his reassurance, her eyes closed in contentment. He took a deep breath before broaching the next topic on his mind. Karina, what about the alternative, the contracting and summoning technique? He asked, his voice filled with curiosity. Karina's eyes fluttered open, and her enchanting eyes met Shino's gaze, a thoughtful expression on her face. Aha! The contracting and summoning technique, she replied, her voice tinged with a hint of reservation. While understanding the summoning technique itself wouldn't pose a challenge, there is a significant hurdle when it comes to contracting with a Zerg. Shino's brows furrowed as he absorbed Karina's words. What do you mean? He asked, a glimmer of intrigue in his voice. He had considered the possibility of signing contracts with other creatures, but he hadn't fully contemplated the full implications with regards to his own Zerg. Karina sighed, her eyes scanning the room before meeting Shino's gaze once again. You see, Shino, the Zergs may appear as independent beings, but in reality, they are all interconnected as part of the hive mind, she explained. Essentially, they are all extensions of you. So, if we were to sign a contract to summon them, we would essentially be contracting with you. A soft chuckle escaped Shino's lips as he processed the revelation. Ah, I see the problem now, he mused, shaking his head. We can't sign a contract with ourselves and summon ourselves. That would defeat the purpose entirely. Karina nodded in agreement, her expression serious. That's the primary issue we need to address, she continued. But there's another concern as well. It's unclear where the blood used in the summoning ritual goes. Does it get claimed by an unknown entity, or is it delivered to the owner of the summoned creature? If it's the latter, we could potentially use it as a gene collector. But if it's the former, there's a risk that our own unique Zerg blood may be divulged to a powerful entity. Shino nodded, his mind working through the possibilities. Indeed, that is a risk, he acknowledged. But it's a risk we can consider once we've solved the issue of contracting with ourselves. At that point, we can use other people's blood as a test to see if the blood is received by the summoned creature's owner. However, I remember when we first began the research, you mentioned there was another problem? Karina nodded solemnly, her voice filled with caution. Yes, there's also the risk that the contractor could perform a reverse summon to the summoned creature, she disclosed. If that were to happen and the reverse summon ended up bringing them back to Shino's main body. Indeed, that would be a significant problem. It would defeat the whole purpose of his stable lifestyle. It'll be a joke if he successfully hid his main body from the world, only to be discovered by a random ninja who could use the C-rank technique. Karina's warning continued, while we could technically restrict such an action by refusing the reverse summoning for other contractors, there's always the possibility that someone might find a way to forcefully reverse summon through the contract. Shino lowered his head, lost in thought as he contemplated the implications. After a moment, he raised his head and met Karina's gaze, his expression resolute. For now, we shouldn't dwell on this particular concern. Let's focus on researching this and acquiring a working sample first, he decided. If it turns out to be a risk during the testing phase, we can simply use the summoning technique internally, limiting its use to ourselves. It may eliminate the potential for collaboration with other ninjas, but it would ensure our safety. Of course, if there's a way to mitigate the risk, I wouldn't mind exploring that option. Karina nodded, her eyes filled with determination. I will keep a close eye on any potential methods, she assured Shino, her voice filled with a sense of purpose. In fact, during the experiments, I've recently noticed a peculiar spatial fluctuation within the system. While it's not confirmed yet, I believe there may be a hidden space within the system. Shino's curiosity piqued, his gaze locked onto Karina. A hidden space? He echoed, his voice laced with excitement. What do you mean? Chapter 97, Hidden Space. Karina nodded, her face flushed, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Yes, I suspect that there's a concealed space, where all the biomass you converted into your own, is stored, she explained. My dear, I remember you mentioning during our activities how you wondered where all the biomass we collected went, but we didn't ponder too much regarding this abnormality during our intense exchange. After the recent fluctuations during our research of the summoning and flying thunder god techniques, I recalled your words. Where did all the biomass go? Naturally, it only makes sense that there would be a designated area or points within the system to house such a significant resource. It's a possibility we overlooked until now and had taken for granted. Shino's eyes sparkled with anticipation, a glimmer of hope rising within him. Could this be the legendary system spatial storage he had dreamed of? Is he finally opening the route of a kingdom of God? Is he but? As the soft cadence of Karina's voice reached the depths of his ears, a curious stillness descended upon him, the final spurts of his exhilaration over the discovery dispersing, released into the realms of the unknown. Sigh. Here comes the but, followed by a pregnant pause that enveloped the scene, each passing moment punctuated solely by the breathless gasps that escaped Karina's lips, building suspense that foretold the impending revelation. Ha! It's full of. My dear, full of. things that need to be verified. I must emphasize that the system space is mere unverified speculation. I will continue my investigations and inform you once I gather more concrete clues. Sighing, Shino tempered his excitement, reminding himself that nothing was confirmed yet, and even if it turned out to be true, unlocking the secrets of this space would likely prove to be a challenging endeavor. It seems there is still long ways to go before we dig out all the secret functions of the system. In a realm of contemplation, Shino's profound gaze fixated upon Karina, who was meticulously summoning forth the slumbering beast, whose dormant powers slowly stirred with anticipation under her diligent care, setting the stage for an enthralling spectacle yet to unfold. Aware of Karina's enthrallment with her immediate task, rendering her unable to engage in direct conversation with her primary form, Shino made a calculated choice to transition into his alternate consciousness, where their clones awaited, ready to communicate regarding another issue. Far away from their main base, beneath the surface of the ravaged Kurosawa village, lays another underground biosphere, a place of darkness and mystery, a hidden realm where secrets and experiments thrived, veiled in shadows and bioluminescent glows. Shino and Karina, two clones bound by their own peculiarities, stood before the pulsating larvae, a symbol of transformation and rebirth. Its faintly translucent shell revealed the slumbering beauty within, her delicate curves and healing wounds concealed by the squirming biomass that encased her figure. Shino, ever the cautious one, broke the silence. "Karina, how is she holding up?" he inquired, concern lacing his voice. He couldn't help but worry for her well-being. After all, the performance was truly too real. Karina turned to him, a reassuring smile gracing her lips. "Don't worry, Shino. I made sure to install life-sustaining contraptions in her body during the initial assimilation process, a prevention to avoid accidental deaths, resulting in a waste of my dear's essence. As long as her brain remains intact, her life can be sustained and recovered with prompt treatment. Now, her vitals are all normal. Her life-threatening wounds have been repaired, and even the traces of scars are fading over time." Karina replied confidently. "And after acquiring sufficient biomass from the sacrifices in the village above, I am now letting her go through the initial Zerg life form transformation she didn't receive before due to lack of time and biomass." Shino nodded, his worry subsiding. He knew Karina was resourceful and had taken precautions to ensure her survival. He trusted her abilities implicitly. However, he couldn't help but wonder about the duration of her current state. "How long will the upgrade take?" he inquired, his curiosity getting the better of him. Karina's eyes sparkled with mischief as she glanced at Shino. "Shino, the estimated time is inaccurate, because we are integrating her with new genes. Incorporating research from the old lady Furufuki, we have integrated Jafuku flower genes into her body. No risk to her life has been detected, but it's hard to say exactly how long the upgrade would take, but it shouldn't take as long as my own birth. Still, it will be a while." After her explanation, a playful smile tugged at Karina's lips. "That urgency, tell me, Shino-sama, are you eagerly anticipating tasting the forbidden fruit?" Shino met her gaze with calm determination, unaffected by her playful demeanor. "I'm simply looking forward to our Genjutsu researcher being put to work soon," he responded. "Neither of us possesses a natural talent for Genjutsu, but with her combined efforts, we can make up for that deficiency." Shino had long yearned to incorporate Genjutsu into his arsenal of bugs and Zergs. Alas, the cruel twist of fate had left him bereft of any natural talent for Genjutsu. His lack of talent had hindered his progress. It was a bitter pill to swallow, for he learned that possessing the technique alone did not grant him the mastery he sought. Genjutsu wasn't a skill easily acquired, it required imagination, a vast repertoire of techniques, meticulous calculations, and attention to even the smallest details. His system, with Karina's assistance, could handle many of these aspects, but they lacked the extensive database of techniques necessary for true mastery, in addition to the talent in using and creating Genjutsu. "Even if the barrier of entry isn't high, we still lack the necessary Genjutsu techniques," Shino continued. "During my training, despite teaching our team how to deal with Genjutsu, Kurenai never shared her full repository of offensive Genjutsu with me, no matter how many times I asked. After my first couple of failed attempts, she believed I had no talent for it. She said I shouldn't waste time on Genjutsu and focus on abilities I had proficiency with, such as developing my bugs. I can't blame her because she was simply doing her duty as a good teacher, but this left a gaping hole in our Genjutsu knowledge compared to our other abilities. But with Kurenai assimilated, this gap was patched because she was a treasure trove of Genjutsu knowledge." Karina listened intently, her gaze locked on Shino. She understood the importance of their mission and the challenges they faced. Indeed, with Kurenai's assimilation, we had gained access to a wealth of Genjutsu knowledge, she mused. Unfortunately, Even the integration of pre-existing Genjutsu techniques was fairly difficult, but they can be optimized with time and relentless effort through the system's computation power. Needless to say, the but part kicked in. However, the signature flower and tree Genjutsus of Kurenai may not be suitable for our usage, especially for our bug clones who has even more restrictions imposed. Naturally, creating new techniques and blending Genjutsu with your insect clones will pose an even greater challenge. It requires not only a vast database but also a boundless imagination and talent in Genjutsu in order to apply them in combat on entities such as bugs and zergs. Naturally, this could eventually be completed through grinding, but the necessary investment of time and computation resources isn't something we have available. As if the task at hand wasn't daunting enough, Shino's thoughts drifted to the formidable Genjutsu masters ominously looming on their path, all which they needed to defend against the relentless onslaught of Itachi's hunting torture world, Tsukuyomi, the insidious brainwashing of Shishui's Koto Umatsukami, the forbidden destiny deciding powers of the Sharingan's Izanami, and the ultimate dream trap infinite Tsukuyomi. And we must also fortify our system against powerful Genjutsu, which requires even more investments. Shino uttered in a stressed tone. Kurina nodded in agreement, her expression growing more serious. You're right, Shino. Defenses against powerful Genjutsu are paramount. We need safeguards to ensure our system can withstand such assaults and protect us from their devastating effects. Even if we can't counter them, we at least need to be able to escape from them, but this had been a difficult issue for us. Yet, amid this intricate web of challenges, one truth shone like a guiding star. The answers they sought, the resolution to their plight, rested in the hands of a Genjutsu genius. Kurenai, with her unparalleled expertise, held the key to unlock the roadblocks that obstructed their ambitions. Only through her guidance and wisdom could they hope to navigate the labyrinthine complexities of Genjutsu, potentially unraveling the mysteries that lay ahead. Shino's gaze sharpened as he contemplated the magnitude of their task. Indeed. It's a daunting challenge, but one we must overcome unless we want to hide like turtles for the rest of our lives. Which would certainly cause the piqued interest of many to diminish. No one wants to live through a poisonous tale where the characters hide and do nothing but talk, he replied, his voice steady with determination. So to spice things up, we need Genjutsu and fast. That way, we can give an illusion to others that our life is still interesting. And in solving these issues, a Genjutsu genius like Kurenai could prove to be invaluable. This was one of the reasons I wanted to assimilate her. Naturally, Itachi would be a better option, but I'm afraid we could only make do with Kurenai in our situation. She is the only choice you had, Shino-sama. She said, her eyes rolling playfully. With Kurenai leading the research and the system's computation power, we have a high probability of developing successfully in the Genjutsu field, allowing Shino-sama to develop forbidden methods of playstyles. Kurina's eyes gleamed with playfulness. Be serious, Kurina. Shino rapped her playfully on the head, or I'll have to punish you. Okay. Kurina understands and will be very, very serious. But I'm sure Shino-sama definitely hasn't enough because our conversation seems to be another filler chapter. Kurina's voice resonated with a captivating undertone, her eyes playfully rolling with a hint of mischief, leaving an air of tantalizing implications hanging in the air. As Shino exerted control over his other body to tighten his grip like a vice, his eyes narrowed with an ominous intensity. It seems someone needs to be punished. Shino's punishment. Kurina, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, teasingly extended her tongue, caressing her lips with an alluring seductiveness that left a lingering sense of intrigue. Kurina welcomes it any time, my dear. Just as they delved into their in-depth speculations, losing themselves in exploring the mysteries of life, Kurina's voice suddenly cut through the air, alerting Shino to an immediate development. Shino, the target is on the move once again, she reported, a tinge of excitement seeping into her tone. But this time, he had finally strayed into our encirclement. The clone transports have closed in on him from all sides, slowly tightening the net. All that remains is to seal off the gap behind him, and he will eventually be trapped. Next will be a confrontation of hard combat power. Shino's gaze snapped to the screen, a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. The moment he had been waiting for was finally within reach. His voice rang out with authority, commanding his team, this is a rare chance. Don't let him slip away. Catch him alive if possible, I'm sure he will bring a lot of surprises to me. If he is who I believe him to be. Chapter 98, Trune the Monkey Masked Ninja leaped through the dense forest with remarkable agility. The shadows of the towering trees played upon his white-clad figure as he maneuvered through the trees, his movements as swift and silent as the wind. His keen eyes scanned the surroundings, observing the strange bugs encircling him. The insects, once teeming with hostility, now seemed eerily calm. The bugs that had once posed a threat to his progress now kept their distance, observing him with an air of caution. His years of experience as a ninja warned him it was the calm before a storm. The monkey-masked ninja's mind churned with thoughts, his instincts warning him of the impending danger. Though he changed direction and altered his route, the creatures seemingly remained motionless, lurking in the shadows like hidden sentinels. A sense of unease settled over the monkey-masked ninja. He knew he might have fallen into his opponent's trap, despite his successful evasion thus far. He couldn't pinpoint where he had made a mistake, but he knew time was running out. He had to find a way out, and fast. But the enemy had no intention of waiting for his escape plan to unfold. In a sudden burst of earth-shaking force, an enlarged version of the strange insect creatures erupted from the ground. Its massive maw opened wide, and from within emerged two figures, hurtling through the air toward the monkey-masked ninja with deadly intent. He recognized them to be his observation targets. He hadn't fathomed this outcome, but in a heartbeat, his observation targets had become his relentless hunters. It was unclear how he had grown so powerful, but the monkey-masked ninja had no time to dwell on that mystery. Clang! Clang! With a resounding clash, kunai met Danzo as the trio clashed in midair. Their bodies became a blur of motion, their taijutsu skills on full display as they danced around each other with supernatural grace, their weapons and hands piercing towards their enemy with deadly intent. Each clash of their weapons echoed through the forest, the sound a testament to their ferocity and skill, their bodies borrowing the force of their clash to stay afloat in the air. The monkey-masked ninja, his black-gloved hand wielding the tando, expertly parried the attacks coming at him. In a lightning-fast move, his free purple hand made contact with one of the enemies. The nano-insects residing within his body surged forward, invading his opponent's flesh. A patch of ominous purple spread across the enemy's body, a clear sign of the lethal deterioration caused by the monkey-masked ninja's poisonous companions. But the enemy refused to yield to the monkey-masked ninja's assault, trading its own injury for a chance to counterattack. With perfect coordination, the enemy seized the opportunity and grabbed his partner, using his body as a weapon. Together, they descended upon the monkey-masked ninja from above, one holding the masked ninja in place while his partner's assaulting force caused the monkey-masked ninja to spiral through the air, crashing into the forest below with bone-jarring impact. A thunderous boom reverberated through the trees as the monkey-masked ninja collided with the unforgiving ground. A brief pain coursed through his body, and a hairline crack formed on his signature monkey mask. Yet, with unwavering determination, he swiftly regained his composure, adjusting his body and prepared for combat. His indigo eyes flickered with a steely resolve as he fought through the haze of pain. With lightning reflexes, the monkey-masked ninja dispersed the swarm of strange bugs that assaulted him from every direction, his movements akin to a reaper harvesting wheat. Once free from their relentless assault, he wasted no time. In a blur of motion, he sprinted toward a nearby tree, using it as a springboard to launch himself into another daring dash through the forest, determined to shake off his pursuers. Despite his judgment that his close combat abilities may be above the enemy's, the monkey-masked ninja decisively chose to escape. Why escape? The monkey-masked ninja's trump card was his nano-insects. They were his ultimate weapon. Most of his abilities relied on their formidable power. Yet, to his surprise, the erosion caused by his insects on the enemy had been slower than anticipated. In fact, as time passed, the erosion seemed to gradually disappear, as if an unknown force was contending with his nano-insects. So, it was a rational decision to escape. Despite not being completely useless, he understood that his insects weren't as effective against his adversaries. If he lingered, the tide of battle would turn against him, eventually. He needed to regroup, to strategize, and find a way to overcome this unexpected hurdle. Escape was his only option, until he grasped the enemy's weakness. Unfortunately, now that the prey had encountered his clones, a certain Dominator naturally won't let him escape so easily. Whoosh! The insect clones pursued their target with relentless determination, their bodies flickering as they closed in, aiming to entangle the enemy. The battleground transformed into a chaotic dance of combat as the trio leapt from tree to tree, a mesmerizing display of skills unfolding before the backdrop of the dense forest. Clouds of ominous purple smoke billowed forth from the monkey-masked ninja, a poisonous veil that encountered obstacles in the form of walls composed of countless bugs. Shadows of shurikens whirled through the air, a dazzling array of clones appearing on both sides, their purpose to disrupt the enemy's movements. The clash wasn't long, but the one with the upper hand was decided. With a thud, the monkey-masked ninja landed on a sturdy tree branch, his white cloak tattered and adorned with deep gashes, a testament to the intensity of the battle. His mask, already damaged from earlier encounters, now bore even more cracks, revealing glimpses of the face hidden beneath. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, his determination unyielding. Meanwhile, his opponent had been reduced from 2 to 1. The other lay in a heap of purple slag, disintegrating upon the frigid forest floor. The destructive power of the monkey-masked ninja's nano-insects had left its mark, But the remaining enemy remained undeterred. As the monkey-masked ninja hesitated, contemplating whether to engage the lone adversary, his instincts screamed a warning. In a swift motion, he leaped out of harm's way, narrowly evading a barrage of attacks that rained down upon him from all sides. However, the forest continued to echo with the clash of weapons and the whistling of projectiles. With unwavering focus, the ninja blocked as much as he could, his wave of bugs forming impromptu barriers to resist some attacks, while his agile body dangerously evaded others. Though he sustained injuries from the opponent's skillful onslaught, none were critical, thanks to his swift reflexes and hardened resolve. However, his mask, once a symbol of his mystery identity, now bore the weight of battle. The cracks multiplied until the mask finally succumbed, disintegrating piece by piece, crumbling and peeling off his face. It revealed the face of the man hidden beneath, a fair-skinned individual with short, spiky black hair. His features, save for a small area around his nose and mouth, were concealed by another black mask that integrated his glasses. As expected, under the mask was another mask. But this was already enough exposure. The man knew his identity could no longer be shrouded in secrecy. With a decisive motion, he tore off his shabby white cloak, revealing his distinctive attire. Clad in a high-collared, all-black outfit adorned with a striking red sash around his waist, he exuded an aura of calculated intensity. An apron-like garment covered his pants, while a short black jacket adorned his shoulders, adorned with red straps. Numerous pouches hung from his attire, attesting to his preparedness for any situation. To some, the man's appearance may have seemed unfamiliar, but to Shino, recognition dawned. He was an elite member of Harut, a devoted follower of Danzō, and the man who volunteered himself as tribute in place of his brother, Troublesome, the brother of Shino. But now they walked different paths, their destinies had veered in opposing directions, now standing on different sides as enemies. Welcome to the Hungry Bug Games. His arms enveloped in a swirling haze of purple fog, Troon's eyes darted across the scene, taking in the sight of the 5 Shinos that encircled him, 4 more having shown up in the wake of his momentary delay, effectively trapping him from all sides. I've observed all your abilities. I will return and report all your abilities. You can't stop me. His words were cold and concise, yet it betrayed a strange vibe of resignation. As if possessed by a shared consciousness, the 5 Shinos responded in perfect unison, their voices harmonizing in an eerie symphony of unity. Oh, then I'll have to try. Whoosh. The battle ignited in an instant, a flurry of movement as 3 Shinos blurred forward, their bodies pulsating with the eruption of bugs, forming a formidable shield against the encroaching purple smoke. Engaged in close combat with Troon, their hands glimmered with a venomous purple hue, poised to unleash their deadly poison upon the enemy. Simultaneously, 2 clones conjured reinforcements, summoning a horde of insect allies and employing ninjutsu clones to bolster their ranks. The battlefield became a chaotic symphony of clashing forces, as Troon, outnumbered but undeterred, valiantly fought against the Chunin-level combat prowess of his adversaries. Despite their resistance to his nano-bugs, Troon's own mastery over the microscopic creatures proved formidable, and the bugs brewing in his body was vast, surpassing even the combined might of the clones that encircled him. Shino understood this disparity well. His clones were designed for versatility, equipped with a diverse array of bugs capable of handling various scenarios, but lacked the specialization and sheer volume of nano-bugs that Troon possessed. It was an uphill battle, devoid of clear advantages, yet Shino persevered, his motives concealed beneath a veil of uncertainty. Hum. The forest echoed with the haunting melody of insect carcasses dissolving into purple slag, descending like a polluted rain. Troon seized a fleeting moment of respite as his malevolent nano-insects exploded forth, eradicating 2 Shino clones in a haze of destruction. However, escape remained elusive, for 2 Shinos still laid in wait, their ninjutsu primed and ready. Fire style, rage of sages, flame of phoenixes. They bellowed in unison. Volleys of blazing fireballs cascaded down upon Troon, forcing him into evasive maneuvers while simultaneously serving as a fiery trap, confining him within the area. Meanwhile, another giant insect emerged from the ground, a gargantuan drone with a gaping maw, releasing 2 fresh insect clones, poised to rejoin the relentless battle. For the first time, Shino unveiled the harrowing depths of his clone arsenal, a nightmarish display of their seemingly limitless numbers, the true horror of his clones, a downgraded application of the cosmic disaster known as players. Though his eyes remained concealed behind his mask and glasses, it was clear to Shino that Troon keenly sensed the gravity of the situation. The odds had shifted, the pressure mounting with the addition of the 2 new combatants, and the true extent of Shino's hidden forces lurking beneath the surface remained a sinister mystery. It was unknown if his stamina could withstand the unknown numbers. Troon's heart pounded with urgency, a stark realization settling upon him that he had to alter the tides of battle swiftly, or succumb to an inevitable fate. With unwavering determination, he swiftly retrieved a mysterious scroll from his arsenal, its significance hanging in the balance. Could this scroll hold the key to shifting the precarious situation in his favor, or would he ultimately be engulfed by the unrelenting onslaught of Shino's forces, forever consigned to doom? Find out next time on Shino Ball Z. If death is not like the cringe, always by this story's side. Chapter 99. Here it comes as Trun leapt backward, seeking a fleeting moment of respite, his resolve crystallized into a decisive move. With an air of mystique, he unfurled the ninja scroll clutched within his grasp, and in a puff of smoke, a chilling spectacle unfolded. A corpse, completely dyed in a malevolent shade of purple, materialized before him. To those without in-depth knowledge, it may have seemed like a mere rotting or stained cadaver, but those familiar with Trun's unique abilities recognize the true nature of this grotesque figure. It was an embodiment of the Rinkayaku infestation. With an explosive flourish, Trun hurled the infected corpse with the precision of a well-aimed bomb, hurtling it towards the two Shino clones who served as mages. The two mage Shino clones sought to swiftly evade the impending danger, but a surge of sinister purple fog erupted from the infected corpse, engulfing them in an instant. Their end did not need words to be described. Not only that, the malevolent range of the unleashed nano-insects expanded rapidly, clearing out a wave of the encircling zergs. Even the trees which the purple fog encroached upon had melted into slag, its wooden form collapsing and setting off a destructive symphony in the background of the battlefield. Simultaneously, Trun's unwavering focus shifted to the remaining Shino clones, his demeanor sharpening. Gripping his tanto with unwavering resolve, he exuded an aura of deterrence as his hand moved at a blistering pace, guiding the blade in a mesmerizing dance of precise slashes directed at the encroaching clones. In a dazzling exhibition of his masterful swordsmanship, Trun's tanto cleaved through the clones, regardless of the direction from which they assailed him. His strikes honed in on their abdomens, a testament to his keen perception of a peculiar insect presence concealed within their forms, distinct from the rest. Puff! With an ephemeral puff of smoke, the clones momentarily stalled before resuming their relentless onslaught. Superficially, little appeared to have changed, but their speed had undeniably declined, and Trun could discern the waning chakra within their ethereal bodies. The irregularities in their forms also did not escape his notice either, a mass of bugs intricately fashioned into replicas. Not mere shadow clones, but insect replicas? Capable of wielding ninjutsu? Is it a new clone technique based on insects? Trun pondered aloud, his words betraying both surprise and admiration. This amalgamation of clone ninjutsu and insects. It eludes even the depths of Root's database. Danzō-sama clearly underestimated you, but rest assured, that shall be rectified upon my return. Trun's earnest explanation spilled forth from his lips, ostensibly affirming his unwavering loyalty. Yet, Shino, attuned to subtleties, detected an elusive undertone within the proclamation, a glimmer of intrigue buried within the words. Whether this undertone was intentional or not remained a mystery, one that can't be solved with mere moments of pondering. So, Shino's relentless assault showed no signs of abating, just as Trun's unyielding spirit refused to capitulate, clearly having no intention of surrendering. The clash of wills continued unabated, a tempest of determination and unwavering resolve. Amidst the tumultuous clash, Shino's thoughts were unsettled by the strange undertones laced within Trun's words, their implications lingering within his mind like a phantom echo. Yet, unbeknownst to Shino, Trun possessed a keen perception. He knew he had struck a nerve, exploiting a weakness that simmered within the depths of his opponent's psyche. Though it hadn't resolved the entanglement of clones that assailed him, Trun harbored an assurance he could dismantle them now with relative ease, thanks to their diminished capabilities. His gaze flickered with a newfound determination as he strategized his escape. The demise of the two clones poised to impede him with ninjutsu had been wrought in a violent explosion coming from the Rinkayaku within the thrown corpse. The destructive force reduced them to naught, even remnants weren't left behind. With his Rinkayaku still scattered in the air, Trun knew he now had a clear retreat route. Though more clones materialized, their emergence from the ground a testament to Shino's seemingly infinite reserves, Trun remained undeterred. He had discerned their vulnerabilities, recognizing the limits of their power. With knowledge of their weakness, he can easily deal with them as he escape. As he propelled himself forward, his focus honed on disabling the new batch of clones' chakra, confident that their attempts to obstruct his escape would prove futile in the face of his calculated maneuvering. If this was all Shino had, his escape was inevitable. From the vantage point of an ethereal holographic projection, the sprawling expanse of the battlefield unfurled beneath the hovering camera. The verdant forest, a tapestry of emerald hues, served as a backdrop to the miniature combatants locked in a ferocious struggle. Their nimble forms darted and weaved amidst the trees, their movements a symphony of fluidity and precision. Shino's hand brushed through the nearby locks of vibrant crimson, a momentary respite amidst the chaos that surrounded him. His gaze fixated upon the captivating events unfolding before him, his senses tingling with anticipation and adrenaline coursing through his veins. Thoughts swirled within his mind, dancing on the precipice of consideration as he weighed the words spoken by his estranged brother. The touch of uncertainty nestled within his heart, the fleeting question of whether he should incorporate Trun's words into his forthcoming plans. It was a treacherous precipice to navigate, for the truth was shrouded with the probability of lies, a delicate web of words designed to provoke and manipulate. He could trust his father to some extent, but can he trust his brother? Shino's emotions surged and churned within him, his mind veering perilously close to chaos as he sought to untangle the intricacies of Trun's intentions. With every passing moment, the battle waged beneath the holographic display continued to unfold, captivating his attention and further fueling his internal conflict. The clash of flesh, the resounding clash of weaponry, and the thunderous echoes of jutsu resonated through the air, a symphony of raw power and indomitable will. It was amidst this tempest of action and turmoil that Shino found himself entangled, his mind adrift in a sea of swirling thoughts, unsure when he would unleash the lock on his heart, allowing another to receive his trust. Shino, the Overlord had arrived at the destination. Our insect clones can't seem to handle the target. Perhaps we may eventually overrun him with numbers, but it will most likely result in his death, and the capture plan will result in failure. Should we activate the backup plan? As the aerial view persisted, offering glimpses of both triumph and struggle, Shino's resolve hardened. He steeled his mind against the onslaught of uncertainty, knowing that the true path forward would reveal itself in due time. The battle raged on, a tempestuous maelstrom of blades and chakra, while Shino's determination burned bright, flickering amidst the satisfying dance and the visceral clashes transpiring below. The intoxicating melody of the familiar voice and the seductive symphony of alluring noises coming from Karina stirred the emotions within Shino, fueling a fervor that shattered the chains of hesitation. He wasn't the original Shino, but a transmigrator driven by an insatiable desire to conquer all that lay before him. Trust? It's something as worthless as a mere signature on a document. The only ones he could trust were those he subjugated, and the rest was but a mere pawn in his relentless pursuit of personal growth. He is a transmigrator. In Hidden Leaf Village, perhaps he may hold on to some of the familial affections of the original Shino, but here, there was no need to pretend, especially for a guy who was originally fated for death. Firming his will, Shino hesitated no longer. A sinister smile crept upon Shino's face, the electric surge of anticipation coursing through his veins, anticipating the upcoming event. We've optimized so many different versions of our clones. I've held back for so long, and now it's finally time to let it out to play. At this thought surfaced, beneath the surface, a haunting aura emanated from Shino's being, overshadowing his countenance, a darkness seeping out from the depths of his heart as he forcefully pressed down his hand, an unspoken decree issued to Karina, enveloping the scene in an eerie stillness. Affirmative, Shino. Deploying anti-Trun umph. It wasn't long before a pleasurable viewing experience was displayed before his eyes, their depths piercing as they fixated on the mesmerizing proof of his unwavering efforts and determination. With a hypnotic symphony of swallowing as the signal, the holographic projection quivered with anticipation, as if the very fabric of reality itself was bending to showcase the fruits of his labor. With a breathtaking plunge, the camera in the display hurtled towards the battlefield, evoking the sensation of a daring skydive into the heart of the swirling chaos below. On the treacherous battlefield, the tide of the clash shifted once again as Trun hurled another ominous purple corpse into the fray, his intentions veering towards a swift end to the farce. His lithe form contorted through the air, preparing to make his escape, only to find his movements abruptly halted by his chilling instincts. His head briskly swiveled skyward, his obscured eyes narrowing instinctively to fixate on the rapidly descending object, blazing a scorching trail across the sky. Its trajectory was unmistakable, intersecting his intended path of retreat. Boom. With a resounding boom, Trun's agile form recoiled and retreated, his hand instinctively shielding his face as the impact unleashed a tempestuous blast that swept through the nearby forest, scattering his fog of Rinkaku. In its wake, a maelstrom of dirt and splintered wood chips danced through the air, as mighty trees succumbed to the relentless force, crashing like dominoes against the unforgiving earth. Regaining his footing on a resilient tree branch, a single bead of sweat traced a trail down Trun's determined visage. His narrowed gaze momentarily flickered towards the quartet of newly risen clones, each taking their positions at the four corners of the battleground, frustratingly beyond his reach. At an unknown moment, 4 enlarged insects had joined the battlefield. Their bodies now attached with the clones, and he could sense the pulsating infusion of chakra coursing through their augmented forms, serving as potent reservoirs of power for the clones. Even worse news was the ninjutsu the clones were collectively using, a fearsome barrier of purple flames that had encased him. Instantly recognizing its nature as the infamous 4 violet flames formation, a technique contributing to the downfall of the third Hokage, Trun's heart sunk as he found himself ensnared within its confines, trapped and forced into a menacing dance with the newly arrived adversary. Shifting his focus, Trun trained his senses on the billowing curtain of dust and smoke, obscuring the new enemy lurking within. Thump! 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 The reverberating echoes of colossal footsteps reverberated through the forest, drawing closer within the shrouded haze. Glimpses of the behemoth's towering stature emerged intermittently, its size rivaling that of the mighty trees of the forest. Soon, the colossal silhouette emerged from the enshrouded veil, its purple hue pulsating with an otherworldly intensity. Trun's typically emotionless voice, now laced with a tinge of shock, betrayed his bewilderment as he uttered a single question, laden with horror: "What is that?" Chapter 100, Anti-Trun Naturally. It wasn't Susanoo. Whoever thought it was, please realize the fact that Shino doesn't have the Uchiha bloodline. Even if he does, he hasn't even cultivated a Sharingan, let alone a Susanoo. On the other hand, if one veered their thoughts towards the signature abilities of the Aburame clan, and allow their discerning thoughts to touch upon the bug that had a similar purple hue. Thump! 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 In a harrowing moment, the colossal creature's heavy steps reverberated through the forest, its towering presence stepping out from the shroud of hazy smoke, revealing a heart-pounding marvel, a monstrous yet attractive visage, similar to a sci-fi mecha. Its exterior was adorned with a mesmerizing purple sheen, glinting as if it was formed from metal, but a closer observation unsettled the very core of Trun's being because he noticed the surface pulsating like a writhing mass of squirming life, a creepy revelation betraying the reality of the unknown biological compounds forming its body. As the creature's glowing golden eyes fixated on Trun, its massive hand effortlessly clearing the path by pushing aside trees, a bead of sweat rolled down Trun's face, his mind racing to find a strategy against this formidable opponent. Noticing its slow speed, Trun's thoughts churned. With his nimble agility, there is still a chance he could pose a threat to slower adversaries like giant frogs, snakes, or insects, but Trun sensed the sheer magnitude of nano-sized insects residing on this creature, and it sent shivers down Trun's spine. Previously, the Rinkaku he controlled completely outclassed the clones of Shino. Now, Karma was on the enemy team, ready to bring down his nexus. His once superior numbers of Rinkaku were now dwarfed by the enemy's horde, capable of decimating his forces with ease in a head-on confrontation. And that was only on the surface. His senses couldn't penetrate the creature's outer carapace, but Trun could vaguely sense a myriad of unfathomable horror hidden within. If faced with any other ninja, Trun would have effortlessly employed his deceitful methods, dominating them with his cunning or perhaps even engaging them in direct combat using his formidable physical abilities and lethal Rinkaku. Alas, the adversary confronting him now defied all expectations, surpassing the boundaries of his imagination, as if purposefully crafted to counteract his very essence, his Rinkaku. With no intelligence on the enemy and lacking the capabilities for a direct confrontation, it was difficult to come up with a strategy to deal with the enemy, unless he had enough time. Shrouded in ignorance about the enemy's abilities and bereft of the necessary strength to engage in a direct clash, devising a viable strategy to overcome this formidable foe seemed an insurmountable challenge, unless there was abundant time, granting him the precious opportunity to test the enemy. Despite Trun's desire for more time to strategize against this formidable adversary, fate offered him no reprieve. Like a shrewd tactician, his adversary possessed an uncanny grasp of the unyielding doctrine that forbade granting respite to his opponent, preventing its opponent from unraveling its own vulnerabilities and any chance of a counterattack. The familiar buzz of insects reverberated in Trun's ears, prompting his narrowed eyes to focus on the explosive purple mist billowing forth from the colossal enemy. Naturally, Trun recognized the deadly nature of this fog because it was one of the common tactics in his own combat kit, but compared to his own, the enemy had raised the danger to the next level. Gushing endlessly from its source, the mist swiftly enveloped the interior of the purple flame barrier, encroaching upon Trun's position with relentless determination. Reacting swiftly, Trun retreated while unfurling his scroll, summoning additional corpses and hurling them forward. The released Rinkaku joined forces to form a barrier, a desperate attempt to stall the enemy's advance. Simultaneously, another swarm of bugs charged at the purple flame barrier, sacrificing themselves to drain even the smallest traces of chakra from the protective shield. Trun clung to the hope of a prolonged stalemate, aware that the barrier users had limited chakra reserves that would eventually dwindle. However, the towering adversary allowed no respite. Concealed within the suffocating purple fog, the giant's hand abruptly pierced through Trun's barrier, hurtling towards him with astounding speed. Dodging the assault posed no challenge for Trun, a seasoned Jonin. Yet, the true dilemma lay in the aftermath of the attack. Boom! A tempestuous gust erupted as the colossal fist crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater and causing the purple flame barrier to waver momentarily. However, the barrier, intricate and resilient, withstood the onslaught. Regrettably, Troon's Rinkeyaku barrier and the bugs assailing the purple flame barrier fared far worse, easily dispersed and devoured by the insatiable enemy concealed within the purple mist. Troon's only recourse was to hastily construct a smaller barrier, employing the bugs within his own body to push back the encroaching fog, if only to buy himself a fleeting respite. Yet, the ceaseless emanation of purple mist from the giant's form foretold Troon's impending doom. While Troon possessed the antidote for his own Rinkeyaku's poison, its efficacy against the enemy's poison remained uncertain. Moreover, even if the antidote proved effective, Troon questioned whether he could outlast his adversary. The relentless swarm of bugs alone had the potential to consume him entirely with their numbers alone. There wasn't even a need to poison him to death. As the giant's hand retreated, receding into the hazy depths of the purple mist and disappearing from view, the battlefield returned to an eerie stillness. However, the mounting pressure on Troon persisted, a continuous attrition of his bug population, a draining of his dwindling chakra reserves, and the realization that his temporary respite could not withstand the raw power arrayed against him. In fact, the Rinkeyaku were truly difficult to deal with, almost overpowered even, enough to even allow Troon to hold off a large portion of the allied shinobi alone during the Fourth Ninja World War, including the original Shino and Naruto in his nine-tailed chakra mode. But when faced with its own kind in an unfair match where he is completely outclassed, and also mixed with Rinkeyaku-resistant bugs, his Rinkeyaku proved feeble and futile, essentially useless except to resist the erosion of the enemy's overwhelming amount of bugs. Now, Troon was rendered helpless except for a futile struggle to erode the purple flame barrier. With his back facing the unforgiving wall, Troon's sweat-drenched face betrayed his unwavering determination, yet the oppressive silence hung heavy in the air, a foreboding sign of imminent peril. Amidst the stillness, a subtle shift disturbed the purple mist, causing Troon's senses to heighten with alarm. Suddenly, a tumultuous force surged from all directions, engulfing him in a suffocating onslaught. Nani? Troon's voice echoed in shocked disbelief as he looked forward, witnessing the towering walls of iridescent purple closing in on him, their relentless advance resembling the gaping maw of a predatory coffin, ready to devour its prey. In a fleeting moment, Troon recognized the source of the insurmountable walls, the colossal creature hovering just inches above the ground, its silent flight explaining the absence of sound during its approach. But that was not all. To his astonishment, it possessed a hollow interior, defying all expectations. After all, its heavy footsteps implied a different conclusion, but it seemed that sound was a hoax, and he had been misled. Though Troon's instincts screamed for action, time betrayed him. It was too late now, there was no room for evasion. With a resounding rumble, the encroaching jaws and enclosing walls afforded him no escape, snapping shut and ensnaring him within an inescapable physical barrier, plunging him into a realm of darkness and uncertainty. Within the suffocating darkness, enveloped by his loyal swarm of bugs, Troon's chakra abruptly stagnated, as if a seal had been maliciously affixed, drawing a deep frown upon his face, his helplessness laid bare. Despite his entrapment within the creature's clutches, the relentless onslaught of bugs against his faltering barrier showed no mercy. To compound his despair, strange appendages punctured his bug barrier sporadically, their sinister intent to breach his defenses and penetrate his vulnerable body. Evading a few with nimble precision, severing them with his tando and consuming others with his obedient insects, his desperate efforts proved in vain as he eventually succumbed to their onslaught, feeling an unknown concoction injecting into his veins. Undeterred, Troon fought back with every ounce of desperation, unleashing his ninjutsu in a valiant attempt to break free from his confining prison. Alas, his endeavors were futile, met with resolute resistance. Even if his repressed chakra allowed him to harness his ninjutsu, the walls of his confinement showed no signs of yielding. They were like a sentient entity, adeptly deciding whether to weaken him or endure his attacks head-on. His attempts to sever the walls with his tando proved fruitless as the blade became ensnared and absorbed, while the walls regenerated with unnerving swiftness, as if mocking his futile struggle. On the other hand, his punches met an impervious barrier that remained indifferent to his defiance. Not only that, the walls itself seemed to have immunity to his nano-insects. As time wore on, Troon felt his body succumbing to an agonizing ache, an insidious fever gnawing at his weary form. The source of his sudden affliction eluded his comprehension, yet he attributed it to the malicious machinations of his formidable brother. Accepting the inevitable outcome, he resigned himself to his thorough defeat. With his vision dimming, his voice echoed through the encompassing darkness, a fragile rasp escaping his lips. Cough. It appears my worries were indeed for naught. Shino is strong enough to protect himself. Ha. Target Troon had been captured successfully. Ha. My dear, please give the command on. Ha. With an air of suspense hanging in each gasp, Karina relayed her report to Shino, her words shrouded in mystery and anticipation. Seated in his lair, Shino reclined with a mix of satisfaction and curiosity, his hand delicately supporting Karina's waist as she leaned against his chest, while his other hand eagerly delved into the mysterious depths of her revelations, unearthing secrets like precious gems from his messy pile of treasure to reward her for her exceptional performance, all the while his gaze remained fixated on the holographic display of the unconscious rune. "Now, what do you want me to do with you?" "Ha. Karina wants to." Karina's words hung in the air, eager to express her desires, only to be abruptly interrupted by a gasp that escaped her lips, a surprise tremor coursing through her body. Shino, composed and collected, calmly clarified, "Hold on, Karina. I wasn't asking about you, but about Rune." "Ha. Displeasure tainted Karina's pouty face, a rosy hue accentuating her features, as she leaned in closer, her tongue grazing Shino's neck, entreating him in a pleading tone, "Please, don't worry about that man. Just let me." However, her plea was abruptly halted as a tantalizing sensation stirred within her, teasingly retreating and leaving her craving more. Frustrated, Karina implored Shino, "Please, my dear, don't tease me anymore. Just finish faster. There's something else you need to pay attention to." Shino, intrigued, inquired about the matter at hand. "Oh? What else could be more important?" Karina pulls up a holographic screen, displaying a first-person view of someone engaged in combat with ninjas in a forest, but the screen is suddenly obscured by flames, accompanied by a symphony of painful screams as the flames lick the screen. Raising an eyebrow, Shino questioned in an intrigued tone, "Is this our Toby clone? But he seems to be having a tough time. What's going on?" With a flurry of gasps punctuating the room, Karina relayed the unsettling report, "It appears that his teammate wants to kill him." Chapter 101, Becoming Official Boom. The fury flames tore through the forest, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The once serene atmosphere was shattered by the violent inferno, its roars echoed by a bone-chilling shriek that pierced through the chaos. As the flames died down, revealing the charred remnants of fallen ninjas, a surging black mass writhed and squirmed in the center of the devastation. It reformed before the eyes of the living into a humanoid figure, an alien creature with venomous eyes fixed upon the caster of the ninjutsu. Its voice cut through the lingering smoke, filled with malice and curiosity. "You? Enemy?" Kakazu, his tall and imposing figure shrouded in silence, faced the alien creature without a flicker of interest in his eyes. His gray squirming tentacles pulled back one of the masks he had unleashed, traces of flame still dancing from the masked creature's mouth. A sinister chuckle echoed through the forest as Kakazu's voice resounded, "Of course not. It's just that our organization does not need waste. If you can't even survive that much, then you might as well die." The creature, known as Venom, flicked his serpentine tongue around, morphing parts of his body into a sticky black mass that extended outward. The mass swept up the charred corpses strewn on the ground, absorbing them as his form recovered, growing taller and more muscular. The forest fell into a brief silence as the two adversaries locked eyes, a solitary leaf drifting gently through the air, catching Kakazu's attention. His emerald green eyes followed its descent until it finally landed on the ground. In an instant, the duo vanished from their previous positions, colliding with each other in a violent clash. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the surroundings as their fists collided with incredible force. Venom's elongated tongue shot out like a deadly sword, aimed at Kakazu, but the skilled shinobi deflected it with a wave of squirming tentacles that exploded from his body. Simultaneously, his arms moved swiftly to block the lightning-fast punches from Venom. Seizing the opportunity, Kakazu kicked off from Venom's body, harnessing the force to propel himself backward through the air. Two masked creatures emerged from his retreating form, their bodies composed of squirming black tentacles. They rose into the air, shadowing his retreating body, their mouths opening wide, one firing a bolt of searing fire, the other releasing a seemingly compressed ball of air that exploded into a devastating storm of wind. It was a deadly combination of fire style, intelligent hard work and wind style, pressure damage. Boom. The ensuing explosion consumed the forest, engulfing Venom in a raging torrent of flames. Kakazu's body transformed into water, evaporating into mist and evading the scorching heat unscathed. In the distance, Kakazu landed gracefully on a sturdy branch, his arms crossed over his chest. His eyes surveyed the destruction he had wrought before locking on to the escaping ninja below. His voice, devoid of warmth, resounded through the decimated forest. "Where do you think you're going?" Hic. Fear washed over the escaping ninja's scarred face as he turned to face Kakazu, his eyes widening in terror. His voice trembled as he muttered, "Monsters. You are both monsters." Kakazu's chilling chuckle reverberated in the stillness of the air as he replied, his voice dripping with cold determination, "Monsters. I really don't care what you call me, nor do I care about the secrets you possess. However, you must understand, the Hidden Earth Village has placed a generous bounty on your head. In my eyes, you are nothing more than money. And I never let my money escape. Without warning, a kunai adorned with an explosive tag hurtled through the air towards Kakazu, launched by the fleeing ninja who screamed, "Die!" Without even glancing at the result, the ninja turned around and escaped. Meanwhile, the explosive kunai met its target, and an eruption of force tore through the surroundings as the tree was reduced to mere splinters. Emerging from the resulting smoke, Kakazu leapt forward, his eyes filled with playful disdain. Not even a scratch marked his unyielding form. "Trivial tricks," he scoffed. Landing gracefully on the ground, Kakazu tapped his foot, propelling his body forward with unparalleled speed, swiftly closing in on the target. He aimed to finish off the enemy swiftly, preserving the corpse for a higher bounty. However, a long, sinewy tongue suddenly shot through the air, impaling the escaping ninja's body and lifting him high above the ground. Blood spewed from the ninja's mouth, his eyes growing dim as he continued to mutter, "Why can't they let me quit and live in peace?" The tongue retracted, and Kakazu came to a halt in his tracks, his eyes betraying a mixture of surprise and unease as the black abomination approached. It was Venom, still alive after the horrendous destruction. Venom dragged the lifeless body by its head before tossing it contemptuously towards Kakazu. Although Venom's size had diminished, his formidable presence remained, his tongue slobbering over his own face as he fixated on the discarded corpse. Kakazu's narrowed eyes locked onto Venom, contemplating whether to continue testing this intriguing new partner of his. Suddenly, Kakazu paused, his eyes glazed over with a distant look. A moment later, he spoke with a dissatisfied tone, "Fine. I understand. I'll bring him back after we claim the bounty." His gaze shifted towards Venom, a snarky undertone lacing his voice as he continued, "You're lucky this time. It seems the leader has decided to accept you officially into the organization." Venom tilted its head, the long tongue dangling as it inquired, "Food?" Kakazu's eyes twitched at the question before he replied, his words laced with irritation, "Yes, after we return." Upon receiving Kakazu's response, Venom emitted an evil cackle that echoed through the forest. Its black mass writhed and shrank, revealing the human form of Toby. The black suit he had worn was now replaced by the iconic Akatsuki robe. Toby arrogantly flicked his hair and remarked, "So, when do I get my salary, little goblin junior?" Kakazu's narrowed eyes met Toby's gaze, his eyebrow twitching in annoyance. "That depends on the leader and Angel-sama. And for the last time, my name is not Little Goblin Jr. "Ah, whatever you say. No need to be so fierce, Little Goblin Jr., Toby retorted casually. Kakazu's masked creature emerged from the depths of the forest, their mouths opening as fire and wind began to gather once again. "I wouldn't mind having Venom as my partner. Permanently," Kakazu stated in a cold voice. Toby turned around, rotating his hips nonchalantly. He mumbled, "Sheesh, it's just some dirt in your eye, but okay, I'll shut up as long as I get my salary." Kakazu's gaze remained fixed on Toby as the brewing ninjutsu was abruptly extinguished. His masked creatures lumbered over, merging seamlessly back into his own body. "Don't worry. Although I would rather keep the money, since she has agreed, I will give you your due share, but not a single ryo more," Kakazu stated firmly. After sealing the corpse in a scroll, Kakazu began to walk away, his voice resonating with cold authority. "Let's go, brat. The leader wants to see you. It's time for your official initiation into the organization." "Eh? Initiated? But I thought I was already a part of the organization," Toby exclaimed in shock, casually following in Kakazu's footsteps. "You were just a temporary worker," Kakazu revealed coldly, exposing the truth. "Damn capitalists. No wonder I didn't get any salary. You were just exploiting me the entire time." Toby pointed his finger gun at Kakazu, his eyes filled with glaring fury as he fired a couple of web shots. With effortless grace, Kakazu dodged the incoming web shots, not even bothering to look back. He continued to trudge forward with unwavering determination, his voice cold and unyielding. "I don't see the part where that is my problem." Inside the confines of the base, Shino's lips twitched involuntarily as he heard the line, his mind contemplating whether he inadvertently influenced Kakazu's personality. Damn, maybe Bully Maguire's personality was contagious, he mused silently. Resting her head on Shino's shoulder, Karina pouted and muttered in response, "Shino, you may be overthinking things. After all, it is just an AI-generated personality with little to no charm." After a pause, she rubbed against him as she playfully added, "When compared to my dear, there is no comparison." Shino rubbed Karina's head affectionately, a chuckle escaping his lips. "There's no need to flatter me," he replied. "I know my own personality." Karina planted a quick kiss on his cheek, her voice filled with happiness as she declared, "No matter what, I'm attracted to you and only you, Shino. No one else can take your place." With a warm smile, Shino wrapped his arm around Karina's waist, drawing her closer. He gently kissed her forehead before speaking, his voice filled with sincerity, "And you will always be my queen." Their moment of sweetness passed, and the couple's eyes sharpened as they observed the duo entering the bounty exchange. Shino's tone turned serious as he spoke. Soon, it's time to meet one of the big bosses in this world. Hopefully, his Rinnegan won't uncover any problems. He turned to Karina and asked, have you prepared the stories according to my specifications? Karina nodded, her expression determined. Multiple stories have been prepared, and the conversation flow has been generated, she replied confidently. They have already been logged into the Tobii and will be applied according to the situation. There is no need to worry, my dear. Shino nodded, his gaze focused and determined as he turned to another topic. How is the search for our chakra battery? He inquired, his voice laced with a sense of temptation. Karina stared at Shino in silence for a moment, her mouth pouting in a display of subtle jealousy. In order to emphasize this, she shifted her position, using her movements to convey her true feelings. When she gained Shino's attention, her lips hooked, and with diligent determination, she reported, Shino-sama, we have located the hidden waterfall village and initiated our infiltration. However, it will take some time. Even if we successfully locate the target, we still need methods to control the beast. Although the Seven Tails was an insect in essence, it was, in reality, an amalgamation of chakra. Shino's ability to dominate it like other insects remained dubious. So, for the sake of safety, having adequate means to seal the Seven Tails was imperative. Currently, their arsenal of sealing techniques was insufficient. Although they continued to unearth more through pre-existing data and Karina's own talents, it wasn't nearly enough. So, their only option was to find methods to bolster their database. Shino leaned back, frustration evident on his face as he inquired about the progress of infiltrating Anbu and Root. How is the progress in infiltrating Anbu and Root? He asked, his voice tinged with exasperation. Karina shook her head, her expression filled with a mix of disappointment and determination. There hasn't been much success, she admitted. Although we now know the location of Anbu, it is heavily guarded. Our bugs manage to infiltrate occasionally, but they haven't gained access to any of the crucial core rooms. As for Root, they are still extremely cautious. Even though we tracked Tsunade to what we believed was their main base, she had already razed it to the ground without anyone stopping her. So, it is doubtful if that was truly the main base or simply a decoy. Shino's frustration grew, and he voiced his exasperation. So cautious. Is Root still conducting research on my bugs instead of accepting them? Hasn't any of the RAIM members in Root started using our bugs? He questioned, his tone laced with a hint of disbelief. Karina responded with a playful smile. Oh. They definitely are, but they all didn't keep them in their own bodies outside of combat and stored them in external jars. Naturally, they weren't brought back to Root. It seemed they won't consider it unless their research proves there is no problems, which should have been soon. As her hand rubbed against the culprit, clearly blaming Shino for his actions, Karina continued, but one of their main researchers has been captured by us, essentially severing our own chances of infiltrating them, unless they suddenly decide to throw caution to the wind. So self-inflicted? Shino choked on his words, a wry smile playing on his lips as he asked, is there any good news? His voice held a tinge of anticipation, a flicker of hope amidst the disappointment that surrounded them. Karina's body rose with excitement, her eyes gleaming with newfound information. Yes. She exclaimed, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Our bugs have located Geno, the trap master seeking revenge. After observing him for a while, we have finally identified his routes, deducing the locations where he plants his explosive tags based on his methods and habits. Now, our Zergs had been deployed to secretly harvest the explosive tags, and they have been stored in our external biospheres. Her words spilled out in a rush, a torrent of hope and progress. Finally some good news, free explosive tags, free money. Shino's expression brightened, a glimmer of relief breaking through the clouds. As he allowed the weight of the good news to sink in, a small chuckle escaped him. It seems another filler arc would be cancelled just like that. Karina's head bounced up and down vigorously in agreement, her excitement matching Shino's. However, she interjected with a gentle reminder, her tone tinged with playfulness. But we might not be able to locate all the explosives, so the filler arc might still happen. Shino's smile turned sly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. More time to bond with Hinata, he mused, his voice laced with playful intent. Karina gasped, her arms instinctively wrapping around Shino's neck as she locked her gaze onto him. Her voice held a hint of possessiveness as she declared, my dear, how bad of you to think about other women when you were with me. Shino's eyes deepened, his voice taking on a hoarse quality. So what if I do? He challenged, a subtle invitation in his words. Leaning in closer, Karina answered with equal fervor, her speed picking up. Then I will make sure you only focus on me, she vowed, her determination palpable. Their lips met in a passionate exchange, their desires entwining in a dance of pleasure and longing. But amidst their intimate embrace, Karina suddenly broke the connection. A momentary pause filled the room as her resonating charming voice paused, drawing Shino's attention. Pointing to the video playing before them, Karina urged him. Shino, you should see this. Shino shifted his gaze to the screen, where the duo in the video walked past a bounty board. Confusion flickered in his eyes as he asked impatiently, clearly unhappy with Karina leaving him in suspense, "What's wrong?" Halting the video and freezing it into an image, Karina highlighted a post on the bounty board, and with her movements, the display zoomed in with precision. Within seconds, the enlarged bounty filled Shino's vision, and his heart skipped a beat. He finally saw the problem that had eluded him before, a revelation that sent tremors through his body. "My dear, it seems you now officially have a bounty." Chapter 102, Pain in the heart of a highly industrialized village. Rain cascaded down in relentless torrents, drenching the streets and turning them into rivers that flowed toward the expansive lake surrounding the village. The downpour seemed eternal, enveloping the village in a shroud of gray misery. But just as despair threatened to consume the inhabitants, a remarkable change took place. The rain ceased abruptly, as if an invisible hand had brushed away the clouds, allowing a ray of sunlight to pierce through the gloom and illuminate the tallest tower that overlooked the village. This tower, a colossal structure, stood tall and imposing, its four sides adorned with humanoid faces. Each face possessed its own distinct features, but one in particular captured the attention of anyone who gazed upon it. Positioned to overlook the village, it bore Rinnegan-like eye patterns, lending an air of otherworldly power to the statue. The face depicted a mischievous grin, with a pipe jutting out from its mouth and piercings adorning its features. Its tongue playfully stuck out, as if mocking the world below. Step. 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 From the shadows of the tower within, a figure emerged, his footsteps echoing through the air. Cloaked in the signature black robe adorned with red clouds, he exuded an aura of danger, his affiliation clear to those recognizing his iconic outfit. His appearance, however, was unsettling. His pale complexion resembled that of a corpse, devoid of any expression or signs of life. The hidden rain ninja forehead guard concealed his forehead, partially veiling his medium-length spiky orange hair. But what truly captivated attention were his eyes, white with rings, a clear indication that he possessed the legendary Rinnegan, the most exalted eye amongst the three great dojutsu. Until the transition into Boruto Ahem, back to the point. He was Hueco, once an unknown side character, now a puppet under the control of the hidden leader of the infamous Akatsuki, and was bestowed with a new name, Pain. Finding his way to the extended tongue of the Rinnegan statue, Pain settled down, gazing up at the sunlit sky. His face, devoid of emotion, remained calm and unyielding as the warmth of the sunlight enveloped him. The gentle wind brushed against him as time flowed in silence. But this tranquil moment was disturbed by a flurry of paper manifesting beside him, transforming into the ethereal form of Konan, seemingly defying gravity as she floated in the air. As her gaze fixed upon the visage of the man before her, her neutral face betrayed a flicker of long-lost emotions before she extinguished them, knowing all too well that the man before her was no longer the same. In her usual composed manner, Konan delivered her report. "The new member will arrive at the external base soon. Are you going now?" Pain remained silent, his gaze fixed on some unseen point in the distance. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken words and shared history. After what felt like an eternity, Pain rose to his feet and murmured in his characteristically confident tone, "Another troublesome fella. I suppose there will be no problems. I will depart now." His Rinnegan locked onto the village, sweeping across its entirety without a trace of emotion before fixing his eyes on a nearby corner. With a chilling coldness, he declared, "Take care of the base and the bugs." And just like that, with a puff of smoke, he vanished into thin air, leaving behind an eerie stillness. As Pain disappeared, Conan's gaze shifted to the hidden corner of their lair. With a swift motion of her hands, a flurry of paper danced through the air, leaving behind trails that traced through the village like bridges. Each piece of paper had a destination, a target, and purpose. But one particular piece veered toward the corner, wrapping around a small bug that had been lurking unnoticed. The paper carried the unsuspecting insect back to Conan's hand, where she regarded it with detached indifference. Staring down at the captured translucent bug, Conan's face remained devoid of emotion as she muttered, "It seems our defense still needs to be upgraded." And in a single crushing motion, she obliterated the tiny creature, erasing any traces of its existence. Two figures clad in the iconic Akatsuki outfits stepped into a dimly lit and sparsely furnished base. It was Kakazu and Toby, their presence exuding an air of menace and power. Ruined by Maguire's twerking. Toby glanced around the room, unimpressed by its simplicity, muttering to himself as he swung his hips, "There's nothing special here. But at least there's no damn door." Kakazu cast a sidelong glance at Toby, a warning lacing his words. Don't say I didn't warn you. Keep your attitude in check, or you'll be unlucky. Flicking his hair with an air of confidence, Toby responded with a smirk. Worried about me? Kakazu's voice turned icy cold as he retorted, no, I only feel it would be a pity because your corpse wouldn't be worth anything at the moment. Step. 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 The atmosphere thickened as the echoes of approaching footsteps reverberated through the nearby corridor. Both men turned their attention toward the sound, their senses heightened. Soon enough, a figure emerged from the shadows, his Rinnegan sweeping over the duo. A wave of pressure settled upon them as he continued his measured stride, coming to a halt in the center of the room. With an imperceptible movement, he turned his piercing gaze toward Toby, his Rinnegan scanning mysteries hidden from the bare eyes. Locked in a battle of wills, Toby arrogantly met his leader's intense stare, their eyes locked in a fierce contest of dominance. Stare eyes? Easy. Silence engulfed the room, broken only by the sound of their steady breathing. Kakazu stood in silence, his keen green eyes shifting from their leader to Toby beside him. Sensing the tension, he inwardly questioned, there seems to be a problem? Minutes ticked by, each passing second laden with unspoken tension. Finally, Toby, with his bloodshot eyes, succumbed to the pressure, blinking in surrender. With a hint of defiance, he mustered the courage to speak. Hey, you got a problem with your eyes? Do you need me to put some dirt in your eyes to help you close them? Kakazu's face contorted in panic, a single bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. This idiot! He cursed Toby silently, his mind filled with expletives, but he refrained from muttering a word to defuse the situation. A palpable tension filled the room as Payne's gaze remained fixed on Toby, his eyes boring into the defiant member before him. Another heavy silence descended upon the room, shrouding it in an icy stillness. Then, in a chilling voice, Payne uttered words that sent shivers down their spines, you have no soul. Who sent you? Then, the atmosphere chilled. Meanwhile, in Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade sat at her desk, rubbing her temples as she surveyed the bounty placed before her. The weight of responsibility bore down upon her as she grappled with the undercurrents that lay within this simple notice. Shizune, her loyal assistant, spoke softly, her voice tinged with concern. Tsunade-sama. We still can't find out who the client who funded the bounty is. You know how uncooperative the underground can be, especially since the conflicts between the village and those forces. But it doesn't take much to guess. It's most likely that dirty old man just wants to disgust us, Tsunade interjected with a hint of frustration. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she tossed the bounty onto the pile of papers, shaking her head. There's no need to worry so much. After all, with the delayed notice due to that man's intervention, it's already too late to contain the fire. Although it increases the risk, it's just a part of being a ninja. As long as we provide them with a capable instructor, they won't have to worry too much about accidents. And even if accidents do occur, it's also a form of growth. Shizune spoke up, her voice soft but tinged with hesitation. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade let out a weary sigh, her expression one of resignation. I know, Shizune. But the truth is, we simply lack the personnel, especially with the increasing demand of ninjas to stabilize our borders. The capital also seemed to have some trouble brewing and we need to keep an eye there as well. Other ninjas are busy, the workload is heavy, so we can't keep them under our wings, idling forever. I thought I could keep them for longer, but it's been a while, and their break should also come to an end. Have we determined an instructor for Team 8? Shizune nodded, handing over a list of potential candidates. There are a couple of Anbu members who are available and possess sufficient strength. There are also some idle, clean, and single jonins in the village. Tsunade's brows furrowed as she perused the list, her mind delving into deep thought. The silence in the room grew, prompting Shizune to break it. Tsunade-sama? Is there a problem? Tsunade raised her gaze, her eyes filled with a sense of recollection. Wasn't there one in the Anbu? I remember Kakashi mentioning him as someone we can trust. A look of shock crossed Shizune's face as she responded, him? Yes, but his strength makes him suitable for handling important tasks. There seems to be no need to send him to lead a Geinin team. Leaning back in her chair, Tsunade appeared lost in her own thoughts, contemplating something significant. After a prolonged moment of silence, Shizune hesitated before speaking. Tsunade-sama. Why choose him? He is overqualified for such a role. Tsunade met Shizune's gaze and shook her head. Understanding flickered in Shizune's eyes, but before she could voice her thoughts, Tsunade interjected. I am concerned, Shizune. It's best to send someone capable, in case that dirty old man makes a move again. Shizune paused, absorbing Tsunade's words, before nodding in agreement. Then I will send someone to arrange it. In the lit confines of his hidden base's lab, Shino's eyes remained fixated on the intense exchange between Tsunade and Shizune, a flicker of intrigue dancing in his mind as a possibility lingered. Could it possibly be him? If so, Many of my plans will need some adjustments. Chapter 103, Welcoming Ceremony. In the hidden lab within his base, Shino stood in deep contemplation, his gaze leaving the holographic screen displaying the recent exchange between Tsunade and Shizune. There was an underlying unease gnawing at him, a feeling that something was amiss, but he couldn't quite pinpoint it. However, he soon shifted his focus, his analytical mind churning, searching for plans amidst the sea of plans that flooded his vision. Yamato, huh? It may be a bit troublesome, but it is also an opportunity. Despite sensing his unease, Karina, who was focused on her research, began forming seals once more, her attention divided between the swirling concoctions and Shino's musings. Without looking away from her work, she spoke, her voice laced with curiosity. Isn't Yamato the instructor you've been wishing for, Shino? Shino nodded, his expression dubious, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Yes, but based on our calculations, the estimated likelihood of this best-case scenario was only 5%. Yamato is undeniably overqualified, not to mention a protected resource due to his rare wood style. Naruto, being the protagonist, naturally acquired him, but only because there was a necessity to control the Nightdales. It's puzzling that we, with our ordinary team, would also be fortunate enough to have him. Karina paused for a moment, her eyes narrowing as if performing calculations within her mind. She swiftly accessed the vast database stored within the lab's system, searching for any anomalies or discrepancies. After a brief moment of silence, she replied, I couldn't find any problems in the records. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck, or maybe Yamato was available due to other circumstances. Shaking his head, Shino dismissed the notion of luck. I don't believe in luck, he asserted firmly. Karina's eyes sparkled mischievously as she reminded him, wasn't it luck that our Toby clone managed to pass Payne's review check? Shino paused, his expression softening with a hint of sarcasm. Do you truly believe that Payne bought the fabricated life story we created for Toby? An artificial life escaping from an experimental lab in the hidden village of Martel? Even with meticulous details and forged traces and clues, Payne couldn't have been so blind to the deception. Shaking his head in exasperation, Shino continued, alas, this method was one of the optimal choices after considering Payne's mentality. And, our calculations were correct. It is clear he had other considerations when accepting Toby. Naturally, there might have been an element of luck in his acceptance, but regardless of luck or not, we have to be cautious, especially considering Nagato's unpredictable nature. After all, despite not being the final one, he is still a big boss, and who knows if he would pit us after using us. Agreeing with a nod, Karina's exasperated expression melted into determination. I've logged your concerns in the system, Shino. Rest assured, if I detect anything amiss, I'll report it immediately. Satisfied with her response, Shino turned his attention to the mind map displayed on the holographic screen. As he marked the anticipated route of their new instructor, he couldn't help but issue a command to Karina. Generate plans to determine the feasibility of acquiring Yamato's sealing abilities and cells. Even if we can't unlock the secrets of wood style, I know he possesses other valuable techniques. It may help with our capture of the Seven Tails. Karina nodded, her eyes glinting with a mix of anticipation and curiosity. Consider it done. I've already logged the request and will delve into the research. His abilities will undoubtedly be a valuable asset to our team. With their tasks at hand settled, Shino noticed Karina tidying up the research table, commanding appendages to deftly clean the failed substances. Intrigued by her sudden change in routine, he inquired, what's wrong, Karina? Why are you finishing up early today? A playful smile graced Karina's lips as she glanced over at Shino. There's another important matter happening today, Shino. Trust me, it's something you should look forward to. Perplexed, Shino tilted his head, a curious expression on his face as he searched his memories and the database. Another important matter? What could it be? Karina walked out of the lab, her hand gracefully waving in the air, her voice carrying a hint of excitement. Just be patient, Shino. I'll take care of the preparations for the welcoming ceremony. You'll find out soon enough. As Karina disappeared from the lab, Shino's eyes glimmered with a newfound sense of anticipation. He mulled over her words, a realization slowly dawning upon him. Time sure flies, he murmured to himself. It seems she has arrived. In the entrance hall of the hidden base, a captivating beauty with flowing untamed black hair, devoid of the signature purple streaks of Zerg's, stood in silence. Her piercing red eyes gazed ahead, betraying no emotion. Bandages adorned the red mesh blouse wrapping her body, fluttering gently as a breeze swept through the hall, accentuating the swiftness with which Karina circled her, analyzing every angle of her mature form. Karina came to a graceful stop in front of Kurenai, a sly smile curling upon her lips. Her playful eyes swept over Kurenai's face, assessing her with a mix of amusement and curiosity. TSK, she chided softly. With this body, no wonder he is interested in you. Kurenai stood in silence, refusing to give a response. But Karina felt no anger rising within her. Instead, a gentle smile graced her features as she lifted her hand, a strange and eerie abomination emerging from the ground behind her. It slithered and twisted, molding itself into a grotesque chair that soon solidified into a throne. With grace, Karina settled upon the makeshift seat, resting her hand upon the armrest. Resting her head against her hand, Karina's eyes remained locked on Kurenai as she declared, her voice laced with a mixture of authority and curiosity, "You've got attitude. I'm sure he'll like it. But since you are here, there are some rules you must know." Then, in a sudden change of tone, Karina's eyes sharpened, and she coldly commanded, "Kneel." As if under a spell, an invisible authority compelled Kurenai to drop to her knees, a flash of pain briefly crossing her calm facade. Her head dipped slightly, concealing her discomfort. Karina leaned forward, lowering her hand and using her finger to lift Kurenai's chin, their eyes locking. With an air of superiority, she spoke, her voice laced with a chilling intensity. "First, I hope you are clear about your position here. You are his teacher, but now he is your master, our master. So, do not display your attitude unless it pleases him. Understood?" A heavy silence settled between them before Kurenai, through gritted teeth, whispered, "Yes." Releasing her grip on Kurenai's chin, Karina observed her for a moment longer before continuing her declaration. "Second, we are both his queens, and there may be more queens in the future. However, let it be known that if every other queen can be considered a first-generation queen, then I am his one and only 0th-generation queen. He is your master, and I am your mistress, eternally. Have I made myself clear?" With her head still bowed, Kurenai's voice came out after a moment of silence, her words laced with resignation. "Understood, mistress." A pleased smile played upon Karina's lips as she straightened up, the throne disintegrating into a mass of organic matter that receded back into the ground. She reached out her hands to gently help Kurenai arise, her touch surprisingly gentle as she rubbed against Kurenai's hands. Her tone softened as she spoke, "Don't worry. I won't mistreat you in the future, as long as you know your place. Though our ages may differ, we both serve him, and from now on, we shall be sisters, right, Sister Kurenai?" Kurenai's gaze locked onto Karina's smiling face, realizing that her fate was no longer within her grasp. With a slight nod, she replied, "Yes, Sister Karina." Karina nodded in approval. "I'll call you Kurenai because there is no need to be so strict with names and roles in the future, as long as he approved of it. After all, he may find it to be more exciting that way. As for our real identities, we just have to know in our hearts," she added cryptically. With a graceful turn, Karina took hold of Kurenai's hand, leading her forward into the depths of the hidden base. "Come," she beckoned softly. "Let me give you a quick tour of the base." Guiding Kurenai through the intricacies of their underground haven, Karina showcased the various areas that would soon become Kurenai's domain. They passed by Kurenai's future workspace, a laboratory brimming with bugs and plants. Karina explained that Kurenai would be in charge of their Genjutsu research, from offensive to defensive techniques, as well as exploring the integration of Genjutsu with their unique insects. Here, Kurenai could also explore her new Genjutsu abilities. "As for more details, I've granted you authority to access the system database, a valuable resource that would aid you in your research endeavors. You can access it anytime with a mental command. When you have time, feel free to browse through it as you may find many interesting tidbits in there." Kurenai nodded silently, her red eyes flickering with a mix of anticipation and contemplation, feeling the strange pollen infused within her body beginning to stir, a subtle reminder of the changes she had unknowingly embraced. They arrived at a spare room, which Karina proudly declared had been transformed from a storage space into a functional bedroom. She acknowledged its modest size, assuring Kurenai that it would suffice until their base expanded further. Karina's playful smile twisted into something more mischievous as she inadvertently let slip a cryptic hint. "As entities intertwined with our altered Zerg genetics, we do not truly require sleep, and even our current youthful forms are eternally preserved. However, you can rest and freshen up in the room after serving him, should the need arise." Kurenai's body trembled ever so slightly at the implications. Seeing this, Karina felt a tinge of sympathy, allowing her soothing words to wash over her, offering a bittersweet comfort. "This was the path we walk. Remember your deal. You belong to him now." Bowing her head in a moment of silent contemplation, Kurenai looked up with a determined expression, her voice a soft whisper. "I understand." Karina's smile widened at Kurenai's acceptance. "It's good that you understand," she affirmed. "It's better to come to terms with it now rather than later." With a gentle tug, Karina led Kurenai further into the base, finally arriving at the lounge where Shino patiently awaited them, seated upon a couch. Karina took the lead, her confident strides captivating Shino's gaze, his eyes revealing a profound understanding of her calculated display of authority over the other, aware of the implications yet he chose to indulge her, a silent agreement unspoken as he allowed her to revel in the role she had chosen. And as Kurenai stepped into the room, Shino's deep eyes fixed upon her, his gaze momentarily captivated by her ethereal beauty, his eyes roaming over her captivating form, especially her long, mesmerizing jade legs. Karina's playful tone cut through the air as she addressed Shino. "Shino, I've brought her," she announced. "I recall you had some questions regarding Genjutsu. Now, you can discuss it with your teacher, who will personally guide you as your personal tutor." A shadow seemed to flicker within Shino's intense gaze as he felt the questions swirling within him, seeking guidance. In a chillingly impatient voice, he commanded, "Come here." Kurenai's body trembled, a momentary hesitation marring her movements. Yet, she steadily walked forward, her eyes fixed upon Shino, a silent plea hidden within their depths. As she came to a stop before him, her pleading gaze met his heated stare, and any flicker of hope vanished, replaced by resignation. A small chuckle escaped Shino's lips as he observed Kurenai standing before him. "You're not a virgin," he remarked, his voice laden with a foreboding darkness. "I'm sure you know what to do." Chapter 104, Deeply Hidden Force. Seated in the lit lounge of his hidden base, Shino leaned back on the comfortable couch, his eyes closed as he sorted through his thoughts, digesting the wonderful benefits of the special tutoring service he is experiencing, a service that brought a new level of excitement and growth to his learning. The subtle sounds of conversation and a soft rustling of movement filled the air, creating a soothing ambience. Sitting beside him, Karina leaned against Shino, resting her head gently against him as her finger drew circles on his chest. Her playful eyes swept over the room, observing a new employee hard at work, her teasing tone breaking the silence. "Shino-sama, your heart is beating so fast. It seems you have forgotten about the old after getting the new," Karina teased, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Hearing her words, Shino opened his eyes, a sly smile forming on his face. He wrapped his arm around Karina's waist, his other hand reaching out to pat her head affectionately as he soothed the playful jealousy within her. "Karina, you know I will never forget you. You know you hold a special position in my heart, and your skills are obviously incomparable." With a sly smile, Karina responded, her eyes locking provocatively with the new employee's dull gaze. "True, the next generation of queens certainly lacks the skills I possess. Her abilities to mold biomass are reduced, preventing her from generating biomass outfits and objects. Not only that, her physical form can't be optimized to the ideal state, and it is permanently bound to her current age. Needless to say, she also lacks many of the other special unique skills I have. Indeed, she pales in many aspects." As a playful curve hung on her lips, Karina's voice carried a charming allure as she continued, "But, my dear, it seems someone else isn't happy with your words and our evaluation." Hearing her undertone, Shino followed Karina's gaze and fixed his attention on Kurenai, her plump soft lips enticing him in a skillful display of her Genjutsu, yet her red eyes stared at him with tears streaming down her face. The traces of her reluctance and sorrow were evident, stirring a deep fury within Shino's heart. Shino spoke with a hint of anger in his voice. "Oh? Am I truly that unbearable? Or are you still thinking of him even now? It seems I have been too lenient." Gently pushing Karina to the side, Shino rose from the couch, his hands firmly grasping his teaching materials. With determined movements, he delved into the unknown depths of his studies, his mind focused and his actions rough, digging for more knowledge. Karina leaned back on the couch, a smile of satisfaction on her face as she observed the scene unfold. However, after a while, she noticed the tear-streaked face and widened red eyes of Kurenai. A flicker of sympathy replaced her amusement, and she couldn't help but interject. "Shino, perhaps you should show a bit more gentleness. After all, it's her first memory." Shino's movements didn't pause as he glanced over, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "I'm no good guy. If anything, I am a scum. When I'm unhappy, I naturally won't care about others' feelings, unless it's you, Karina." Struck by Shino's sweet words, Karina's sympathy faded, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. She called out in a coquettish voice as she stood up, "My dear, how can you say such things, especially when doing this? It's unfair. But I like it." With arms wrapped around Shino's neck, Karina's lips closed in on his, initiating a passionate and deep kiss. Their tongues danced and intertwined in perfect harmony, the beats in the background serving as the sensual melody to their intimate dance. The dance seemed to transcend time, and its duration remained a mystery. But eventually, Shino felt the crescendo of their dance approaching, the music reaching its peak in tension. His hands and hips ceased their movements, freezing in the final pose of their passionate duet. As the accompanying music abruptly ended, the tension left him, leaving behind a sense of fulfillment. Their lips parted, and Karina's gasps filled the air, her eyes moist as she leaned against Shino's shoulder. Her gaze strayed downward, her cheeks flushed. Following her gaze, Shino's eyes narrowed with pleasure as he released his hands. The dance was over, and there was no longer a need for a pose. Soon, the sounds echoing in the room reminded him of the original character of Shino, the friendly yet unnoticeable character who had not been replaced by a scummy transmigrator. The original Shino was a gag character, and now his teacher had become one, too. Sitting back down on the couch, Shino leaned back, observing Karina's playful smile as she gracefully lowered her body. Her amorous eyes locked with his gaze, and her hands moved downwards gracefully to raise the imaginary dress, her head bowing to complete her curtsy, the perfect ending to their dance. Unsurprisingly, Karina's head stayed lowered, bobbing up and down as she continued her unique but rather lengthy curtsy. Shino couldn't help but curse under his breath, "Damn. You're insane, Karina. Not more insane than my dear." If there was an audience, they would probably curse my dear out, probably say something like they would drop the novel or something because there is not enough real action. But it doesn't matter, because Karina will be here regardless. After all, as long as it's for my dear, Karina is willing to be insane with you. Rolling his eyes, Shino glanced at Kurenai, whose face was still dazed, traces of tears mixed with sweat drenching her face. It was the aftermath from falling prey to the intricate counter-genjutsu that Shino had employed, a certificate of Shino's exemplary learning progress. Shaking his head, Shino momentarily cleared his dark thoughts. He decided to let Kurenai rest for a while before continuing their lesson. With his hands spreading out to rest on the couch, Shino Iburam's glasses glinted in the dimly lit room as he pulled up his mind map and a couple of surveillance videos. His eyes swept over the screens, silently adding more prompts to his intricate mental web. At the same time, he found solace in the fact that Karina, his lovely companion, seemed to be an extension of himself. She effortlessly took the prompts he had entered and began developing a detailed plan, her mind seamlessly merging with his. Time passed, their workflow impeccable as they worked in perfect synchrony. Meanwhile, a beauty, using her scattered bandages, silently cleaned herself nearby before gradually rising from the ground. She clasped her red mesh blouse against her chest, ready to leave. However, just as she turned around, Shino's cold voice echoed in the room, freezing her in place. "Where are you going?" Shino's tone held an edge of curiosity and authority, demanding an explanation. Kurenai, who had been preparing to depart, stood frozen, her face paling slightly. Karina, raising her head with a playful smile, declared confidently, "Shino, it's ready." Shino's eyes held a deep intensity as he gently rubbed Karina's head, offering his praise. She returned his gesture with a smile and rose to sit by his side on the couch. Her gaze then fixed on Kurenai. "It's time for the flowering part of the Genjutsu lesson." Kurenai's body trembled, her fist clenched in a struggle visible to all. After a long silence, eventually, she succumbed to the inevitability of the situation and turned around, her captivating red eyes fixated on the ground. "Kurenai-sensei, please show me the long-awaited Genjutsu pose you used to attract Azuma Jonin. I need more data to optimize our plan to save him later." Shino's voice was steady, his request filled with determination. Biting her lip, Kurenai's body trembled slightly as she released her grasp on the clothes in her hand. They fell to the ground, forgotten. Slowly, she lowered herself to the ground, assuming the position that would unleash her special Genjutsu, a technique known to be particularly effective against men. In a mix of embarrassment and determination, she turned her head to the side, her fingers forming the intricate bird seal. Observing the scene, Shino's grin widened as he stood up, striding confidently towards Kurenai. "I don't recall the bird seal being used in Genjutsu. It seems I still have much to learn, Kurenai-sensei." With a reckless abandon, Shino joined his teacher in learning about her treacherous realm of Genjutsu, his careless entry causing a groan, a mixture of pain and pleasure escaping his lips as he succumbed to the alluring danger of the forbidden illusion. The trap of a mature master in illusions is really different. As Shino immersed himself in the depths of Genjutsu alongside Kurenai, a question lingered in his mind, prompting him to turn to Karina for an update on their arrangements in the capital. "Karina, how are our arrangements in the capital progressing?" Shino's voice held a sense of urgency, his mind focused on the grand scheme they had set in motion. Karina's response came swiftly, her tone assured. "Everything is going according to plan. Our research has yielded initial success, and a secret group has already taken root. Some influential nobles have joined us, enticed by the promise of newfound power and immortality." Nodding in satisfaction, Shino's excitement grew as he discovered an intriguing Genjutsu spot that elicited a suppressed response, his pace quickening. His voice carried an undertone of fascination as he continued, "It's fascinating to think that despite the formidable researchers in this ninja world, such as Obirama and Orochimaru, none have ventured down this path to change the circumstances. It becomes clear that ninjas truly disregard the plight of ordinary people. Many of these people possess the drive, effort, and potential, but lack the opportunities. And now, we are simply providing them with one. However, Karina's hesitant tone hinted at her concerns. But Shino, is it truly wise to bestow such power upon nobles and ordinary civilians? There is no precedent for this in the ninja world. It may lead to unforeseen problems and disrupt the delicate balance of society. Shino chuckled, his confidence unwavering. So what if it does? Who cares if they employ their newfound power for personal gain or to challenge the established order of the ninja world? So what if there is chaos? Only when there is chaos would it be conducive to our growth. Besides, no matter how dear the situation becomes, the final control remains firmly in our hands. Karina's fingers danced over her personal database, meticulously recording the intricate details of the Genjutsu lesson imparted by Kurenai. She shared Shino's perspective, her reply laced with agreement. Indeed, we have installed safeguards. The implanted Zerg can be deactivated at any moment, and the dormant implantation within their minds can obliterate their sanity in an instant should they betray us. Shino's grin widened, a touch of mischief in his eyes. Yes, and unless they willingly relinquish their newfound power, they will forever be under our control. With a mirthful smile, Shino's gaze locked onto the captivating beauty before him, sensing her inability to suppress the urge to unleash her newly acquired singing Genjutsu. Am I right? After all, once one has tasted power, who would willingly return to a life of mediocrity? Shino, a ninja with newfound abilities, would never willingly relinquish his power. The same applied to his fellow ninjas, and certainly to the powerless denizens of this ruthless ninja world. Chapter 105, Cult. The evening sun sank below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sprawling mansion of a nobleman in the Ujasama city. The nobleman, a corpulent figure with rosy cheeks and a double chin, sat in his lavish study, contemplating the events that had transpired during the month. The allure of the forbidden had gnawed at his mind, whispering tantalizing secrets into his ear. And tonight, he resolved to finally answer its call. Silently, the nobleman rose from his chair, his ample body shifting with the effort. He glanced around the opulent room, its walls adorned with portraits of his ancestors, each bearing an aristocratic air. As his beady eyes landed on the ornate golden clock hanging above the mantelpiece, he realized the hour had grown late. His heart raced with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Clad in a finely tailored feudal suit that strained against his girth, the nobleman made his way down the dimly lit corridors of his mansion. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows that danced upon the elegant wallpaper, adding an air of mystique to his secret venture. Each footstep reverberated in the silence, echoing through the vast halls. The nobleman's destination lay beyond the confines of his opulent residence, a secret hideout in the heart of the capital city. The members of the newly rising group of power-hungry nobles were rumored to meet there, seeking immortality and dominion over lesser souls. Ever since he heard the rumors, the nobleman had long yearned to join their ranks, to bask in the unfathomable power they claimed to possess. And after joining, he discovered everything was true. Here, he could gain the untold power he desired. So, he gave his all to seize this elusive, ephemeral chance that beckoned once in a lifetime. After using his connections, relinquishing some interests, and making substantial contributions, he had finally acquired this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With measured steps, he emerged onto the moonlit streets, his figure an incongruous sight amidst the sparse servants. A palanquin awaited him, its dark mahogany exterior gleaming in the moon's ethereal glow. As the nobleman settled into the plush seats, the driver, a stoic figure with weathered features, wordlessly flicked his sleeves, and the palanquin bearers set off. As the nobleman leaned back in his seat, his thoughts was consumed by what awaited him. The city unfurled before the nobleman's gaze, a labyrinth of narrow alleys and towering buildings, prosperous and glorious, but he knew they still lived in the shadows of those menacing existences. And the nobleman wasn't satisfied. Before, nothing could be done, but now. Soon, the scent of damp cobblestones mingled with the aroma of night vendors selling their wares. Finally, the palanquin pulled up before an unremarkable building nestled within the heart of a less traveled part of the city. Its stone facade was marked only by a small, nondescript symbol, an intricate design resembling an otherworldly constellation. A shiver ran down the nobleman's spine as he stepped out of the palanquin and approached the door. After he entered the building, a masked man dressed him in a black robe and white mask, blindfolding him afterwards, allowing darkness to envelop him like a velvety cloak. He was then led underground, and ventured forth with the guide. And after what seemed to be an eternity, it seemed he had finally arrived at his destination as the blindfold was ceremoniously lifted, revealing the dimly lit meeting room that awaited him. As his sight returned, he felt a palpable energy in the room, As though he had stepped into a realm beyond mortal understanding, the flickering glow of candles bathed the chamber in an eerie light, revealing a gathering of nobles donning flowing black robes and white porcelain masks, with a symbol of the cult prominently etched at the center of the mask in intricate violet patterns, just below the eye level. Beneath the ethereal shroud of their masks, the noble figures, well acquainted with one another, found themselves enveloped in an air of mystery, where familiarity and secrecy danced in a delicate balance, the masks imbuing them with an uncanny confidence that seemingly erased the bonds of their shared history, transforming them into strangers who walked the path of the unknown. But do they really think their identities were concealed? Just their whispers carried on the hushed winds of secrecy already aroused recognition amongst the others, yet each acted as if they were oblivious. The newly arrived nobleman inwardly sneered at their hypocrisy. Yet, the nobleman still joined their ranks, his heart pounding in his chest, becoming a player in the game. The members of the group welcomed him with nods and gestures, their voices laden with mystery. It wasn't long before the air crackled with anticipation as the cult's leader, as a figure known by the strange name of Demos, stepped forward. Clad in a resplendent black robe adorned with celestial patterns, the figure emanated an aura of ethereal power. His white eyes, gleaming through the slits of his mask, held an otherworldly, deep horror. "Welcome, brethren of the cosmos," Demos intoned, his voice commanding attention. "Tonight, we shall delve into the secrets of immortality and the boundless power he bestows upon us. But first, let us go through the rites to thank His Majesty, the Lord of the Hives, to honor the gift he has graced us with." The nobleman's eyes widened in awe and anticipation as the rituals commenced. The chamber reverberated with incantations and glowing sealing symbols drawn on the walls. The nobleman found himself swept up in the fervor, his doubts cast aside in the face of the fascinating power that surrounded him. Minutes passed, the ritualistic fervor culminating in a crescendo of energy. The nobleman felt his very essence vibrate, as though he had tapped into a wellspring of unlimited potential. His heart swelled with a newfound sense of purpose and ambition. As the prayer drew to a close, Demos lifted his hands, the gesture signaling the end of the gathering. Tonight, a new member will take the stage. This member had willingly devoted his blood and sweat to our great cause, and the Lord had seen his efforts. Now, our Lord will bestow his grace on this new member. The time has come. The nobleman found himself standing amidst his fellow cultists who stared at him with fervor, a sense of awe mingling with an insatiable hunger for more. The promises of immortality and power hung heavy in the air. "Come, Mr. D." With a stiff gesture, Demos summoned the nobleman to approach, while a creaking door automatically swung open, unveiling a foreboding corridor that plunged into the abyssal depths, where shadows whispered ancient secrets and the unknown beckoned with a magnetic allure. "Enter the holy altar, and when you return, you shall be reborn." The nobleman found himself standing at the precipice of the dark corridor, its depths shrouded in an impenetrable blackness that seemed to swallow all light. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, his bulk form pressing against the confines of the narrow passage. As he ventured further, uncertainty gnawed at his senses. Time became a nebulous concept, for in the void of the corridor, minutes seemingly merged with hours, and hours melded into an eternity. The nobleman trudged on, his heavy footsteps echoing in the stillness, until an insidious gas infiltrated his lungs, causing dizziness to assail his consciousness. Fading into darkness, the nobleman succumbed to oblivion, unaware of the extraordinary events unfolding around him. It was in this vulnerable state that a colossal insect-like creature emerged, its mandibles clicking with an otherworldly rhythm. With surprising tenderness, the creature scooped the nobleman into its insectoid jaws and burrowed into the ground, carrying him through the true hidden passage. Soon, the nobleman was slapped on top of a cold, metallic table within a hidden chamber. Fleshy appendages slithered across his body, probing and piercing his flesh, injecting an unknown concoction deep into his veins. Bugs crawled all over his body, mingling with a strange, otherworldly aura as his body absorbed the mysterious elixir. Moments later, a grotesque amalgamation of insects coalesced into a humanoid shape, which swiftly transformed into a lady in a lab coat. Shadows clung to her figure, obscuring her visage. Like a machine, with deft and precise maneuvers, she completed the necessary implantations, blood staining the air as the wounds appeared and vanished, either healed by the mysterious injection or stitched by the bugs. After a final scan to confirm her success, the lady's form dissipated, the swarm of insects reforming into their original insectoid state, dispersing in the fleshy room to clean the stains of blood, returning the room to its pristine condition. As the giant creature carried the nobleman back through hidden passage and left him in the dark corridor, the last vestiges of grogginess eventually dissipated, and the nobleman blinked in confusion, lacking knowledge of the surreal sequence of events that had transpired. Groping around in the dark corridor, he soon found himself greeted by a faint light in the distance. Determined, he stumbled forward, his steps unsteady but resolute. The light grew brighter with each passing moment until he finally emerged into a chamber bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. Within the chamber, a group of individuals dressed in dark robes engaged in intense discussions. Their voices hushed and reverent, their gazes focused on the open doorway from time to time. As the nobleman stepped out from it, their attention turned towards him, curiosity mingling with a tinge of expectation. Groggy and disoriented, the nobleman surveyed his surroundings, seeking a semblance of understanding. Demos, the leader of the discussions, turned towards him, his pallid eyes betraying no emotions. Yet, the nobleman's transformation had not gone unnoticed, and now it was time for him to display his newfound abilities to the rest of the members. Meanwhile, the hushed room pulsed with an aura of hidden knowledge and unspoken secrets. The group regarded him with a mix of anticipation and scrutiny, their eyes searching for signs of transformation. "Welcome back, Mr. D," Demos said, his voice carrying a subtle undercurrent of pride. "You have emerged from the crucible of rebirth, reborn with the potential for greatness. Now, it is time to unveil your glorious powers to our esteemed brethren." Confusion clouded the nobleman's mind as he regarded the expectant masked faces of the other cult members. Did he enter the holy altar and receive the Lord's grace? How come he doesn't remember anything? The notion of demonstrating his abilities, even though he was unsure of their extent, left him uneasy. However, the piercing stares of his peers left him with no choice but to comply. Drawing upon the teachings he had received during his month in the hidden chambers, the nobleman attempted the hand signs they had practiced diligently. As the energy in the chamber crackling with anticipation, with trembling hands, he formed the three simple gestures: ram, snake, and tiger. He felt a surge of anticipation ripple through the air, an unfamiliar power within him being siphoned away, leaving him feeling momentarily weakened. In an instant, a puff of smoke engulfed the nobleman, and to his astonishment, a deformed and wobbly clone appeared beside him. Its face was twisted and unrecognizable, shocking the nobleman to the point of stumbling backward, landing unceremoniously on his ample buttocks. The other members erupted in a chorus of gasps and exclamations, their excitement palpable. The nobleman, amidst his shock, finally realized that this distorted being was his very own clone, a manifestation of his newfound ninja powers. The revelation settled within his mind, igniting a spark of exhilaration and possibility. Demos approached the bewildered nobleman, extending a hand to help him rise. "Congratulations, Mr. D," he said, a note of approval lacing his words. "Your rebirth has yielded remarkable results. Truly, your faith is undeniable as you have been blessed by our Lord with this unique ability." Feeling a surge of gratitude, the nobleman hurriedly nodded and offered thanks to the unseen Lord who had granted him this newfound power. "Praise the Lord of the Hives. Praise him." His eyes remained fixed on the wobbly clone as it dissipated in a puff of smoke, leaving only echoes of its presence. With a newfound determination, the nobleman turned his attention back to Astrius, curiosity shining in his eyes. "Can it get better?" he asked, his voice laced with a mixture of hope and excitement. Demos smiled, a knowing gleam in his gaze as it fixed upon the stomach of the nobleman. "Naturally," he replied, his voice brimming with assurance. "With practice, dedication, and the grace bestowed upon us by our Lord, your powers will continue to grow. You have taken your first steps towards immortality, Mr. D, and the path ahead is filled with limitless possibilities. However, remember the necessary precautions and to feed the Lord's grace." The gathering eventually came to an end. Silently, the members of Cosmos retreated from the chamber one by one, and soon it was the nobleman's turn, his steps faltering with the weight of newfound knowledge. After undressing from the cult outfit, he returned to his palanquin, his mind ablaze with thoughts of the cosmos, his destiny intertwined with their esoteric pursuits. He could feel the streets whispering his name as he journeyed back to his mansion. No. It was the entire capital calling his name. A secret smile played upon his lips, his ambitions igniting. Little did the nobleman know that his life would be forever altered by his fateful decision, just not as he expected. But his ambitions clouded his mind, ignoring the fact that he wasn't the first, and he won't be the last. He also ignored the danger of the ninjas of this world. And the fact that his fate may no longer in his own hands. Chapter 106, Clash in Dark. The moon hung high in the night sky as Demos, the mysterious leader of the cosmos, made his secretive departure from the cult's hidden sanctuary. Stripped of his ceremonial robes and mask, he reverted to his true form, a middle-aged man with pallid skin akin to a lifeless corpse, his movements rigid and calculated, like a puppet manipulated by invisible strings. However, don't underestimate him because of his visage, for he was one of the most powerful nobles in the Land of Fire. His hidden business was something even the daimyo was jealous of. Alas, he was now Puppet Noble 1. Sitting on his palanquin, the Puppet Noble, accompanied by his guard of eerily puppet-like ninja warriors, embarked on the journey back to his opulent mansion. The quiet streets provided an illusion of serenity, but the shadows whispered secrets of impending danger.